Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Kingdom of Venom by Quinn Loftis. Narrated by Darcy Rhodes. Prologue. Almost getting killed makes you reevaluate things. We reptiles are a long-lived people, and Azure is the most powerful among us. I always assumed he would live forever, or eventually have his own children, and one day one of them would assume the throne. I would, unless I died in battle, serve him or her as I served their father. As merely the nephew to the king, I never dreamed I could be considered for the Kingdom of Venom's throne. Apparently, I should have dreamed bigger. Talbot. Link watched briefly from just outside the room as Talbot, Slick, and Myron packed up to move to a safer location. He focused on Talbot. Judging by the consternation in the man's face, his mind was struggling with his newfound responsibilities. Talbot was no youngling. He'd been a kid when they'd come through the portal, and he'd grown into a powerful male with integrity, despite having Azure as an uncle and ruler. Talbot had never shown any desire for power, but he was not a fool. He knew with Azure's crimes and desertion, the monarchy had to change hands. Since Azure had no children, there was no other in line for the throne. That meant Talbot, or a challenge amongst the males to choose a new ruler. A challenge would bring chaos the Kingdom of Venom didn't need, something Azure could take advantage of. It would be better if Talbot had a mate so that he would have full access to his beast, but beggars couldn't be choosers. As the KOV shaman, it was Link's duty to perform the coronation of a new king. He blew out a breath and then stepped into the room. The three males turned to look at him. "How are things going?" "Fine," Talbot answered. "How goes the hunt for Azure and Xena?" Link shook his head. "Slow. The Kingdom of Claws has taken over the search." Talbot frowned. "Why is that?" "The girl Azure hexed is the best friend to Callan's mate," he explained. "They will keep us posted. I've already let the Shaman Council know that the Kingdom of Venom will have a new king in 2 days' time." "And what about the declaration of Visada?" Slick asked. "The animi females are supposed to be going to their marked kingdoms. Is that still happening?" Link nodded. "For now, we will house them in several of our homes throughout the French Quarter." "Do we have any idea how many females are coming from the other kingdoms, Link?" Myron continued to pack the few things he kept in his suite in the KOV mansion. Like most of the warriors, he had other places he stayed when he needed to get away from the politics, aka King Azure. Not to mention, their home had been damaged severely in an explosion, courtesy of the Kingdom of Claws, while Gage had been rescuing his female. "Not a clue. As soon as I know more, Talbot, I'll let you know." Talbot gave a slight bow of his head. "Thank you. The sooner we get you on that throne, the better. The minute it was confirmed by Gage that Azure was hurting females, Azure's crown was removed. 2 days, Talbot, and you'll be king." Link headed back to the door. "I'm going to assist the others who are relocating. Myron, can you get in touch with the construction agency KOV has used in the past?" "Will do. I've called a meeting in 30 minutes to announce your coming kingship. After that, the next time I'll see you, Talbot, will be in the Binding Garden when the moon has reached its pinnacle in the sky. Between now and then, I need to notify all the other kingdoms." "Thank you, Link. We will see you in 2 days." Talbot stared at the empty doorway for at least a minute after Link had left. The thought of assuming the throne was still a shock. He was plenty old enough, but with the longevity of their kind, he never considered that he'd actually ever be king. "You nervous?" Talbot hesitated a moment before answering Myron. "A little, but not just about becoming king. I don't know how many in our kingdom were aware of what my uncle was doing, or how many are still loyal to him. They'll show their true colors soon enough. I am more concerned about all the females that are on their way. I don't want them to feel unsafe or regret choosing to stay on our world." With raised eyebrows, Myron nodded at Slick. "Good point. Talbot had been friends with the two Vipers since they were young, and they were mostly inseparable. But as of late, Azure had been keeping them all busy, and they'd been unable to hang out as they used to. "Do you think any of them might be our mates?" There was a glimmer of hope in Myron's voice. Talbot sometimes wished he had the younger male's optimism, but he'd been around too long. He'd watched females come and go, none giving him more than a second glance. Talbot leaned against the doorframe, watching his friends pack. "Hard to say, but if your mate is among them, you'll know it the moment you touch her." Myron shot him a wry look. "Not all of us can be mind readers like you, Tal. It's the mark that reveals her to us." It was true. Talbot's mental abilities were unique, even among their people. He could glimpse into minds and sense emotions when he touched a person. It was a gift from Visada, though lately it felt more like a burden. The darkness he'd glimpsed in his uncle's mind haunted him. "Either way, you should prepare yourself," Slick cautioned. "It could be dangerous getting your hopes up." Talbot understood Slick's warning all too well. For 2 centuries, he'd struggled not to wish for the one female destined for him alone. And with each disappointment, the beast within hissed in agony. Some days, only his faith in Visada kept Talbot from giving up completely on ever finding his mate. He had to believe she was out there. That despite Azure's crimes, their kingdom could still be redeemed. "We all want the same happy outcome," Talbot said quietly. "But mating is bigger than just finding the one. It's about 2 souls who complement each other perfectly, who together are stronger and wiser than either could be alone." Myron snorted. "When did you get so philosophical?" Talbot grinned crookedly. "What can I say? Almost getting killed makes you reevaluate things." Just 2 days ago, he'd narrowly escaped the deadly inferno that engulfed their former stronghold. Talbot was still coming to terms with the fact that his uncle had brought the kingdom to the brink of ruin, and that the task of restoring it now fell to him. Not just restoring it physically, but regaining their honor and respect from the other kingdoms. It was a challenge he both welcomed and resented. As if sensing his dark thoughts, Slick clapped him on the back. "Hey, we're with you. KOV will rise again, and we'll make sure it's done the right way this time. And we won't be forced by Azure to abduct humans," Myron added. Slick nodded. "Also a good point." Talbot smiled gratefully. "I know. Just proves I can always count on you 2 troublemakers." Myron threw a balled-up t-shirt at Talbot's head. "Who are you calling troublemaker, Mr. Goody-Two-Shoes?" Their laughter and banter eased some of the tension that had been coiled in Talbot's chest. With his closest friends at his side, perhaps he could lead their people back into the light. If anyone deserved a fresh start, a new beginning, it was the innocence of KOV. An image of the dire wolf's brave mate flashed in his mind. Katy had shown true courage in the face of evil. Because of her selflessness, the entire supernatural world had been shaken awake. News of the sacrifice she'd agreed to make had traveled from one king to the next, until all 10 kingdoms had heard the story. And it was eye-opening, to say the least, that someone who'd been treated horribly by their kind would give up her life for others. Things were changing. Talbot could feel it in the air as tangibly as an electrical current. The Creator was on the move, and woe to any who stood in the path of his justice. Visada was calling them all to walk the right path once more. "We will answer that call," Talbot vowed. The kingdom of Venom would rise from the ashes. He only prayed that his mate, wherever she was, could sense that change was coming as well. That despite the darkness in their past, hope still lingered. "We should get moving if we want to make that meeting." Slick's voice broke into Talbot's thoughts. "Ready to be all official as their new heir apparent?" Talbot took a deep breath and let it out. "I just want to help our people heal and move forward, not get mired in politics." Myron grinned. "Gage told us to think of who would make a good king. You're the first one that popped into our minds. You care more about doing what's right than power or status. That's why you're the right reptile for the job. And of course it helps that you're related to the current king, next in line to the throne and all that." Talbot hoped Myron was right. The burden of leadership weighed heavily, but he would bear it for the chance to show the supernatural world that KOV could become a force for good. They would no longer be bound by the sins of the past. The road ahead would not be easy, but Talbot would walk it with faith. And someday, he prayed, fate would finally lead him to the female meant to rule at his side. His one true mate awaited him out there, and when they found each other at last, it would be the start of an epic love story generations would tell, a story of courage, sacrifice, and redemption. Visada had seen fit to give them a second chance. This time, they would get it right. Chapter 1. I'll find another way, I swear it. If I never hear the word sacrifice again, it would still be too soon. Gage.
Have you lost your ever-loving mind? Katy practically shouted into the phone. Don't answer that question, she quickly added. I already know the answer because only a crazy person would kill a part of themselves that they only just discovered. So only you get to decide to sacrifice yourself? Lola's voice came through so loudly that Katy pulled the phone away from her ear. The world doesn't revolve around you, Katy. There are other people who are going to be affected by your choice. Katy stood from where she sat on the bed and paced. She forced herself to remember that she loved the person on the other end of the call. Finally, after biting her tongue several times, she responded, "You think I don't know that?" The words were growled so low that Katy couldn't believe the sound had come from her. Don't you think that I've thought this decision through from every angle? That I haven't agonized over what it will do to my dad or you and Maddie, Gage, or Otto? I'm trying to prevent you from having to do that, Lola pleaded. This way we both live, and so do those women. Why can't you see that this is a better solution? Because any solution that requires you to give up a part of your soul is never a solution. Katy's tone softened. I would never in a million years allow you to do such a thing, and I won't allow it now. And I swear on all that is holy, Lola Katz, if you do this behind my back, I will never forgive you.
Katy. Gage's deep voice rumbled into the room, laced with warning. Be careful what you promise. She turned to look at him and wished she hadn't. His face was partially shadowed by the lack of light in the hall behind him, and what she could see were sharp lines and cold eyes. Katy pressed her lips together, barely reining in the furious words that begged for release. She was tempted to tell Gage exactly where he could shove his warning, but the thunderous look on his handsome face gave her pause. Shooting him a quelling glare, she ground out, Lola, give me a sec. Before her friend could argue, Katy hit mute and rounded on her mate. Don't you dare try to police what I say to my best friend, she snapped, jabbing a finger at his chest. Her earlier sympathy vanished in a flash of temper. You don't get to control me or my choices, Gage. Back the hell off. His eyes turned flinty, a muscle in his jaw ticking. But instead of rising to the bait, he drew in a slow breath and said in a lethally calm voice, I will do anything to keep you safe, even if it earns your hatred. The quiet declaration took some of the wind out of her sails. Katy searched his stoic face and saw the maelstrom of emotions he was barely keeping leashed. Fear for her warred with desperation to protect her, even from herself. Katy's anger deflated, leaving her tired down to her bones. She understood his terror of losing her all too well, because the thought of losing him after just finding each other gutted her as well. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she said wearily, I get why you're scared, but you can't ask me to trade innocent lives for my own, Gage. Either choice ends in a pain I can't bear. Her voice broke on the admission.
This path Lola suggests might break the spell, or it might fail and cost you both your lives. Magic this twisted is unpredictable." His eyes flashed. "We will find another way that doesn't put Lola or you at risk. You must trust me in this."
Gage's severe expression softened. Reaching out, he gently drew her into the shelter of his powerful body. His large hand cupped her jaw, tilting her face up to meet his intense stare.
"You bear a heavy burden, little wolf. Do not add guilt to it needlessly."
His thumb brushed away an errant tear.
"We cannot control what others choose to offer, only what we accept. Your friend acts from love, even if it is misguided."
Katy nodded, drawing comfort from his nearness. If only she could stay here in the shelter of his strength and forget about vindictive snake kings and impossible choices. She sagged against him, soaking up his warmth and strength. Then she buried her face in his neck, breathing in the scent of cloves and pine.
"Forgive my harsh words earlier,"
Gage rumbled, regret lacing his gravelly voice.
"Watching you in such torment, I just—"
He shook his head helplessly. Katy lifted her head to meet his pained green eyes. "I know," she whispered. "But we have to trust there's a way where everyone wins. We can't lose hope."
"Whatever comes, we will face it together. You won't carry this alone."
He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes.
"But I swear to you now, I will not allow your life to be traded, come hell or high water. We will find another way, even if I must tear apart the veil between realms. Your fate is with me, Katy Dire. Never doubt it."
His fierce conviction, the glint of violence in his eyes, should frighten her. Instead, it fortified her flagging spirit. Gage would move heaven and earth before losing her. For the first time, she truly understood the intensity of having a wolf for her mate. Katy traced the hard line of his jaw tenderly. "We're in this together then, Gage, no last name." She echoed his words back to him. A watery smile broke through her turmoil. "I guess I won't be checking out permanently after all. You'll just have to put up with me a little longer." Emotion clogged her throat. Standing on her tiptoes, she brushed her lips over his in a feather-soft kiss. His arms tightened, keeping her close as the kiss lingered, speaking what they could not, that they would face whatever came, side by side, and somehow find a way through the shadows, together. When she pulled back, blinking away tears, Katy managed a tremulous smile. "Can you give me a few minutes to finish talking to Lola? I need her to understand." Gage nodded and stepped back reluctantly. His hand lingered a moment, squeezing hers.
"I'll prepare us some lunch. You need to keep your strength up."
His protectiveness made her heart twist, even as it warmed her. She watched him disappear down the hall before taking a bracing breath and unmuting the phone. "Still with me, Lo?" "I'm here," Lola said softly. Katy could hear her friend's remorse and knew her anger had faded. "I'm sorry. I'm just desperate not to lose you." "No more reckless talk about sacrificing yourself," Katy said sternly. Then her voice gentled. "We're in this mess because of Azure's selfishness. More sacrifice just adds to the pain." "You're right. I hate feeling so useless." Lola huffed a weak laugh. "This mate bond is turning me into a crazy lioness." Katy smiled sadly. "Love makes us all a little crazy sometimes. We'll figure this out, but the right way." She heard Lola take a shaky breath. "I trust you, Kat. Just don't give up, okay? We're going to find a way to save you all." The fierceness in her friend's voice brought tears to Katy's eyes, but she blinked them back, clinging to Lola's faith. They'd walk through this valley yet. Katy just prayed that when they reached the other side, no one else would have to be lost along the way. What she didn't tell Lola or Gage was that she was still prepared to give up her life, if that's what it took to save the innocent women who'd been forced into this life. Gage stared out the window of the cabin he'd called home for nearly a century, but his focus was far from the beautiful landscape beyond. His mind kept replaying the moment Otto told him Katy had to sacrifice herself. Then the resolve he saw on her face when he'd confronted her about it. The despair and acceptance in her voice tore at his soul. She would willingly give up the precious gift of life because her heart was too damn big. And though she didn't know it, because he hadn't bothered to mention it, as her mate, he could feel her emotions. So while she told him she trusted him to find another way, he still felt her resolve to give up her life if it came to it. And he, the mighty direwolf, the last of his kind, could do nothing to stop her. Never had he felt so powerless. Gage was a protector, a warrior. Fighting impossible battles was in his blood. It's what dire wolves did. They laid down their lives for the ones they protect without hesitation. But how did you fight for someone determined to become a martyr? I know you're hurting. I can feel it. Why can I feel what you're feeling? Gage turned at the sound of her voice. Katy stood just inside the bedroom door, outlined in soft, fading light. After they'd eaten, she'd taken a nap on the couch in the living room. Gage hadn't wanted to disturb her, so he'd come to the bedroom to brood.
The same way I can feel what you're feeling, he said gruffly.
Surprise and embarrassment flashed in her eyes before changing to the sorrowful resolve he'd come to know too well on her beloved face, making his heart seize. Gage crossed the room in an instant and pulled her fiercely into his arms. This was so new to him, the miracle of a mate, something he never thought he would deserve or want. To have her in his arms was beyond words. He found that when he was in her vicinity, he just couldn't help himself. He needed to touch her.
We're mates, destined by Visada, he told her, even though she already knew that part. Not to mention, I'm a direwolf, which changes things for us. I have always been able to morph into my beast. A blessing from our creator because my kind protected the shaman. But that doesn't mean our mating won't give me other abilities. I just don't know what those might be.
He ran a hand down her back and felt her shiver at his touch.
For the moment, we can add feels each other's emotions to that list, and it means that we will most likely have supernatural abilities that others do not.
She pulled back a tad, putting space between them he didn't want, but he wouldn't force her to be in his arms if that's not where she wanted to be. I feel that, she poked him in the chest. Frustration. Why are you frustrated? Gage inwardly groaned.
Don't obsess over everything you feel from me, little wolf. It will drive you mad.
She simply stared at him, her brows raised, waiting. He sighed.
I'm frustrated because you're still determined to be a martyr if you must. I can't help but feel a little rejected.
You think my heart doesn't shatter into a million pieces at the thought of losing you? Katy's breath hitched. She wound her arms around his neck, pressing close like she was trying to melt into him. I never even knew I wanted something like this until I met you. I never knew I had it in me to be a romantic and want the fairy tale ending. But there it is. And now it could all be gone in an instant. Gage squeezed his eyes shut, emotions threatening to overwhelm him. He had to be strong for her, to give her whatever comfort he could in this nightmare.
Katy, my mate,
he rasped, cupping her face in one big hand. Her eyes were bright with tears, wide and luminous like the moon. Gage brushed away the moisture from her cheeks with aching tenderness.
I cannot stand by and watch you sacrifice yourself. You have no idea what agony it would bring me.
The words were raw, stripped bare of his usual stoic facade. Katy placed a gentle hand over his heart. Her touch scorched him, reminding his wolf how very fragile their bond still was. I know, she whispered. Believe me, if there's another way. Her voice broke on a sob. Gage crushed her to him again, inhaling her sweet scent as though to imprint it on his very soul. The rich aroma of cinnamon and honeysuckle enveloped him. It was the smell of mate, of home. An invisible cord wrapped around his heart and pulled taut. The urge to protect, to claim, to never let go, nearly overwhelmed him. His beast was ravenous to fight and kill a foe, but the one that deserved killing had gone into hiding, and the foe before him, the reality of their situation, wasn't something his wolf could fight. He'd never felt so damn helpless in his life.
"I'll find another way,"
he vowed again fiercely.
"I swear on my life."
If Katy Dire left this world, then Gage would follow her into the next life. Katy leaned back to meet his eyes, determination shining beneath her sorrow. "I have to face this, but knowing you're beside me makes it bearable." She cradled his jaw, tenderness radiating from her moonlit gaze. Gage turned his head, brushing his lips against her palm. The aching need to taste her, to consume his mate until she was permanently seared into his soul, threatened to shatter his control. He shuddered out a breath. There would be time for claiming later after this crisis had passed.
If she lived.
Gage shoved the dark thought away. She would live. The dire wolf was not so easily defeated. He hadn't survived alone for centuries just to lose his mate after one stolen day together. Call it stubbornness, fate, or the will of Visata. Gage would save his female or die trying. Failure wasn't an option. He had been alone too long and fought too many battles with no real reason to survive. For the first time in centuries, the soul of his wolf knew peace. The emptiness inside was filled by Katy's presence. She was the missing piece they'd unknowingly craved. No, he could not lose that now. Would not.
"Stay with me."
Gage lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the large bed in the center of the room. Everything in the cabin was sized for a male of his proportions, but in his arms, Katy felt so small, so fragile. An overwhelming need to shelter and protect her from the world and everyone in it rose inside of him. Gage laid her gently atop the plush blankets and nestled in behind her, her slim body contoured to him as though made to fit at his side. Gage buried his face in her riot of brunette waves, breathing her in, clinging as though to keep her tethered to this world through the force of his will alone. This was right. She was his balance, his missing half, the light to his darkness. He had found her, finally. Surely fate could not be so cruel as to snatch her away again so soon. Gage held her tighter. He would protect what was his, no matter the cost. Katy was his mate, his to guard and cherish. And the dire wolf would rip the very stars from the heavens before he let anyone take her from him and leave him in the dark of this cruel world. They lay together in silence as the first rays of dawn crept across the sky. Gage kept his arms locked around Katy, her back pressed to his chest. She relaxed into him with a sigh, her warmth and soft curves molded against his larger frame. He nuzzled into her hair, breathing her in, memorizing every detail. The steady thrum of her heart soothed his own. Gage had almost lost himself to the mindless rage of his wolf many times over the centuries alone. The dire beast within rattled at its chains even now, ready to slaughter any who dared threaten its mate. But Katy's nearness settled his other half in a way nothing else could. With her, the man and wolf were finally at peace. She kept the demons of his past at bay. With her, the present was brighter and the future held promise. If he could just save her somehow. He sensed when Katy drifted to sleep, her body going lax. He continued trailing his fingers idly along her arm. Even resting, she looked weary, the toll of the past days etched into the smudges beneath her eyes. His brave mate had endured so much. The shock of discovering a whole hidden supernatural world, the cruelty of the Serpent King, the terrible burden fate had placed upon her shoulders. Gage's arms tightened reflexively. He would rip apart the very fabric of the universe before allowing her to be taken from him. There had to be another way to save those girls without Katy's sacrifice. In the stillness, Gage sent up a fervent prayer to Visada. The Creator had said Katy possessed a generous heart. Protecting the innocent was part of her very nature. Gage knew he could not dissuade his mate from that righteous path. But there must be some other means of saving the human captives without robbing the world of Katy's light. She was meant for so much more. He had to believe that, or go mad with grief for what they might have shared.
Please,
he rasped into the quiet room, a single tear slipping free.
There must be another way. Tell me how to save her.
The last vestiges of night slowly succumbed to the morning's rosy glow. Still, no answer came. Katy slept on, her mate a silent sentinel standing guard against the darkness waiting to claim her. Finally, as the first birdsong heralded the new day, Gage, too, slipped into sleep, his body curled protectively around hers. One arm stayed locked over her, anchoring them together. Then, the dream came. Gage found himself in a lush forest, sunlight dappling the verdant ground. A figure stood at the edge of the glade up ahead, rays of light radiating from his form so bright that Gage had to drop his gaze. His breath left him in a rush. He would know this being anywhere, the aura of infinite power and grace. His knees hit the soft earth.
Visada,
he gasped.
I need your guidance. Come closer, but keep your eyes down, the Creator beckoned.
The Dire rose and moved into the light, emotions choking him. Visada's voice surrounded him, at once vast as the cosmos, yet intimate as a father speaking to his child.
I have heard you, my son. Your mate hears the cry of innocent blood, and she would answer it nobly. Soon it will be time for you to move. You will wait for my words to come to you when the hour is right. Hope is not lost.
The vision faded, leaving Gage breathless with emotions. Clinging to this new chance, whatever that might be, Gage jolted awake. He stared down at his sleeping mate, resolve hardening within him. Katy had given him hope again after endless years adrift in solitude. Now Gage would fight with his last breath to ensure the Dire Wolves' legacy lived on through her. Their story was only just beginning, and, Visada willing, they had centuries yet to write it together. Chapter 2. If Azure dies accidentally falling on my knife, no one's losing sleep over it. Nothing is as it seems. Never take the supernatural world at face value, or you will be gobsmacked by the whiplash of something you never saw coming. Xena. Xena had once possessed a spirit that glowed as radiantly as the rising sun. Those who know her now would scoff at this revelation. But once upon a time, joy and love spilled freely from her heart, bringing light to all those around her. But those happy days were gone, displaced by the cold centuries spent mated to Azure. He hadn't always been cruel and disregarding of her feelings. There'd been a day he hadn't been dismissive toward having a family. But he'd changed, and because of that, he had chilled the inner radiance she once held to barely a flicker. She felt as though ice flowed in her veins, and she exhaled frosty air with every breath.
My love, we have no need for children to be happy,
Azure would purr, his serpentine eyes staring through her.
Our kingdom will stand as legacy enough.
Recently, before the attack on their home, she'd thought she might be pregnant. But if she were, it was early, and she'd lost the babe. Bitterness had become the armor she wore to cover the anguish. Though it threatened to choke her, Xena would paste on a smile. In public, she played the part of the devoted queen, appearing as ruthless as her mate. Only alone at night, in the dark of her bedroom, did she weep for the future she had always dreamed of having. Little ones to nurture and raise, a family to cherish. A mate who would gaze upon her as though she were his entire universe. Azure cared only for power and domination. He viewed her innermost desires as mere distractions from his ambitions for their kingdom. "Why dwell on what we lack?" he would hiss dismissively whenever she dared speak of children. "I provide you with everything your heart could wish for. Is that not enough?" After centuries of being denied the family she so desperately longed for, Xena's once tender heart had been forced to harden simply to survive the pain. She retreated deep within herself, becoming as cold and removed from the world as her indifferent mate. Though outwardly she stayed loyal, a secret part of Xena's battered soul continued to whisper that she deserved so much more than this. The day Azure finally revealed his depraved plan to steal and sacrifice innocent lives, the last frail flicker of light lingering within Xena shuddered and went out. She could no longer pretend that her mate was anything short of a monster, nor that she, herself, was completely blameless for standing dutifully at his side all this time. When fire finally rained down on their kingdom, Xena fled the ashes of her shattered dreams. Centuries of emotional neglect at Azure's hands had smothered the joy she once held, dimming her spirit down to the barest ember. While Azure had gone into hiding, allowing the voodoo priestess to help conceal his whereabouts, Xena had fled in a different direction. Alone, she hid herself away in a kingdom where he would never think to look for her, a place where she could change her appearance enough to fit in and not be discovered. She needed time and space to figure out what her next move would be. She had to prepare herself to face the male who had slowly destroyed everything good and gentle within her.
"But perhaps," a small voice whispered, "it is truly not too late for your inner light to be revived."
Nico leaned back in the plush seat of the private jet, propping his boots up on the table. Across from him, Callan tensed, his golden eyes flashing with irritation.
"Feed off the furniture, Shaman Chaos,"
the lion shifter growled. Nico's lip curled. He didn't take orders from overgrown cats. But after the look Shaman Roan leveled at Nico, he shrugged and complied. No need to start a brawl 30,000 feet in the air.
"So, we're going to beg the Silkies for help to find Azure?"
Nico snorted, flipping one of his knives idly.
"I highly doubt they'll want to get involved in a snake-wrangling mission. It's too risky for those creepy crawlers. They might break a leg, or 6.
Callan bristled, but Roan answered calmly.
"King Aurelius and King Athena lead justly and despise those who deal in darkness. If Azure hides in their lands, they will wish to root him out."
Nico grunted skeptically. In his experience, those in exalted positions enjoyed keeping the status quo. They didn't want to rock the boat, even if it meant tolerating the occasional bit of rot.
"Maybe they will want the snake out of their territory, but will they be able to find him if the slippery serpent doesn't wish to be found? He has the help of a voodoo witch. No doubt he will be hidden by powerful spells of concealment."
"Which is why we need Athena's help," Roan said patiently.
"There are few supernaturals stronger at unraveling the unseen. If anyone can pierce Azure's veil of darkness, it is her. She's got 100 eyes. Of course she'd be able to see past the glamour."
If he were being honest, Nico would have to admit that he didn't like arachnids of any kind. He didn't trust them and never had, but that was a story for another day. Today, the front page headline would read, "Two stupid shaman, one lion, and one panther get stuck in the spider's web."
No two ways about it. We're going to be lucky to make it out of KOS without becoming dinner.
The jet hit some turbulence, and the conversation halted as they rode out the bumps. Nico gazed out the window at the landscape far below. He loved to fly, though he'd much rather be able to do it like those in the Kingdom of Wings. Out in the elements, feeling the wind ripple across your skin as you twirled and flipped and then rose higher into the air. Nico lived for the adrenaline rushes in life. Why? Because what the hell else did he have to live for? After a few minutes, the jet leveled out. Nico leaned forward, bracing his arms on the table. He was ready to get out of the steel bird and hunt. His metaphorical inner beast was foaming at the mouth to get a hold of Azure, which gave him pause.
Say we actually do find Azure thanks to the Silkies. Then what? Azure won't go quietly, not after the direwolf gutted him and took his prize captive.
Just thinking about the snake made Nico bare his teeth. He'd enjoy being part of the hunting party that finally took Azure down for good.
Focus, man.
Callan's eyes glowed fiercely.
We'll rip his fangs out by the root. The Snake King will pay for the lives he stole.
Nico appreciated the lion's thirst for blood. Roan pressed his fingers to his temples.
Let's just start with locating him. Justice and the law will deal with Azure in due time.
Nico snorted.
If you expect the council to handle this, the Cobra will slither free as he always does. I say we finish it ourselves, send a clear message to those who might be inclined to hurt innocents.
Bane whispered.
We should not be the ones to take Azure's life. That right belongs to the direwolf, for it was his mate that has been harmed. Our goal should be to incapacitate and capture. No one will take anyone's life. We represent the Creator's law, not our own vengeance, Roan chided.
Nico pointed at Callan.
Does he look like he's in a mood to dispense fair, even-handed justice?
At Roan's exasperated look, Nico shrugged.
Face it, Catboy. If Azure dies accidentally falling on my knife, no one's losing sleep over it. Except Gage, Bane insisted again. The honor belongs to him. Don't call me Catboy.
Roan's words held a hiss, which Nico thought sounded very cat-like indeed. He felt the jet begin to descend.
We're here. Let's just focus on finding him first.
Nico gazed out the window as they flew low over a sprawling vineyard. Rows of grapes stretched out in endless undulating lines.
So the Silkies fancy themselves vintners as well as cloth peddlers now.
He huffed under his breath. Once they had Azure's location, the council could handle the politics. Nico was here for the hunt and the kill. Justice would be served. He'd see to it one way or another. The Snake King had hurt Nico's people for the last time, and if the law refused to act, well, the Kingdom of Chaos had their own kind of justice. The jet rolled to a stop on the vineyard's small private runway. As they disembarked, something sinister in the air clung to Nico like oil coating his skin. He gave a little shake, attempting to abate the feeling. Eventually, it dissipated. He looked up and saw a tall woman with dark hair pinned elegantly atop her head. She approached, flanked by 2 guards. Her dusky skin seemed to glow from within, and her amber eyes were sharply intelligent. "Prince Callan, Bane, Shamans Nico and Roan," she greeted them formally. "Glad to see you've arrived safe and sound. Welcome to our kingdom." Nico inclined his head.
Lyric, should I remind you that this isn't your kingdom? We are, of course, beholden to the council first, and owe loyalty to them before our respective assignments.
The shaman heard a scoff next to him and looked over to see Roan cutting his eyes at Nico. "You are one to talk, shaman. I don't think I know of a shaman more devoted to his kingdom." "Chaos suits me," Nico shrugged. "It's just a happy coincidence that I was assigned to the best kingdom." He turned his attention back to Lyric and eyed the woman. He was impressed with the power that shimmered around her slender form. Nico had always admired the strength she exhibited in their meetings, never caving to something she didn't agree with. Lyric was bold and outspoken. Here was someone who might actually prove helpful in the hunt, or be a potential hindrance if she wasn't on Team Take Azure Out now. A knowing look entered Lyric's exotic eyes, no doubt understanding at least a little of what he thought. They'd known each other a very long time. Nico grinned. "Let's skip the pleasantries and petty posturing among kingdoms, shall we? We have a snake to catch." Her face didn't change as he said the words, not even a twitch of her cheek. She had no tell. Nico's grin widened. "Oh yes, this could prove very interesting indeed," he said, more to himself than anyone around him. "Nico," Roan snapped, "can you not act like a weird psychopath for once?" Nico raised his eyebrows, pulled one of his smaller blades from the thigh sheath, and began spinning it. "I'm just trying to make the best out of an unpleasant situation." Roan scowled. "Well, stop." Nico could tell Lyric was studying him, and her early amusement had faded. "You seem quite eager to spill blood, Nico." Nico chuckled. "Blood, guts, innards of any kind? I'm not picky as long as those that deserve death get their opportunity to fall on my blade. The Kingdom of Chaos always collected on its debts, and the Snake King's tab is long overdue." Nico sheathed the small knife, humoring Roan's request. "But a true hunter knows patience." Lyric turned, gesturing for them to follow. "Come, we have much to discuss." Nico ignored her words as he fell into step beside Callan and Roan, with Bane pulling up the rear. Lyric led them from the airfield toward a sprawling villa covered in flowering vines. The grounds were immaculately kept, fountains and benches artfully placed along wandering garden paths. It was breathtaking, and a tad ostentatious. Many view the KOS as hedonists obsessed with beauty and pleasure. Nico wondered what Lyric saw on his face that made it necessary to bring up the subject. Was he that readable? They forget that silk must be spun and vines pruned to thrive. Her eyes flashed knowingly. Appearances deceive, especially here in the Kingdom of Silk. The spiders must be subtle to survive. When Nico looked closer, he realized there were hundreds of spider webs all wrapped around the vines, and within those webs were a multitude of captured insects. The Kingdom of Silk has no problems with insects damaging their crops. It's one reason they're among the most profitable vineyards in the U.S. You'll find that King Aurelius and Queen Athena prefer to stay out of the drama of the other kingdoms. They like to focus on their own people, thriving without having to fight any others. I, of course, support their stance. Lyric shook her head. Getting mixed up in undignified business, such as that undertaken by Azure. Well, that's not KOS's style. Undignified is putting it nicely, Roan told her. Nico appreciated the disgust in Lyric's voice as she spoke about the Serpent King. Perhaps she hadn't drunk the Azure Kool-Aid. Though he wouldn't be so quick to cross off the Kingdom of Silk royals. Maybe some didn't remember the time before they left Demaria, but Nico did. He remembered the alliance between KOV and KOS. He wasn't fool enough to think there wasn't still a remnant of cooperation between the two species, even if 500 years had passed. Call it paranoia or just the gift of an accurate gut, but Nico would bet his blades on it, and he loved his blades.
There's something spinning in this kingdom, and it's not just the silk.
Okay, now he was thinking up ridiculous metaphors. This acting sane thing that Roan wanted Nico to do was going to be harder than he thought. Once inside, Lyric showed them to a solarium decorated in bright silks and plush cushions. A table laden with refreshments awaited. She pointed at the empty chairs and couches, motioning for them to make themselves comfortable. "Please." After they'd seated themselves amidst the pillows, she poured tea, the fragrant steam curling languidly. "Now, tell me of Azure. I, of course, have heard rumors, but I want the information from the horse's mouth." She cleared her throat. "Or the lion's mouth, I suppose, is more appropriate. And I will tell you what whispers these vines have shared with me." As Callan brought her up to speed on Azure and his voodoo-fueled depravity, Nico's gaze roamed the room. He wondered if they were being observed even now behind cleverly concealed screens or viewing spells. The Silkies did love their voyeurism. He blamed it on the number of eyes the arachnids had. It wasn't healthy to see so much at one time. How could you savor the beauty of one rose if you were looking at hundreds of them all at the same time? "If Azure hides here, he will not remain hidden for long," Lyric declared when Callan finished. Her lovely face was lined with disgust. "I know well the taint of blood magic. It leaves traces for those with the sight to read. But we must tread carefully when we seek the king and queen's input. It would not do to offend them." Lyric took a graceful sip of tea, eyes distant in thought. "There are those in every kingdom who crave power over principle. They will shield this snake if it profits them." Her sharp gaze returned to Nico. "Subtlety, not force, will catch him unawares." Nico leaned back amongst the silken pillows and casually flipped his knife. He hadn't even realized he'd pulled it out.
"I can do subtle when the situation calls for it."
He flashed a charming grin full of sharp teeth.
"But I prefer meeting threats head-on."
Lyric didn't look convinced as she shrugged. "We shall see. For now, come and rest. On the morrow, we prepare for your audience with the king and queen. They will aid us in drawing Azure into the open."
"Why do we need to wait until tomorrow?"
Callan's deep voice was gruff. Lyric clasped her hands in front of her, pulling her shoulders back and raising her chin in the air. "Because they aren't prepared for guests. They've already settled in for the evening. It would be rude to ask them to arise at this hour."
"You sure are cozy with your king and queen," Nico toyed. "Do they give you extra points on your Spidey discount card for acting like their damn administrator?"
Lyric's eyes flashed bright silver and swirled faster. "We've already had this discussion, if you will recall, in our last meeting. I am an ambassador for this kingdom, and I do respect the rulers. But do not think for 1 second I take orders from anyone other than Visata." She straightened her collar, which wasn't at all crooked, and sniffed. "We will meet with the king and queen tomorrow because it is the polite, respectful thing to do."
"Meanwhile, Azure could be moving farther from our reach."
Callan clenched his teeth. "Azure isn't going to go farther away than absolutely necessary from the females he so desperately wants." Lyric rose elegantly and led them from the solarium. As she showed them to their lavish rooms, Nico's mind turned over all she had said. Lyric was protective of the rulers of KOS, and her formal behavior was odd. She wasn't ever that formal in their council meetings. Clearly, she knew more than she let on about the Snake King's whereabouts. Nico would need to be watchful if he wanted answers. He slid the knife back into its sheath, knowing that he would have to bottle up his restless blood. For now. Chapter 3. Many Devious Things. My mind understands, but my pride? Well, she's a fickle bitch who wants her way. Anyone else feel what I'm saying? No? Liars, all of you. Lola. Lola paced the lush carpet of the suite she shared with Callan, irritation biting at her. Once again, the men had ridden off on some grand adventure while she and Maddie got left behind like helpless damsels. Okay, so it wasn't once again. She and Callan hadn't been mated long enough for there to be any once-agains in their relationship. Perhaps she was allowing her imaginary book world to spill over into her real-life supernatural saga. "This blows chunks," she grumbled, fists clenching and unclenching at her sides. She felt like she needed to crawl out of her own skin, as if it were stretched too tight across her muscles and bones. Maddie looked up from where she lounged across an elegant chaise. "Agreed. We're just as capable as them." She tapped her lip and then amended, "Actually, we're completely incapable and would probably just get in the way, and then they'd get distracted in the middle of a bloody battle, and we'd all wind up dead." Lola gave her a deadpan look. "But we can still be useful in a battle, so they shouldn't have left us behind for any of those rational reasons. Dummies." Lola snorted and then waved an agitated hand. "I know I'm still new to this whole supernatural mate thing, but come on. I'm a beast now, same as Callan. Why am I not out there hunting Azure with them?" I just listed some reasons, but those don't seem good enough for you, so I'm going with because men are idiots," Maddie suggested wryly. Lola shot her a frustrated look. "You're not helping." Maddie held up her hands innocently. "Hey, don't get mad at me. I don't like being sidelined either. But short of stowing away on the jet, I don't see much we can do about it." Lola growled low in her throat, the sound much more lioness than human. She resumed wearing a path in the plush carpet. She'd been basically decommissioned with the whole Katy catastrophe, and now she'd been set aside for the hunt of the Snake King. In her books... This isn't a damn book, Lola. I can't keep comparing it to a book. It's real life with supernatural beings. Suck it up. Pep talk received, and promptly ignored as her brain continued brooding. Sure, part of her understood Callan's protectiveness. She was his newly claimed mate, after all, but she didn't need cosseting like some fragile doll. Lola was a beast now. She longed to test her mettle, not languish uselessly in the mansion. "He better not get a scratch on him," she muttered. "Who's gonna protect that stubborn lion if I'm not there?" Maddie shrugged. "I bet Callan doesn't need anyone to protect him." A light knock interrupted Lola's gloomy thoughts. Glancing over, she saw Lyra poke her head in. The woman's amber eyes were sympathetic. "You two look ready to bite something," the Lion Queen remarked, entering gracefully. "I thought I'd see if you fancied a walk to stretch your legs." Lola deflated slightly, touched by Lyra's thoughtfulness. Lola sighed and motioned the older woman to join them. "I'd just really like to stretch them by running down my idiot mate and shaking some sense into him." Maddie snorted. "Get in line." Lyra's lips twitched. Settling on the settee across from them, she said gently, "I understand your frustration, believe me. When Taras first claimed me, he wanted me wrapped in lamb's wool at all times." Her regal expression turned wry. "We had some colorful arguments, to put it politely." Lola perked up at this show of solidarity from the Prima. "What did you do to make him lay off the overprotective crap?" "Oh, many devious things." Lyra laughed lightly at the memory. "But what finally got through to him was realizing that his fear of losing me made him hold too tightly. Love gives wings. It does not cage." She smiled reassuringly at Lola. Callan loves you, but he is still learning how. Be patient with your mate. Guide him, but also trust in the bond between you. Lola worried her bottom lip. As usual, Lyra's insight and empathy made Lola feel understood. Maybe she was being too hard on Callan. Fear was a powerful force, even in supernatural lions. Maddie spoke up tentatively. If you don't mind me asking, how did you handle feeling powerless when someone you love is in danger? Her face clouded, no doubt thinking of Katy. Lyra considered her words. It's difficult, I know, but choosing faith over fear makes all the difference. Despite how dire things seem, have hope. She leaned forward, taking Maddie's hand in a gentle grip. You and Katy have a bond to weather any storm. Trust in that, and in her strength. Maddie's eyes glistened, but she nodded, squeezing Lyra's hand in return. Lola blinked back her own tears, moved by the Prima's compassion. She took a bracing breath. I just hate this waiting game, not knowing what's happening. She frowned, thinking of Katy tied to those innocent captives. Lyra and Maddie grew somber. Link's news of the attack on Azure's prisoners had given them the knowledge that there were possibly still 2 women alive, still tied to Katy's life force. Link seemed certain some survived. Maddie's voice was devoid of hope. If those girls died, Katy would live. The thought made Lola equal parts desperate and guilty. Lyra's frown turned thoughtful. If any do still cling to life, perhaps the witch who cast the spell could be persuaded to break it. Lola's head jerked up. Can her magic be forced? Most magic requires consent, Lyra said. But if she could be compelled or tricked... Maddie nodded eagerly. So we just need to get our hands on this voodoo lady, make her undo the curse, saving Katy, and boom, problem solved. Lola started pacing again, but this time with excited purpose. I don't think any situation is ever fixed with boom, problem solved, but... She held up a finger to keep her friend from interrupting. If we find the witch and convince her to break the spell, then the guys just have to hunt down Azure. Teamwork makes the dream work. That still feels pretty much like boom, problem solved, Maddie pointed out. Lola shrugged. I'm trying to be the voice of reason in my head, but still have some hope. It's a precarious balance. Lyra cleared her throat as she clasped her hands in her lap. I know you want to help, but we must be cautious in seeking out such darkness. With respect, Prima? Lola grinned. We're from New York. It'll be just like taking the subway at 3 a.m. We've totally got this. Maddie laughed. She's not wrong. We can handle ourselves against a voodoo witch. Lyra still looked hesitant, so Lola pressed on. At least let us start researching. Knowledge is power, or so the saying goes. I've yet to have any knowledge that didn't make me feel powerful. When Lyra slowly inclined her head, Lola and Maddie exchanged fierce looks. Finally, they could be useful instead of just worrying. Link had given them a few clues to track this mysterious voodoo witch. She lived in the bayou and had a shop in the old downtown of New Orleans. That at least gave them a place to start. Lola rubbed her hands together as they headed for the mansion's extensive library. I'll scour the web for creepy, witchy stuff. You dig into the books for the New Orleans lore, she told Maddie. We're gonna find this lady and make her undo whatever she did to Katy, even if I have to go all New York on her magical ass. Several hours later, Lola shoved back from the ornate desk with a growl. Her eyes stung from staring at the computer screen, but she was no closer to uncovering anything useful about Azure's pet witch. Maddie glanced up from her pile of dusty tomes across the table. No luck? Lola scrubbed both hands down her face. I've looked at so much freaky supernatural crap I'm gonna have nightmares. but nada on Mistress Voodoo.
Same here,
Maddie sighed, snapping the large book shut. She grimaced and coughed at the cloud of dust that poofed up.
Everything I've found on voodoo is vague history or spooky legends. Nothing concrete linking any witch to Azure, or a witch to the Damarian people at all.
Lola's shoulders slumped.
There's got to be some clue about this magic woman. She owns her own store. We should at least be able to find a name on the internet from a simple search of witch shops in New Orleans, but none of the sites I've come across mention the owners by name.
She tapped her chin.
So maybe we go to New Orleans and see if we can spy on her. She's gotta, buy groceries and clothes, right?
At Maddie's pointed look, Lola amended. Okay, granted, she probably conjures her own food or whatever, but surely she leaves her creepy little shop at some point. Maddie started to agree when a knock interrupted them. One of Taras's lion warriors poked his head in. Your presence is requested downstairs, ladies. We may have a development you'll want to hear. Lola and Maddie exchanged excited looks and hurried after him. Perhaps their frustrating research session was about to pay off. They followed the warrior to a cozy sitting room where Taras and Lyra were waiting. Lola's gaze zeroed in on the unfamiliar man standing by the cold fireplace, his stance tense. Though dressed in casual human clothes, she instinctively knew he was a supernatural being from the inhuman beauty, contained power in his muscular frame, and unusual purple eyes. Ridiculously lush dark hair brushed the collar of his leather jacket. Yep, he was way too handsome to be human. But he wasn't a shifter. Lola felt like her beast would know if he was something like her. When those uncanny eyes fixed on Lola, she tensed. Every protective beastly instinct flared to life. There was an undeniable connection between them, as if electricity arced across the space separating them. WTH, Lola Leo, she chastised herself. She shook herself mentally. Down, girl, you're mated, remember? Taras cleared his throat pointedly. Lola, Maddie, this is Raphael. He has offered information that may prove useful in the hunt for Azure. The stranger inclined his head politely, though his piercing gaze never left Lola's face. A pleasure to meet you both. Nico speaks highly of you. His voice was smooth and cultured. It flowed over her like warm honey. Get it together. Beside her, Maddie made a small sound, no doubt picking up on the weird tension. Lola shifted uncomfortably under the newcomer's intense stare. Something about Raphael set her inner lioness on edge. What information do you have regarding Azure? The man's full lips quirked. Straight to business. I can appreciate an efficient female. His velvety voice sent an uneasy tingle down her spine. Lola frowned, trying to place what exactly was setting off alarm bells. As if reading her thoughts, he said, Forgive my poor manners. Despite Taras's introduction, it's rude not to greet you myself. He bowed slightly. I'm Raphael, an ally of Nico's, from the Kingdom of Chaos. He moved with a fluid grace to perch on the settee's armrest. His posture was relaxed, though his sharp eyes continued assessing her reactions. Lola had to resist the urge to bare her teeth at him. Her unease deepened. The Kingdom of Chaos was still a mystery to her, and after meeting Nico, the shaman that represented them, she wasn't inclined to trust anyone affiliated with the kingdom. Seeing her guarded expression, Raphael continued, I'm an incubus demon, not a shifter like yourselves. His grin turned razor sharp. We demons tend to make others uncomfortable. Lola stiffened. No wonder her beast disliked him on instinct. Supernatural creatures like incubi fed off sexual energy, or at least that's what all her paranormal fiction books depicted. She angled herself subtly in front of Maddie. "If you have information on Azure, let's hear it," she said coolly, suddenly eager to get out of his presence, despite the part of her that was filled with questions. Curiosity killed the cat, Lo. And that thought made her think of Dog, her cat. She missed his grumpy self. Lola would have to send a text to her mom to check up on them, and reassure them again that they don't need to send out a search party.
"Don't play games, demon," Taras warned, his eyes narrowing and taking on the shape of a lion's. Amusement sparked in Raphael's purple eyes. "Apologies. Some old habits are difficult to break. Do better."
Somehow Lyra's soft, kind voice seemed even more threatening than Taras's louder, sterner tone. Raphael inclined his head to the Prima.
"Of course. I recently learned Azure has been seen at an old plantation deep in the bayous."
Lola exchanged a look with Maddie. That could be a promising lead on the voodoo priestess they sought. If a voodoo priestess was going to live anywhere, surely it would be in a swamp.
"How did you come by this information?"
Taras's eyes narrowed a bit. Raphael shrugged, and his eyes held a mischievous gleam.
"Demons talk, or brag, rather. A little scratch demon got so excited that he actually saw the Snake King in the flesh, so of course he had to tell everyone he came into contact with."
"Scratch demon?" Lola asked. She shouldn't be curious, but come on, how can she not ask about a scratch demon? Raphael's smile turned sly.
"You ever get an itch for something you know you shouldn't try, or do, or say, or want, etc.? You can bet that a scratch demon is whispering in your ear, encouraging you to scratch that itch, even if it is to your detriment, especially if it's to your detriment."
"Snap," Lola breathed out. "That's creepy as all hell."
"You should see what they look like."
Raphael visibly cringed. "Moving on from creepy scratch demons, can you take us there?" Maddie asked eagerly. "To where the Snake King was seen?" Raphael's gaze turned predatory.
"I could arrange it, lovely."
Lola's skin crawled as she moved further in front of her friend. "Why would a demon want to help us? From all my research—" Maddie snorted at her words, no doubt because her research was simply bookshelves full of YA fiction novels. Lola cleared her throat. "From all my research, incubus demons aren't to be trusted. And demons, as far as I know, are like burn in hell kind of bad."
"Perhaps you've been researching in the wrong places."
Humor shone on Raphael's too handsome face. Lola's eyes narrowed. "Maybe." She tilted her head as she continued to examine him. Maddie bumped her, and Lola felt as if she'd suddenly woken from a daydream. She shook herself and shifted her eyes to the right. Taras spoke up, breaking the tension in the room.
"We'll discuss this information with Callan, Roan, and Nico when they return, before we take you up on your offer. Thank you for taking your time to come and share the information with us."
Inclining his head, Raphael turned his unsettling stare on Lyra. As he took her offered hand, his sleeve rode up, revealing strange markings on his wrist. They almost resembled chains? Lola's eyes narrowed. What strange tattoos?
"A pleasure, Prima."
Raphael purred over Lyra's hand. Lola bristled, ready to forcibly remove him, but Taras intervened, ushering the demon out. She practically vibrated with tension in his wake.
"Well?"
Lyra asked mildly once Taras returned. "What do you make of our guest?" "He gives me seriously bad vibes," Lola bit out. Incubi, in all the paranormal books I've read, aren't exactly known for their altruistic nature. They're portrayed as mischievous, deceitful, and evil. And he's buddies with Nico, who I'm pretty sure is insane. Taras looked thoughtful.
Those are pretty appropriate descriptions of Raphael's kind, but our shaman have made the demons less dangerous, and over time, they've become a part of the Kingdom of Chaos community.
So they didn't come with you guys from Demaria? Maddie asked.
Demons come from one place, Taras answered. Hell.
Then how'd you guys end up dealing with them? Lola questioned. Lyra took a seat on one of the couches and motioned for them to do the same.
You might want to sit down for this.
Taras took a seat next to his mate, while Lola and Maddie sat on the couch across from them. Lola rubbed her sweaty palms on her jeans as she tried to imagine what Taras could possibly tell them that would shock them at this point.
Remember how Callan told you our kind came to the human realm?
Lola nodded at Taras.
Well.
Taras reached over and took one of Lyra's hands in his, giving it a visible squeeze.
When our shaman opened the portal that let us through, we weren't the only thing that came through.
Maddie sucked in a sharp breath. You brought demons through your portal? Lola leaned forward intently as Taras explained how the demon incursion had happened centuries ago.
The tear in the veil between worlds weakened the boundaries keeping darker forces contained, he said grimly. A horde of vile creatures poured through before we could stop them.
Lola shuddered at the thought of demons flooding into their realm. But you managed to contain them eventually, right? Taras and Lyra exchanged a look heavy with memory.
Eventually, yes, Lyra answered gently. But only after much bloodshed and suffering. They reveled in spreading chaos and tormenting mortals.
Maddie paled slightly. Lola didn't blame her. The idea of malicious demons running amok was straight out of a horror movie. So how did you get them under control? Lola pressed. This history was important if they were going to be dealing with creatures like Raphael.
Taras stared into the fire, his eyes distant. We drove most back through the crumbling veil by strength of arms, but some dug deep, possessing beasts and mortals alike to mask themselves.
His expression turned bleak.
They are cunning parasites, not easily rooted out.
Lola frowned. But Raphael seems sort of, I don't know, tame, even if he is kinda creepy. If he's a demon, shouldn't he be all murdery?
Lyra smoothed her elegant skirts. That is thanks to the shaman. Their magic binds the remaining demons, curtailing their power and crueler impulses. Most now reside in the Kingdom of Chaos.
So they're on a supernatural leash, Maddie said. That explains Raphael's funky tattoo. It must be a binding mark.
How do you know what a binding mark is? Lyra's head tilted curiously.
Television, prima, Maddie winked. Paranormal shows galore, and the old adage that there's a little bit of truth to all myths.
Lola turned this over. She still didn't trust the incubus, but maybe he wasn't totally evil if his magic was shackled, though the hungry way he'd looked at Maddie still made her want to claw his eyes out.
I don't care how domesticated he seems, I don't trust him, Lola declared. He might be a chained attack dog, but he's still dangerous.
Lyra inclined her head. A fair concern. We know little of his motives in offering aid. He could be genuine, or he could have an alternative motive. I'd bet my claws on the latter, Taras said.
He said he was friends with Nico, Maddie pointed out. Perhaps we should give him a call and see what his take on it is.
Taras pulled out his cell phone, tapped the screen, then set it on the table in between the two couches. It rang loud enough for everyone to hear, and Lola realized he'd put it on speakerphone so they'd all be able to participate in the conversation. 3 rings later, Nico's voice came through the line. Miss me already, Prime? About as much as I missed that thorn I had in my paw for 3 months,
Taras said flatly, though his eyes held humor. It was obvious the Prime liked Nico, despite the fact that the Chaos Shaman seemed a tad unhinged.
What can I do for ya? Raphael stopped by to...
Taras was abruptly cut off by a deep, pissed-off voice.
What the hell was that demon doing in KOC territory? Roan asked.
Lola's eyes widened at the vehemence in the shaman's voice. Maybe he was spending too much time with Nico and the crazy was rubbing off on him.
If you wouldn't interrupt, I'd happily tell you, Taras snarled. Don't mind him, Dad. Callan's voice came through. He's been striking out with the
Callan's words were cut off by a sharp grunt, and then Lola's mate laughed. Maddie looked at her, brow raised in a what-the-hell expression. Lola shrugged. Apparently, going on a hunting mission put Nico and Callan in good moods, but pissed Roan off, which really wasn't shocking. Lola was beginning to think everything pissed Roan off. Lola leaned forward eagerly when Callan's rich voice came through the phone's speaker. Hearing her mate sent a rush of warmth through her, even if he was annoyingly far away.
Raphael paid you a visit?
Callan was all business now.
Did he threaten you in any way?
Lola smiled at the protective edge to his question. No threats, but he gave me seriously sketchy vibes. He said he had a lead on Azure's location and offered to take us there, and he flirted with Maddie.
I'm going to kill him,
Roan snarled, sounding almost as impressive as Callan did when he went all growly.
Yeah, Rafi can be kinda extra when he wants something,
the Chaos Shaman said, amusement in his raspy voice.
But he's mostly harmless. He does like the ladies.
Lola snorted. Mostly? And he's an incubus. Of course he likes the ladies.
Nico chuckled. All right, he's a pain in the ass. But if he offered to help find Azure, he probably meant it. That demon hates that snake more than any of us.
Lola and Maddie shared a surprised look. That gave them pause. Why would an incubus demon bear such hatred toward Azure? Perhaps sensing their confusion, Nico continued.
Let's just say Azure and Raffi have some ugly history. I'll let him tell you the details sometime. It's quite the tale.
His voice turned serious.
But if he says he knows where Azure is hiding out, believe him. Few can track the shadows like Raphael.
Lola worried her bottom lip. This new context changed things slightly, and they desperately needed to locate the voodoo witch to save Katy. Could they afford not to pursue Raphael's lead, as questionable as he seemed? Maddie must have been thinking the same thing. We should check out his tip, she said reluctantly. Who knows how much time Katy has? Lola nodded. As much as she disliked the demon, she had to agree. Callan spoke up, hesitation clear in his tone.
I don't like you putting yourself at risk around him, Sassy.
Warmth spread through Lola at the concern in her mate's voice. We'll be careful, she promised. But we need to find this witch, and Raphael might be our best shot.
Your mother and I won't let any harm come to her or Maddie, Taras added.
There was a long pause before Callan finally conceded.
All right, but keep me updated on everything he does. At the first sign of betrayal, I'll rip his horns off.
He didn't have horns, Maddie said slowly.
Not that you could see, Nico said playfully.
Good grief, Maddie muttered. When did my life get so weird?
Just watch yourself around him, Callan said sharply. Regardless of where he claims his loyalties lie, he's still a demon.
Lola grinned fiercely. Her mate's possessiveness could be annoying, but also weirdly hot. Deal. We've got this, babe.
Maybe Maddie should stay with Lyra at the...
Roan began, but Maddie clicked the end button on the phone. Lola's mouth dropped open. Did you just hang up on him? Maddie nodded enthusiastically. I totally did. Lyra laughed, which made Lola laugh. Taras shook his head and sighed.
I swear you young ones are going to be the death of me.
What? Maddie shrugged. He's a bossy, overbearing ass.
Lola, still laughing, said, She's not wrong. After they calmed down, Lola met Maddie's determined gaze. Let's go find us a witch and save our girl. With the men's reluctant blessing, the path ahead was clear. Okay, it was murky as hell, but it was more than they had before the demon had dropped in. They'd hear Raphael out about his lead to the Bayou plantation, but Lola would be watching the incubus like a hawk. One false move and she'd ask Callan to turn Roan loose on him. The KOC shaman seemed like he could use a good fight. Maybe it would loosen him up a little. Lola shook her head. Nope. The only thing that was going to loosen him up was Maddie. Dude had it bad for her. Chapter 4. I No Hero, I Just Auto.
Hell will freeze over before I allow my plans to be stopped. I don't care who I have to step on or slither over to accomplish what I've already set in motion.
Azure. The deposed king stalked the worn floors of the ramshackle plantation house, too agitated to remain still. The bayou's humid air pressed in around him, ripe with the scent of algae and secrets. Azure glanced out the grimy window at the foreboding swamp, wondering if he'd made a mistake coming here. Everything had fallen apart so quickly. One moment he'd held the key to unlimited power in his grasp. The next, fire and blood had rained down on the kingdom of Venom as that thrice-damned direwolf tore through his mansion, seeking his mate. Azure's hand fisted, and his serpentine eyes narrowed. He should have killed the she-wolf when he had the chance. Though her magic was extraordinary, she wasn't worth this catastrophe. A heavy scent of tobacco and rum announced his host's arrival. Azure turned with a hiss as the voodoo priestess, Marissa, swept into the cramped parlor. Her voluminous skirts took up what little space remained.
Such a gloomy face, Your Highness, Marissa crooned, skeletal hands twining in the beads and charms bedecking her garments. You should be pleased. The spell succeeded.
He barely refrained from striking her.
2 out of a dozen survived your spell, Azure spat. The rest turned to ash like all the others.
Marissa clicked her tongue.
Creating life where none exists before takes great sacrifice, Snake. But with time and the she-wolf's blood, the magic will stabilize.
Azure resumed pacing. He was so agitated that he was partially shifted, with his tail lashing haphazardly behind him. Marissa spoke as if victory was assured, but she hadn't seen the unhinged fury in the dire wolf's eyes as he tore through Azure's kingdom, hunting for his mate. Gage would not stop until the kingdom of Venom was razed and Azure's head was parted from his shoulders. And where was Xena when the wolves attacked? His mate had vanished, leaving no word of her fate. Unease stirred in Azure's chest. Surely she hadn't abandoned him, not when they were so close to obtaining freedom. A commotion outside caught his attention. Marissa turned, and her skirts rustled as she opened the weathered door. Azure went utterly still when 2 figures entered the parlor. Some of Marissa's men had grabbed the captive women who'd survived the fire, and now here they were. They were alive, albeit a little worse for wear. The women's wrists were bound. They stared at him with gaunt faces and wild eyes as Marissa's burly guards led them inside. Despite how badly they looked, they most definitely lived, and that was all that mattered. It meant that the witch's spell had succeeded in binding their life forces to that of the she-wolf. Elation rose in Azure, chasing away his doubts.
"What have you done to us?"
one girl sobbed, her blonde hair tangled around a bruised face.
I have offered you a gift. Before you were mere humans. Now you will be revered and sought after by males, who will practically worship the ground you walk on.
Azure looked them up and down.
You're welcome.
The king whirled on Marissa, new hope kindling as his mind worked through the nuances of what they'd done.
You can complete the bond without the she-wolf now, yes? Her blood was only to stabilize them at first.
Marissa tilted her head, her skeletal necklaces clacking together. I can try, Serpent, but without the source, the magic is weaker. Her death would unmake them completely. Azure barely kept his roar contained.
That mangy wolf stole her away. You said distance would not matter.
The priestess clucked reproachfully. I don't think that's what I said. She tapped her chin. Yes, I distinctly recall saying her death would break the spell. Of course, proximity to the source matters. The pull grows harder to resist over distance. The girls shuddered at her words, fresh tears coursing down their dirty cheeks. Azure dismissed them from thought. If he wished to cement his victory, he needed to retrieve the she-wolf or force her wolf to return her. We have 2 successes, Marissa pointed out softly. Is it not wiser to be content rather than risk more failure chasing what is beyond your grasp? Azure trembled with the urge to strike her, but sadly she had a point. Much could still be salvaged from this debacle if he proceeded carefully. The 2 new animi could be molded into weapons and offered to his allies. Words of this success would smooth over the unrest in his kingdom. Azure took a slow breath, regaining control. The she-wolf's loss galled him, but he would endure it. Unless... The wheels in Azure's mind started turning as he considered ways to bring the she-wolf back under his control. There was one sure way that she would come running. Otto. Yes, there were other paths to power yet left unexplored that didn't involve the girl. But before he attempted to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, he needed to exhaust one final effort to get Katy Dire back. He just needed that damn little lizard. The dire wolf had only stalled the inevitable. For now, he could adapt. Turning to Marissa, Azure inclined his head.
You speak wisdom, Marissa. We will make do with what we have for now.
There was no need to share his plan to capture the she-wolf's Achilles heel. Marissa's usefulness would come to an end soon anyway. He gestured dismissively at the captive women.
Let's get tattoos on them and see where they'll end up. I must contact my allies and take stock of who remains loyal after Gage's rampage.
Marissa bowed low, beads clacking. It will be done, my king. Azure didn't bother to address her disingenuous action. She was a prickly witch, and she enjoyed getting a rise out of him. She snapped her fingers, and the guards dragged the crying girls away. Alone with his thoughts once more, Azure moved to the writing desk tucked in the corner. Texts to type, calls to make, and allies to appease if he wished to salvage his kingdom from the dire wolf's devastation. Gage would rue the day he challenged Azure. But first, there was the troubling matter of his missing mate. Xena would never abandon him willingly, which meant she must have come to harm when the mansion was attacked. His chest ached at the thought. Despite their quarrels, he loved her. Maybe not to the extent that she wished, but to the extent that he was capable, and that had always been enough in the past. Azure added finding Xena to his growing list of tasks. Once she was safe at his side again, they would welcome a new heir and destabilize the other kingdoms from within. A slow smile curved his lips. He was far from defeated. The dire wolf had only awakened a viper's lethal potential. When next they met, It would be Gage begging for mercy at his feet. Diplomacy and clever machinations would strengthen his position for now, but soon enough, the taste of vengeance would be sweet on Azure's tongue. All it required was patience. Fortune always returned to favor the bold, his mother had said, and Azure was nothing if not bold, and also cunning and hungry to reclaim his rightful power. Let his enemies think him weakened and in hiding. The Snake King knew that sometimes to find victory, one must first play the victim. For now, though, there was work to be done. He picked up his phone and sent out a text to one of his most trusted allies. "I need Otto. He is the key to controlling the dire she-wolf." The reply was swift. "Consider it done." Otto scurried through the dense underbrush, his small heart heavy with sorrow. The forest was shrouded in mist, and faint beams of sunlight filtered down to dapple the loamy earth. But the beauty of the coming evening was lost on the desolate lizard. His thoughts dwelled only on the atrocious circumstances facing his mistress, Katy. He blinked back tears, his throat tight. Otto had been so happy when the great direwolf Gage brought him and Katy here, a place where he didn't have to worry about Azure's abuse, Xena's crazy, or any other KOV member that might seek to torment him. Katy cared for him kindly, and Gage treated Otto with respect. He had never imagined that life could be so sweet. Katy, even with her hilarious attitude, had always been kind to Otto, seeing him as more than just a dumb beast or oddity. Next to Gage, she was the first one to show Otto genuine friendship. But now, fate threatened to steal his brave, bright Katy away forever. The small creature crept under a weathered log, claws digging furrows in the dark earth. It wasn't fair. Katy deserved happiness with her wolf, not this torment. If only there was some way Otto could protect her, as she had tried to protect him. Voices up ahead drew Otto from his melancholy thoughts. Peering out cautiously, he spotted Gage pacing the small clearing. The dire wolf's face was drawn, and his shoulders bowed as he spoke urgently into his phone. Otto crept close enough to listen.
"Agreed. The priestess must die,"
Gage rasped, raw desperation in his rough voice. He raked an agitated hand through his ink-black hair.
"I'll kill her myself, and then that damn Serpent King as well. I don't need the pack's assistance, and you have a kingdom to run, Nox. Just let me handle it."
Otto's heart squeezed at the wolf's obvious anguish. This strong, unyielding warrior was brought low by the thought of losing his love. It wasn't right. After another moment, Gage growled out a terse farewell and ended the call. He stared down at the device for a long moment before his hand tightened into a trembling fist. With a roar of agony, he hurled the phone against a nearby tree where it shattered into a dozen pieces. Chest heaving, the dire wolf braced his hands against the tree trunk and hung his head.
"Forgive me, Visata,"
he choked out. The watching lizard lowered his eyes, feeling like an intruder upon Gage's private grief. Slowly, he backed away until the wolf's tormented sounds faded into the mist. Otto's own anguish throbbed like an open wound in his small chest. Was there truly no way to spare Katy from being sacrificed for those other females? Lost in desolation, Otto wandered aimlessly through the woods until he came across a sunlit, dead tree covered in lichen. Perched on one gnarled branch was another lizard, watching him curiously. Otto scampered closer, his heart lifting a bit. Perhaps talking to one of his own kind would soothe his spirit. The wild lizard was smaller than Otto, his brown skin streaked with darker bands. He seemed unafraid as Otto approached, and his head tilted in what appeared to be a friendly greeting. Gathering his courage, Otto called up to the fellow reptile. "Hellos." The wild lizard blinked slowly but didn't respond. Still, he peered down at Otto in obvious interest and welcome. Taking this as an invitation, Otto began to unburden his troubled heart.
"My mistress, she troubled," he shared mournfully. "She caught vile snare that not her fault. Two ladies she don't know will live if she die, but they die, she live. Katy not die, or Otto," he pointed to himself, "die too."
Saying it out loud made Otto's heart ache all the more. The wild lizard crawled down the trunk, coming to rest on an adjacent branch and fixing Otto with an intent stare. Encouraged by his rapt attention, Otto went on.
"I save her, but how?" he shrugged. "I no hero. I just Otto."
He swiped at a tear with his tail.
"Unless—"
Otto slowly lifted his head as an idea took shape. Unless those two wretched lives could somehow be extinguished. The wild lizard cocked his head, hanging on every impassioned word. Heart racing now, Otto continued in a fervent rush.
"I bite, things die."
His lips turned up slightly, revealing his sharp teeth.
"All except Visada dire wolves."
He met the other lizard's bright gaze beseechingly.
"What if Otto bite females attached to my mistress?"
He rubbed his little hands together as a plan began to form. His feral little cousin did not react, but Otto was too caught up in constructing his daring plan to notice.
Yes, could work," he exclaimed,
claws flexing in anticipation.
"I stalk them wherever they are go. Otto good at hiding. And then I bite."
He mimed striking, lost in thought. The machinations swirled around in his head. Those girls' deaths would free Katy from the spell's cruel snare. She would live and have her happily ever after with Gage, never knowing of Otto's heinous but necessary act. His conscience pricked faintly, but he pushed it aside. For Katy, he would brave any darkness. Filled with newfound purpose, Otto turned to his silent woodland companion.
"Thank you listening to Otto. You are good buddy."
He touched the lizard's nose gently in farewell.
"I save my mistress. Luck me give."
The little reptile slowly blinked his acquiescence. With a final grateful look, Otto scampered off into the underbrush. His path was clear. Katy's life would be spared, no matter how bloody Otto's own claws must become. Where love dwelled, sometimes darkness must follow. With luck, Katy would never know the true cost of Otto's devotion. For her, his soul would pay any price. When he reached the window that would lead to Gage and Katy's room, Otto scurried up the wall to the ledge. The window was kept slightly cracked so he could come and go as he pleased. He peered in and saw Katy on the phone, as she was every evening about this time. No doubt talking to her two friends, Lola and Maddie. Otto couldn't wait to meet them. They seemed to be just as odd as Katy, but also just as kind. Usually he would just go right in, but Katy's words gave him pause. He pushed the window open a little farther so he could hear better.
"What do you mean the women are missing?"
Katy asked, her voice rising. Otto strained his supernatural hearing so that he'd be able to hear the girls on the other end of the phone. Link called and said Slick had informed him that the two females who'd survived are gone. It was the girl Otto recognized as Lola speaking. Either they took off or Azure managed to nab them.
"Who's in control over at KOV now that Azure is in hiding?" Katy asked.
Otto had to bite his tongue to keep from answering. He imagined that it was most likely Azure's great-nephew. He hadn't talked with Katy about it yet because she slept so much, and when she was awake, she always seemed so fragile. Otto couldn't bring himself to burden her with anything, so he would let her rub his head and talk until she fell asleep.
"Wait, back the truck up."
Katy's voice drew Otto's attention from his thoughts.
"A demon? Like sulfur-breathing from the depths of hell, honest-to-goodness demon?"
Otto froze. His entire body went still as stone as he focused all his attention on Lola's voice. He's an incubus, and he claims to know where Azure has slunk off to. Callan has given me the all-clear to go hunt him down."
"Given you the all-clear?"
Katy teased.
"Shut up,"
Lola laughed. "Go tell Gage you're going to follow a demon around the swamps of Louisiana and see how he takes it."
Katy snorted. "I think I'll pass. As it is right now, he's had to replace several cell phones. They keep jumping out of his hands and hitting walls."
Otto bit his bottom lip to keep from snickering. His mistress was funny.
"So you, Maddie, Taras, and Lyra are going to follow an incubus demon into the bayou?"
Katy confirmed. "That's the plan," Lola said. "Well, first he's coming back here tomorrow to go over the actual plan. Then we will head off after the Snake King."
"Why don't you wait on Callan to get back from his visit to the Kingdom of Silk?" "Because, Katy, apparently it's rude to rush the arachnids." Maddie's voice came through the phone. "Roan said the king and queen are easily offended, and if they want their cooperation, then they need not offend them. I asked Callan why on earth they took Roan if that was the case. That dude offends the air simply by having the gall to breathe it in."
Once again, Otto had to bite back his laughter. Maddie wasn't wrong. Shaman Roan was quite a grump.
"You two better not get your asses lost in a swamp or eaten by a crocodile," Katy warned. "I will be ticked the hell off if you do."
Otto saw his opportunity and scurried under the window and into the room. He hurried down the wall, across the floor, and then launched himself into the air, landing on the bed next to Katy. She was so used to him popping up like that she didn't even jump.
"I go," Otto pointed to himself. "I go with the Lola and the Maddie mistress. I keep them safe."
Katy's eyes widened. She appeared to be considering his offer.
"What if you get eaten?" "I bite."
He snapped his sharp teeth at Katy.
"Everything die."
"Have I mentioned that your new friend is a little creepy?" Lola asked through the phone.
"He's not lying," Katy said. "His venom is apparently dangerous to everyone except Gage and me because of the dire wolf in us." "So is Otto saying that if a croc takes a nibble, he could kill it?"
Otto nodded vigorously at Maddie.
"I not gonna die," he told Katy. "I protect the Lola and the Maddie."
Katy stared at him for several heartbeats, her eyes softening as she held his gaze.
"Okay," she nodded. "Okay, you go and keep my friend safe, but you stay safe too."
He smiled and resisted rubbing his hands together. His plan was coming together, and soon his Katy would be free of her bonds.
"He can use the packed jet," Gage said from the doorway.
"Lurker?" Katy looked over at her mate, a small smile forming.
Gage shrugged. "You're mine. I can lurk if I want."
Otto chuckled. These two were perfect for each other. "Okay, send your lizard ASAP. Raphael will be here tomorrow mid-morning. I don't know exactly the time frame on when we will leave, but I don't want to wait if we don't have to." Katy hung up the phone and looked at Otto.
"Swear to me that you won't let anything happen to you."
Otto held up his clawed hand.
"I swears."
She opened her arms, and Otto didn't hesitate to give her a hug. It was like embracing the sun after the coldest winter. Otto had never experienced such affection, and he thrived from it, feeling more alive than he ever had.
"Okay, Otto,"
Gage growled, though there was no heat in it.
"That's enough flirting with my female. Let's get you on the plane."
Otto gave Katy's hand a final pat, and then jumped from the bed, heading for the doorway. Gage passed him on his way to his female.
"Can I get you anything before I take him?"
Gage's voice was full of concern. "I'm good," Katy said, a little breathlessly. "Just be safe."
"Always am."
"Liar," she chuckled. "Love you, Otto."
"Love you, mistress. Rest, or I bite you."
Katy laughed. "Wouldn't have it any other way, little man." Otto watched as Gage pressed a kiss to Katy's forehead. His heart squeezed in his chest to see the huge direwolf brought to his heels by his mate. If anyone deserved the peace of a mate, it was Gage.
"All right, lizard," Gage said gruffly. "Let's get you to the Kingdom of Claws so you can watch out for Katy's friends."
Otto waved one last time at Katy and then followed after the direwolf. His plan was falling into place. Within a couple of days, Katy would be free. Chapter 5. Demons gonna demon, I guess. An incubus, animus, lizard, and human walk into a swamp. Sounds like the beginning of a really bloody joke. Maddie. "Lola, Maddie." Lyra's voice rang out through the entryway of the large home, carrying all the way to the library, which was several hallways away. "There's someone here I think you will be excited to meet. He arrived late last night, but I didn't want to wake you." When Lola entered the foyer, Lyra stepped to the side, revealing a short, humanoid, lizard-looking being. He was adorable, and Lola opened her mouth to say so, but Lyra gave a sharp shake of her head. "Katy sent me a text." The Prima cut her eyes toward Otto. "To the effect of, keep all cuteness comments to yourself around the lizard." "Otto not cute," the little guy said, but the baggy jeans and t-shirt he wore rendered his words completely false. "The hell you're not," Lola thought mentally, but stayed her tongue. "Oh my gosh, he's so freaking cute," Maddie started, but froze mid-step and mid-speak when Otto hissed at her. Badass. So freaking badass." Maddie quickly switched gears. "I was totally going to say he's the freaking baddest ass of all badasses." Otto," the lizard said again. "I swears to protect you for Katy." Lola could tell he took his job seriously. "Thank you, Otto. We are most grateful for your assistance." "We're just waiting for our other guest to arrive," Lyra said. "Demons aren't known for their promptness." She motioned for Otto to follow her, and Lola and Maddie fell in step behind them. Maddie made a squishing motion with her hands toward Otto. Lola shook her head. She leaned in close. "If he bites you, you die." Maddie dropped her hands. "Damn, lizards of Demaria don't play." Lola sighed. "Just try not to offend him. I don't need two best friends playing chicken with death." They each took a chair in the little sitting room. It was hard for Lola not to stare at the strange-looking lizard. He was like a pug or French bulldog. So ugly they're cute. "Demon not to trust." Otto looked at each of them. "They only for selves." The Prima made an agreeing sound, but then added, "Sometimes we have to take a leap of faith, even if what we're leaping into seems dangerous." No offense, Lyra, but every step in this supernatural world is a leap of faith because everything and everyone is dangerous, especially to us humans. I'm walking around seeing tigers, cheetahs, and lions and thinking, man, I hope they've had breakfast. Lola laughed at Maddie. "You don't have enough meat on you to make a full meal. Gain a good 50 pounds, and then the beasts here might consider you as more than just a twig with legs." Maddie leveled her eyes at Lola. "You suck." "I keep you safe," Otto repeated. Lola didn't want to insult the little guy, but she wasn't exactly sure how a lizard no taller than a 2-year-old could keep them safe from a 30-foot snake, or a demon for that matter. "I'm holding you to that, little man," Maddie told the lizard. "And I hold a grudge, so don't go letting me down." Otto grumbled something in what Lola recognized as the Demarian language. She was going to have to get Callan to teach her so she wouldn't be insulted by a lizard and not know it. Taras walked in and sat down next to his mate. He looked at Otto.
"It's good to see you out from under the thumb of Azure, Otto. I'm glad to have you in my home."
Otto bowed his head. "I thanks you." As they descended into silence, Lola forced herself to sit still on the stiff settee, resisting the urge to fidget as they waited for Raphael to arrive. Her nerves were not helped by the presence of Katy's unusual friend. After a moment, he began to scurry about, as if looking for something, and then the small lizard creature perched tensely on the ornate coffee table, his bulbous eyes constantly roving the room. He seemed ready to bite anything that moved too suddenly. Having a supernatural attack lizard underfoot was doing nothing for Lola's anxiety. Maddie leaned over and whispered, "What are the odds Raphael is going to push Otto's buttons just for kicks and giggles?" Lola winced. "Ever in our favor, if I was guessing." Suddenly, the sitting room doors swept open. Lola tensed, expecting the incubus, but it was Wyatt. His eyes quickly took in the room and then landed on Otto. A mischievous grin spread wide across his handsome face. "Oh, hell," Maddie muttered. Otto was on his feet in a flash, puffing up in a show of aggression as he hissed at the panther playboy. "I bite you!" Wyatt froze, looking bemused at the display. "Whoa there, little guy." Lola quickly scooped up the indignant Otto before he could launch himself at Wyatt. "No biting. Did Katy send you here with a muzzle or something? Anything to keep your teeth to yourself?" The lizard muttered, but settled in her arms. The panther's lips twitched.
"Fierce protector you have there."
His amusement faded.
"Though I have heard you're about to be dealing with a demon. That's no place for a young warrior."
"Otto older than you," the lizard growled. Lola sighed, absently stroking Otto's spiky frill. "I know, but try convincing Katy not to protect the people she loves." Understanding flashed in Wyatt's eyes.
"Just so. Be cautious. The bayou holds many threats, some with friendly faces."
His penetrating gaze seemed to say they should be wary, even of supposed allies.
"I'll be out front if you need me, Prime."
Wyatt turned on his heel and stalked away. Otto suddenly writhed in her grasp. "Demon comes!" Sure enough, Raphael strode casually through the doors a moment later. Maddie tensed beside her, but Lola kept a firm grip on the snarling Otto. The incubus paused, one brow quirking at the reactions to his arrival. His sharp eyes lingered on Otto curiously.
"New friends, Lola?"
She gave him a tight smile. "Just some added protection against any snakes in the grass." Raphael laughed, the sound smooth as honey.
"A wise precaution for entering the bayou."
He took a seat, relaxed as a lounging panther.
"Shall we discuss the details of our impending journey?"
Lola clenched her jaw, hugging Otto closer, like a scaly security blanket. She just had to get through this. Then they could find the witch and save Katy. Meeting Raphael's knowing gaze head-on, she said evenly, "Yes, let's get this over with." No matter how the demon tried to unbalance her, Lola refused to show fear. She had faced worse monsters than him in New York's shadows. This was merely another beast to outsmart, and with Otto as backup, she just might survive the Viper's den unscathed. Lola tried to focus as Raphael laid out a map and then showed them the route to the remote bayou plantation. But it was difficult with a grumbling Otto glaring daggers at the demon the whole time. She just hoped the prickly lizard wouldn't actually lunge and bite Raphael before they got the information they needed. "Do you have an exact location for the plantation house itself?" Maddie asked when Raphael finally finished. "That swamp looks huge to be searching blindly." The incubus smiled, flashing a dimple that no doubt lured many poor souls to their doom.
"Fret not. I can guide you straight there. The bayou holds no mysteries from me."
Lola tensed at his smooth assurance. She didn't trust his motives here at all.
"It's not the bayou's mysteries we're concerned about, Raphael," Taras said sharply. "We need to know we can trust you."
"Demon and trust don't seem like two words that go together," Maddie said. Lola kept her eyes on the map as her gut churned over her friend's words. A shiver ran down her spine as Raphael's sharp gaze turned to her.
You seem distracted, lovely Lola. Are you quite all right?
Lola resisted the urge to hurl a pillow at his smug face. Just ready to get this trip over with, she bit out. The damn demon had the nerve to look amused, like her clearly evident hostility entertained him. He just loved trying to get under her skin. Well, she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Standing abruptly, she set Otto on the couch. Taras, Lyra, if that's all the info we need, we should get ready to leave first thing tomorrow, don't you think? She angled her body toward the door in clear dismissal. Raphael took his time rising from the settee, brushing imaginary lint from his jacket, no doubt just to irk her.
Bright and early. I look forward to having you ladies under my care.
His gaze turned smoky as he eyed her and then Maddie. Lola cringed inwardly. Could he be any more obvious? She felt like a gazelle being toyed with by a lion. She gave him a brittle smile. Great. See you then. As she scooped Otto up and herded Maddie quickly from the room, she heard Raphael's low chuckle behind them. Lola gritted her teeth. She was so done playing his games. But she'd put up with the demon if it led them to the priestess. Otto twisted to glare over Lola's shoulder, tail lashing. I bites him if he hurts yous or the Maddie, the lizard declared ferociously. Despite her unease, Lola laughed. Thanks, Otto. We've got this. With her prickly protector at her side, maybe she stood a chance against the demon's mind games. For Katy's sake, into the snake nest she'd go and dare the vipers to strike. Nico lounged atop one of the elaborately carved settees in the Silky's receiving chamber, but his sharp gaze took in every detail as they awaited an audience with the Spider King and Queen. He catalogued each exit, the patterns of the guards' patrols, and the way sound echoed slightly off the vaulted ceilings. One could never be too aware of their surroundings when dealing with royalty, even supposed allies, especially in their own web.
You look ready to stab someone, Roan rumbled from his tense perch nearby. I thought arachnids were your kind of people, with their crazy, shifty eyes and sparkly silk clothes.
Nico grinned.
Oh, I like them just fine when you know they're hustling you. He flourished a hand lazily. But when the Silkies put on airs of civility, that's when you gotta watch your back.
Callan shook his head, leaning against a pillar across from them. The lion seemed tired, likely worrying after his new mate.
Not all of us assume the worst in others, Nico.
Nico shrugged, unbothered.
Hey, just calling it like I see it. Everyone's got an angle. Me? I prefer when they don't pretend otherwise.
Before Callan could reply, the far doors swept open. Lyric glided in, followed by an elegant couple that could only be the king and queen. Nico sat up straighter, taking their measure. Queen Athena moved with refined grace, her beauty more striking than the loveliest sunset. But it was the calculating gleam in her bright eyes that gave Nico pause. This one was clever, shrewd, and not to be underestimated. King Aurelius cut an imposing figure beside her, power evident in his broad shoulders and commanding air. His sharp gaze sized them up just as closely as Athena had done. Nico inclined his head in a show of respect. Once seated, the pleasantries began, Lyric making introductions. Nico let the conversations flow around him, only speaking when required. His role here was to watch and listen. Finally, talk turned to the reason for the meeting.
We have heard troubling rumors about dissent from within the kingdoms, Callan said gravely. But know not from where this unrest stems.
You seek to root out Azure's allies,
Queen Athena surmised, her voice smooth as silk.
A dangerous game, Lion Prince.
Nico didn't miss the glance she exchanged with her king at Callan's title.
Interesting.
Callan either didn't notice or ignored it.
Dangerous indeed, should war break out,
he conceded.
We hope only to avoid further bloodshed. We've all been down that road and know where it leads. Peace is fragile, now more than ever,
King Aurelius said solemnly.
Perhaps some alliances are best left in shadow for the good of all. Definitely interesting.
Nico sat forward.
Respectfully, Your Majesty, shadows can conceal vipers as well as mice. If we knew which nobles treat with Azure, they could be reasoned with, brought back to the light.
He kept his tone polite, only vaguely cajoling. Athena's piercing eyes turned on him.
And what would you know of walking in darkness, Chaos Bringer?
The question held a biting edge. Nico widened his eyes innocently.
Very little, my queen. I prefer the open road, as wild and free as my kingdom's namesake.
He paused.
But even I know serpents thrive in shadows if the sun is too bright.
The queen's eyes narrowed, but whatever she might have said was interrupted by the king's rumbling laugh.
It's been a long time since I have entertained the shaman of the Kingdom of Chaos. I have forgotten how sharp and cunning your tongue can be.
The king looked at Callan.
You have an interesting associate, Prince Callan.
Callan grimaced faintly.
Nico takes some getting used to, but his counsel has proven wise, if unconventional at times.
Roan made a derisive sound, earning a sly grin from Nico. Callan threw them both quelling glares before returning his attention to their hosts.
Might we prevail upon your aid, King Aurelius? Any information could prevent catastrophe.
The Spider King exchanged another loaded glance with his mate. Nico repressed a smile. Even without words, the power dynamic here was clear. The lady ruled this court in truth, her shrewd mind the one they must persuade. With an elegant shrug, Athena said,
We know little of Azure's allies outside rumor and hearsay, but discretion guides our steps.
She studied them intently.
Sometimes respecting secrets preserves the peace, as lions should understand.
Definitely no help forthcoming, then.
Nico kept his easy smile in place, though irritation pricked. He caught Lyric's eye, and she gave an almost imperceptible shake of her head. Message received. Additional pressure would not sway the obstinate royals. Callan seemed to realize the same, as he smoothly changed course.
Of course, we defer to your wisdom in protecting your people.
He stood and bowed respectfully.
Might we beg just one further boon before taking our leave? There are some who yet remain here that should return with us, by your grace, of course.
Athena raised one elegant brow.
The animi that wear the marks of the Kingdom of Claws.
At Callan's nod, she waved a hand dismissively.
Yes, collect them if you wish. We've no need of them using our resources when they are of no use to us.
Nico's jaw tightened at her callous words. Just like the spiders to treat something not important to them as nothing special. But now was not the time to pick that battle. He cleared his throat and raised his brow at her. Athena rolled her eyes.
Fine, shaman. You can have the ones with the Kingdom of Chaos marks as well.
She sighed dramatically.
Do you also wish us to release all the other kingdoms' animi to you?
That won't be necessary,
Callan interjected.
We trust you will do right by the other kingdoms.
The rest of the formal parting words passed in a blur. Nico's shoulders loosened imperceptibly once they were away from the cunning royals. Their mission here may have failed, But at least Callan secured the animi's release. Small victories. As they made their way out of the palace, Lyric pulled him aside, concern in her eyes. "You tread a dangerous line provoking the queen so, Nico," she chided gently. Nico flashed her a rakish grin. "Now, Lyric, you know I was a perfect gentleman." At her unimpressed look, he laughed. "Someone had to ask the question. Royals don't like getting their hands dirty if they can avoid it." Lyric shook her head ruefully. "Be cautious, my friend. The silk may appear smooth, but still it ensnares." With a final squeeze of his arm, she glided away. Nico watched her go. However this brewing storm ended, the aftermath would leave scars. He only hoped friendships and loyalties could weather the coming trials. With a deep breath, he went to join the others as they waited at the bottom of the stairs to the mansion. When their heads turned in his direction, Nico glanced over his shoulder and saw a dozen or more females come out of the doors they'd just exited. He put on his best smile and nodded to them as they walked past. Nico noted the ones with bare arms that had tattoos representing the Kingdom of Chaos. He wondered how many of the Damarians from his kingdom would find their mate and be made whole. Once they'd all passed him, he turned and followed until he stood next to Callan, Bane, and Roan. The Kingdom of Claw's shaman stood with his arms folded in front of his chest, glaring down at the females. He looked ready to throttle them rather than assist them. "Are all of you here of your own free will?" Roan asked, his voice gruff. Some of them nodded, and some spoke up and said yes. There was one that caught Nico's eye. She seemed to be attempting to hide behind two of the other females, and they kept shifting every time this petite blonde moved. "Why are they hiding you, skittish mouse?" Nico wondered as he began to walk, taking slow steps around the circle of females. She tried to shift away quickly when she realized that Nico was watching her intently. "What is your name?" The female's eyes widened as she glanced up at the two women who still attempted to move in front of her, but Nico pinned them with his stare and slowly shook his head. "What's the problem?" Callan asked. Nico tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he watched his prey. "We seem to have a little bird that is with the wrong flock." "She's Kingdom of Wings?" Roan asked. Nico's hand shot out, and he grabbed the female's arm. He made sure not to hurt her. He pushed up the long sleeve of her baggy sweater until he could see the tattoo on her bicep. His eyes widened as he stared at the snake he'd only ever seen one other time. "Kingdom of Venom," Nico corrected Roan. "What the hell?" the Kingdom of Claw's shaman cursed. "Why are you with these women?" "Leave her alone," one of the tall guard dog females said through clenched teeth. "She's been through enough." "She's been hurt?" Callan's voice was filled with concern. "Like the rest of us, she was kidnapped and told to pick a man to marry," a stocky brunette with pretty hazel eyes said. "Oh, and did I mention that man turned into a big-ass spider?" Nico chuckled. "I can see how that might be traumatizing." "Glad I amuse you," the little female said. "We're trying to right our wrongs," Roan told the group of females. "You won't be hurt, and you won't be forced to mate with someone you don't want." "All of this has been explained to you, hasn't it?" Callan raised his eyebrows. "Lyric told us what Visada said," the brunette said. "We're the only ones who stayed. The rest were nulled and sent on their way." "The king and queen didn't mention that." Nico's eyes stayed on the KOV female. "Why are you staring at her like she's a new species?" Bane spoke up for the first time since they'd arrived the day before. To say Bane was a man of few words was an understatement. "What if I told you that this one is the mate to a male who is about to be crowned a king?" Nico looked at Bane and then Roan. "The new king of KOV, to be exact." Roan walked around until he stood on the other side of the female. Nico motioned to the still visible tattoo.
I've seen her tattoo before. It was on Azure's great-nephew.
I don't want to go to the kingdom of Venom, the female spoke up.
Callan eyed the woman.
What's your name?
Rose.
Her eyes shifted around as if she was looking for an escape. Nico hoped she didn't run because Callan and Bane would be driven to chase her.
Rose, Nico repeated. It's not very reptilian.
Maybe because I'm not a reptile, she shot back, showing a little backbone. That was good. She would need it.
That tattoo says otherwise. Roan motioned to her arm. Have you agreed to stay a part of our world?
Rose nodded, albeit reluctantly.
Then you have to go to the kingdom to which you've been assigned. If you get there and hate Talbot, you don't have to mate with him.
Rose's face turned a bright red. Nico chuckled.
He didn't mean that kind of mating. Roan meant you don't have to bond your life to his.
Her eyes dropped to the ground.
Then he'd only have half a soul.
Her voice was soft, and Nico could actually hear the pain in it. It bothered her, the idea of Talbot not having access to his beast.
Yes, Nico agreed. He may be an animal, but he's not a monster. He would never force you to be with him, no matter what it means for his soul. Talbot is nothing like his great-uncle.
One of the other girls, a female with dark chocolate skin and long braids, took Rose's hand.
You know we've got your back. You want to stay with us? Then we will make that happen.
The woman looked at Nico and then the other males in a clear challenge.
Brave woman. Too bad she wasn't a shaman.
Rose shook her head.
It's okay, Lex.
Lex gave her hand a visible squeeze before letting it go.
I'll go,
she told Nico, lifting her chin and pulling back her shoulders. Her white blonde hair blew away from her face, and Nico noticed for the first time that she had multiple piercings in both ears and a nose ring.
Don't even think it.
Roan's tone held a warning as he glared at Nico. He raised his hands.
What? I wasn't thinking a thing. Bullshit, Bane coughed. Talbot would kill you, Callan pointed out.
Nico shook his head.
He'd try. That doesn't mean he'd succeed.
What am I missing?
What aren't you missing, Rose, is the better question, Lex said with a smirk. Rose folded her arms in front of her.
I'm not that oblivious.
You kind of are, the brunette smiled.
Regardless of your state of alertness, we need to get going before the Silkies decide they want us caught in their web.
Nico pulled out his phone and sent a quick text to Wolfgang, the king of chaos. Seconds later, he got confirmation.
Okay, I've got to jet to take Rose to New Orleans, he said to the group. I'll call Talbot on the way.
Nico looked at Rose.
This isn't goodbye to your friends. You're not a prisoner.
I know,
she sniffed. The girls all gathered around and hugged her. They asked about phone numbers and made her promise to text as soon as she landed.
I'll be in touch once she's settled,
Nico told Callan, Roan, and Bane.
We'll be heading back to the KOC, Roan replied. Maddie texted me. They've met with the demon, and apparently Katy's little protector, Otto, is joining them. They leave in the morning. Callan's going to lose his mind if he doesn't get to accompany his mate to confront the voodoo priestess, and possibly Azure. Just head there when you're done.
Nico nodded and then marched off to one of the two SUVs. He quickly shot off a text to Lyric.
Thanks for the vehicle.
3 dots appeared and then her response. I knew you'd figure out there was one that didn't fit in with the others, and I knew you'd do the right thing.
Let's go, Rosebud.
He pulled the passenger door open for her. As she got in, she shot him a glare.
Never call me that again.
Nico winked at her before he shut the door.
Why are all the good ones taken? He muttered under his breath.
As he put the vehicle in drive, he considered that their task here was done, but the real work had just begun. Ferreting out Azure's allies would not be easy, even if the Silkies rebuffed them. Dark days loomed ahead. But Nico had survived worse odds. As long as he had the open road ahead and allies at his side, he would face whatever chaos came. The future remained theirs to shape, no matter how dire it now seemed. After all, storms always passed, and tomorrow's dawn unfailingly held renewed promise. Onward to the next adventure, which at the moment consisted of a reluctant animus that was about to become a queen to a kingdom on the verge of ruin. Damn, and he thought his task was difficult. Chapter 6. Tough little thing.
Snakes. There are 10 damn kingdoms, and I get the snake one. Why couldn't it have been the mouse kingdom, or butterfly kingdom, or something that doesn't slither and have scales? Any place where I don't have to keep an antidote on hand in case I get bitten.
Rose. Rose peered out the small window of the luxurious private jet and watched the clouds drift by far below. She still couldn't quite believe everything that had happened in the last few days. Her life as an animus had become routine, even ordinary, if you will. After 5 years of living with the arachnids, she'd accepted her fate. She was content to remain in their gilded cage forever and never have someone to love or be loved by in return. And now she was apparently the destined mate of the new Snake King and en route to rule at his side. She inwardly snorted. Rose had never ruled anything. She preferred to stay to herself and people watch. People did funny things when they thought no one was watching.
"Enjoying the view?"
a gravelly voice asked. Rose turned to see Nico leaning casually against the cabin wall, watching her with a smile crinkling the corners of his intense silver eyes. They fit in well with all the silver piercings on his face and ears.
Just trying to wrap my head around everything. It's not every day you find out you're destined to be mated to a king who also happens to be a shape-shifting snake. It's kind of a lot.
Nico chuckled.
"No, that's not a common occurrence. But then, not every day does a kingdom find its fated leader and lady in the same era."
He gave an exaggerated bow.
"Truly, the tattoo on your skin proves you are meant for this, Rose. I know it seems unbelievable."
Rose glanced down at the shimmering emerald snake coiled around her upper arm, apparently the match to one adorning the future king. When Jaxine, the arachnid tattoo artist, had done Rose's tattoo, she hadn't acted like she had seen it before.
I'm 24 years old. I don't have a college degree. I have very little employment history. I've never even been in a serious relationship, and yet you expect me to basically get married and run a supernatural society.
Her tone grew more agitated. Rose shook her head.
I'm no queen, Nico. I'm just a girl from Northern California who happened to walk into the wrong herbal tea shop at the wrong time.
The shaman came over and took the seat across from her.
"None of those things matter any longer."
She opened her mouth to speak, but closed it when Nico held up his hand.
"I'm not saying your life before wasn't important, but you've made the choice to stay when you were given the option to go. You could still change your mind, you know."
"It's not that simple," she said briskly. "If I walk away, I doom this Talbot dude to a pretty crappy existence. How is that a choice?"
Nico's brow rose.
"It shows what kind of person you are that you have considered what his life would be like based on your choice. If I had to bet, I'd bet on you being a damn good queen. Visada chose you for a reason, little flower."
His raspy voice held warm conviction.
"The greatest kings and queens were not born to it, but had greatness thrust upon them when destiny called."
He patted her hand reassuringly.
"All will be well. My friend Talbot is a good man. He will help you adjust to your new role."
Rose bit her lip.
"This Talbot, what's he like?"
If she had to marry a stranger, she wished to know something about him at least.
Nico smiled. "Ah, curious about your destined mate, are you? That's a good sign.
At her blush, he chuckled again.
No shame in that. Let's see. How to describe Tal?
He idly rubbed his hand across the 5 o'clock shadow on his face as he gathered his thoughts.
He's brave, that's for certain. Takes after his warrior mother more than his silver-tongued father. A tad too serious at times, but he has a kind heart beneath the solemn exterior.
Nico's voice softened with affection.
And devoted utterly to his kingdom and people. He will be a wise and fair ruler.
Nico winked at her.
And as for looks, well, the boy was blessed there too, much like all Damarian males. Tall, classically handsome. You'll have the finest arm candy in the realms, Flower.
Rose flushed again at his gentle teasing. But she couldn't deny Nico's words painted an appealing picture of the man the Creator had supposedly chosen for her heart. Perhaps she could grow to care for this Talbot in time.
How long have you known him?
She was curious about Nico's relationship with her intended mate. Nico narrowed his eyes as he glanced out the plane window.
Oh, I helped look after him a fair bit growing up. His parents were good people. Just busy doing Azure's bidding. Talbot had a proclivity for running off, and his destination was all too often the Kingdom of Chaos, so I did my share of mentoring the lad on the sly.
His eyes crinkled in a grin.
Taught him how to throw a proper punch, how to kiss a girl, all the important things his tutors neglected.
Despite herself, Rose laughed aloud at the thought of the wild-eyed shaman giving romantic advice.
He's lucky to have you, she said warmly.
It's me who's lucky to see him come into his own.
Nico regarded her seriously.
You will be too, Rose, I promise.
Rose nodded slowly. Perhaps if Talbot had earned this eccentric man's faith and care, he truly was as good as Nico claimed. She would just have to meet him herself to know for certain. But the anxious knot in her chest eased a bit. Glancing down at her marked arm, she traced a finger over the shimmering snake.
Why did he always run off to the Kingdom of Chaos?
Nico brightened, clearly eager to share about the kingdom he represented.
A better question is, why would you not want to come hang out with Chaos?
He waved his hands with a bit of flair.
Ours is a kingdom of wonders. You can't just look at a member of Chaos and know what they might shift into one day, because sometimes they don't even know themselves. You see, the Kingdom of Chaos are the outsiders, the have-nots, the never-has-beens, the black sheep in a pasture full of fluffy white ones.
He leaned back in his chair, getting more comfortable.
The Damarians that find themselves as members of the Kingdom of Chaos have something amiss in their DNA. They can be born to two perfectly healthy shifters, but for some reason, they end up half lion and half horse. Or perhaps they have a slithering bottom half and a human upper body.
Her eyes widened.
Are you serious, or are you pulling my leg?
Nico's silver eyes swirled, as she'd seen other shamans' eyes do when they got emotional.
I would never joke about my people. They have it hard enough because once they are old enough to fend for themselves, the weak, or what some kingdoms perceive as weak, are kicked out of the kingdom they were born into and sent to chaos.
Rose listened raptly as Nico wove vivid tales of his kingdom. He made it seem like a place of myth and adventure, dangerous but beautiful.
The members inhabit several different cities in the United States. They like it where it's bright, busy, and no one asks questions. Many of them work for circuses or in theme parks where their abilities, believed to be fake of course, aren't questioned. Or people assume they are wearing elaborate costumes.
He made air quotes around the last word. She tried imagining herself being a member of such a place instead of the kingdom of Venom. Rose thought she'd actually feel more at home with Nico's kingdom. She'd always been the odd man out. But the snake tattoo didn't lie. Jaxine had made it clear that each tattoo put on a female set their destinies in motion. Nico finally sat back with a satisfied grin.
So, think you could have handled a dash of chaos in your life, little flower?
She nibbled her lip thoughtfully.
Well, Since I don't really know what KOV is going to be like, I can't say for certain which would suit me better, though I'll admit what you have described is intriguing, and I honestly feel like I'm more suited to the Kingdom of Chaos and its outcasts. The shaman reached over and gently turned her arm until the shimmering snake was displayed.
This says otherwise. The marks do not lie.
His gravelly voice held conviction.
I know it's much to take in, but you were born to stand at Talbot's side, and Venom sorely needs you both now if we are ever to have peace again.
At his solemn words, unease prickled along Rose's spine.
This enemy you mentioned, the former King Azure.
She hesitated, almost afraid to ask.
How dangerous is he?
Nico sighed heavily.
More than most realize. There is a madness in him now, a lust for power that drives him to dark deeds.
His craggy features creased with worry.
Long has he coveted animi, and having as many of them as he can possibly get his scales on, if he learns of your coming.
When Nico trailed off ominously, Rose prodded.
What? What would he do?
Nothing good, because you will make Talbot stronger. He will be a formidable foe to Azure.
Nico shook himself slightly.
Forgive me. I should not burden you so. You are under my protection, and Talbot would never permit any harm to you.
Nico gave her a reassuring smile.
This is a happy day. Let us speak no more of shadows.
He took her hand gently.
Soon you will stand with your mate, and together you will lead KOV into a healthy place and time. That is all that matters now.
Rose clung to his calloused hand like a lifeline. In the space of 2 days, her whole reality had shifted beneath her feet. It had for all the animi. But she could choose to accept the upheaval with courage, as Nico seemed to believe she would. The love promised by this bond might yet be found. And perhaps she truly could make a difference in this mess of a tattered kingdom that Azure had fled. Wasn't the chance to change lives for the better worth any risk? Meeting Nico's earnest gaze, Rose slowly nodded.
I'm ready,
she said with growing conviction.
I'm tired of just being a gilded cage bird.
The shaman smiled wide, pride shining in his eyes.
There's a brave female.
He lifted her hand and gallantly brushed a kiss over her knuckles.
Adventure awaits, little flower. Destiny calls, and we must answer, and possibly raise a little hell while we're at it.
Settling back in her seat as the jet soared through the clouds, Rose allowed herself a small, hopeful smile. Whatever this strange life held, she would face it with courage and an open heart. This was a new chapter in the story that started 5 years ago with her abduction. It was time for a change.
Give me a moment.
Nico released her hand and stood up. He walked to the back of the plane. Presumably, nature called. As he left her alone in the front, Rose stared out into the clouds, still trying to picture what Talbot could look like and what his expectations of her might be. Talbot paced the polished stone floors of his chambers, too restless to sit still. Now that the moment of his ascendancy to the throne was imminent, doubt plagued him. Was he truly ready to lead? Buzz, buzz. Talbot jumped. Snatching up his phone, he saw a text from Nico that simply read, "Call me, now." Pulse quickening. Talbot hit the contact icon. The Chaos Shaman picked up on the first ring.
"There you are,"
Nico said without preamble.
"Been trying to reach you. I've got news, and you're gonna want to sit down for it."
Talbot's brows drew together.
"What is it? Has Azure made a move?" No, your uncle's still hiding like the coward he is as far as I know."
Nico's voice held a grin.
"This news is of a more personal nature. I'm on my way to you now, bringing someone special."
Confusion filled Talbot.
"Special? What are you talking about?" "Your mate, Tal. Nico said gently. "I found your destined mate. She was in the Kingdom of Silk, of all places to be captured to. Her name's Rose. She bears your identical tattoo. At this very moment, we are on the Chaos Jet, and I'm bringing her to you now."
Talbot nearly dropped the phone in shock. His mate? Here? Now, a scant 2 days before his coronation as king? His head spun, trying to process it.
Nico's gravelly laugh sounded through the phone. "Take a breath, Tal. I know it's a lot." His voice softened. "But Visada is handing you a gift. The snakes will rejoice to see you take the throne with your queen by your side. You'll be able to fully shift, making you a much more formidable foe for Azure."
Talbot slowly sat on the edge of his bed, knees weak. A mate. He'd never dreamed his beloved would be found in time. But if the tattoo matched, then it was clear. Visada had blessed him.
Dragging a hand through his hair, Talbot asked shakily, "Does she know of me? That she comes to be queen?"
The thought of such pressure on one unprepared.
"Don't you worry, I've explained everything. She's nervous, of course, but she also seems curious and excited. You just focus on getting the coronation ready. Leave the rest to me for now."
Talbot wasn't sure if he should be comforted by Nico's reassurance or not. Nico was a tad unconventional when it came to, well, anything, really. Talbot took a bracing breath.
"Very well. I'm not staying at the mansion, there's too much smoke damage. I'm at the house on 2nd Street. We shall be ready. Travel safely and please pass my warm regards to my mate, I guess."
Just saying the word sent a jolt through him.
"Will do. See you soon, Your Majesty," Nico said warmly before hanging up.
Talbot slowly lowered the phone, almost afraid to trust the sudden joy blooming within him. A mate, on the eve of his reign. With this portent, how could he doubt Visada supported him? But there was still a chance Visada might support the mating, but not the throne. It was a real possibility that he could be overruled by the Creator. An hour passed as Talbot paced the length of his lavish chambers, too anxious to sit still as he awaited Nico's arrival with his newly discovered mate. Though desperately eager to meet her, trepidation also filled him. There was still so much uncertainty, and Rose's life would be irrevocably changed the moment she set foot in his kingdom. Talbot prayed he would prove worthy of the faith she placed in him as her destined mate and king. Tap, tap. Talbot whirled toward the door.
"Enter,"
he called, his pulse kicking up. Nico slipped inside, grinning like a fool at Talbot's obvious nerves.
"Relax, your girl's getting settled in the adjoining chambers. I wanted to check in first."
Talbot blew out a shaky breath.
"You should have let me know when you arrived. I would have been at the door to greet her. Does she seem well?"
The shaman clasped his shoulder reassuringly.
"She's a tough little thing. Don't worry. Once the shock wore off, she was eager to meet her mate."
His smile turned sly.
"Couldn't stop asking questions about you the entire flight."
Heat rose in Talbot's face at the thought of Rose's curiosity about him.
"What did you tell her?" "Only the good stuff. How you forget to put your dirty clothes in the hamper, that you leave the toilet seat up, and that you chew like a cow when you eat."
Nico gave him a gentle shake.
"She didn't seem bothered by any of it. She knows you're one of the good ones, Tal. Trust me on that."
Talbot managed a small smile at Nico's teasing.
"I pray she is not disappointed when she meets me in person, and I hope she does know that I am nothing like my great-uncle." "Not possible for her to be disappointed," Nico scoffed. "That girl's gonna take one look at you and be done for."
His smile faded.
"The council will approve, even with the coronation so near?"
Nico nodded.
"Rose bears Venom's mark, your mark. None can refute her place at your side."
Talbot straightened his shoulders.
"I'll kill them if they try."
Nico looked pleased.
Okay, that got intense really fast, and spoken like a king. Now, Nico bounced his eyebrows up and down. Ready to meet her?
Drawing a bracing breath, Talbot inclined his head. He could face a new mate with the same courage expected of him as a ruler. This was his destiny. With an encouraging pat to his back, Nico left to collect Rose. Alone again, Talbot tried to calm his racing heart. Anxious as he was, beneath it lay a profound wonder that fate had brought him a beloved on the very eve of his rule, a good omen. At the soft creak of the door opening, Talbot turned slowly, his heart in his throat. His breath caught at the shy vision peering uncertainly into his chambers. She was a petite thing, almost waif-like, but there was a core of quiet strength in the set of slender shoulders and seafoam eyes that met his directly. Her cascade of white gold hair gleamed in the low light, giving her an ethereal glow, like moonlight made flesh. As he continued taking her measure in silence, the young woman lifted her chin almost defiantly, as if giving him permission to size her up, but refusing to cower. In this delicate vessel, a queen's spirit was already awakened. Talbot's nerves settled, not frail, but resilient. A worthy queen for Venom's king. Remembering himself, Talbot stepped forward and gave a respectful bow. "Rose, I am honored." He extended a hand in greeting. After only a heartbeat's hesitation, her cool, smooth fingers, snake-like, just like his own, slid into his grasp. She took a small, fortifying breath that lifted her graceful shoulders. Then she met his gaze directly, removing any doubt he might have had with only 2 words. "My king." Chapter 7. Chirping like a nervous hen. I've lived for 5 years amongst beings able to shift into spiders, scorpions, and other giant crawly bugs. It's going to take more than a snake to make me run. Rose. Steeling herself, Rose released his hand and took a step back, the distance giving her the ability to look around the opulent rooms that spoke of nobility and power. Polished black marble floors gleamed underfoot, the walls draped with vivid tapestries depicting epic battles and triumphant figures she assumed must be past rulers. Sconces held flickering candles which cast everything in a warm, intimate glow. Her gaze was drawn to a massive 4-poster bed on a raised dais, hung with emerald silks and plush pillows. The intricately carved wood frame was stunningly beautiful. She quickly averted her eyes, cheeks flushing. A wedding bed, where a husband and wife did married stuff. Okay, she needed to move on. No more focusing on the bed. Instead, Rose focused on an antique desk stacked high with books and papers and tried to calm her racing heart. She nearly jumped out of her skin when a warm breeze suddenly whispered across the nape of her neck. Whirling around, she realized one wall opened onto a balcony overlooking a sprawling, unfamiliar city nestled in a lush jungle. Rose drifted toward the balcony, the foreign sights and sounds temporarily distracting her from the handsome Talbot. An entire teeming city awaited beyond these walls, her new home, if she followed through with what she had said she would do. Could she ever truly belong here? New Orleans was completely different from the Northern California town where she grew up. The scuff of a foot behind her made Rose start and turn swiftly. Her breath left her in a rush. While gawking at his home, she'd completely forgotten that Talbot was standing there. He watched her with an intense but unreadable gaze. He was tall, with sharp aristocratic features any mortal model would envy. Short, golden blonde hair covered his head and contrasted with his tan complexion. Lean muscle was evident in the black-fitted shirt he wore with loose-fitting gray slacks, but it was his eyes that gave Rose pause. They were beautiful and piercing green. Yet it wasn't the beauty or the color that made them striking. It was the evidence of an ancient wisdom in eyes placed in so youthful a face. They seemed like eyes that had seen kingdoms rise and fall. Would she ever understand such a man?
"Sorry," she said quickly. "Your home is much different from the mansion I lived in when I was with the Kingdom of Silk. Even with the dark fixtures, there's more light in here than the entire KOS home, if you can really call it a home. It never felt like it. And now I'm chirping like a nervous hen."
Rose pressed her lips tightly together and rocked back on her heels. She bit her lip, cursing her nervous rambling. But, to her relief, Talbot merely smiled gently and stepped closer.
"No need for apologies. I imagine this is all quite overwhelming."
His penetrating eyes softened with understanding.
"I wish we had more time before the ceremony for you to adjust, but know that you may ask anything of me, and I will grant your request if it is within my power."
Rose took a small breath.
"Thank you."
She gathered her courage.
"Would you mind showing me around your home? I think I'd feel less intimidated if I could at least find my way around. I'd like to become familiar with my new surroundings."
Talbot nodded.
"Of course. Please, allow me to show you the mansion."
He offered his arm in a gentlemanlike fashion. Rose shyly tucked her hand in the crook of his elbow. His arm was solid and warm beneath her light grasp. Strange to think this cultured man could become a snake at will, as Nico claimed, because of her. As they walked slowly through the opulent hallways and rooms, Talbot kept up a running commentary, telling her of the home's long history. Rose listened with interest, getting a glimpse into his world.
"Mind you, this isn't the actual nest in which the king and queen lived. The KOV headquarters was badly damaged in a fire recently, so we moved out while it's being renovated."
He paused and shook his head after a moment.
"We lost many treasured relics. The original mansion was centuries old and contained items brought from Demaria."
Rose hesitated, then ventured softly,
"I heard about some of what happened with the dire wolf and your uncle."
She glanced up at Talbot.
"I'm sorry. Are you close to him?"
Pain flickered in Talbot's eyes before he masked it.
"I appreciate your kindness," he said quietly. "Unfortunately, my uncle doesn't deserve it. He isn't a good male. He nearly destroyed the kingdom of Venom. Once I am king, and our union blessed by Visada, we will restore our kingdom. It will again be a place of goodness, with members who have integrity. I won't have other kingdoms believing the worst of us."
His voice rang with conviction, and Rose believed him. Despite having been raised with a tyrant as a king, Talbot had maintained his own integrity. With him as their leader, surely no darkness could prevail for long. Eventually, they looped back around to his bedroom. Talbot turned to her.
"It's getting late, and I know you must be tired from your travels. We can speak more tomorrow if you wish."
He studied her intently. Rose hesitated. The longer she was with him, the more fascinated she grew. It didn't hurt in the least that he was beyond handsome. Whatever that was, she just knew that she really liked looking at him. She wanted to continue to listen to his warm, rich voice. Not to mention the thought of being alone in unfamiliar rooms unsettled her.
"Can we just sit for a while? There's more I'd like to know about you."
She peeked up at him almost shyly.
Talbot's expression softened. "Of course. It would be my honor."
He showed her to an elegant but cozy sitting room just off the bedchambers. A mix of nervousness and anticipation bloomed in Rose's chest at the intimacy of the setting, but she tamped it down.
"One step at a time."
"What would you like to know? You may ask me anything."
He sat down beside her on the plush couch. Rose chewed on her bottom lip as she sifted through the dozens of questions that erupted in her head.
"Do you always talk so formally? That's the question you go with?"
Yes, it was, because the other question that popped right into her head was, how many babies do you want, and have you heard practice makes perfect? She inwardly groaned. Being with the Kingdom of Silk had warped her mind. Or at least that's the excuse she was going with.
I'm much older than I look. Talbot's full lips turned slightly upward. When I'm around some of my younger nestmates, I fall into their much more hip way of talking, but sometimes I revert to my past. He tilted his head a little as he looked at her. Does it bother you?
Rose quickly shook her head. Not at all. It's just, you look my age, and yet you sound like you're from the 16th century.
Not quite that old, he laughed, and his green eyes practically glowed with mirth. He was handsome when he wasn't smiling. When he smiled, he was breathtaking. How old are you? I realize that's not a polite thing to ask a lady, but considering we are mates, I'd like to know.
I'm 24. I'll be 25 in a month. Rose knew she looked closer to 19 than to 25.
You also appear younger than you are, Talbot said, as if reading her thoughts.
She held up her hands as she felt her skin burn with the heat of a blush. I'm not jailbait.
Believe me, I am thankful for that. I wouldn't want you to think I was some creep attracted to young females. Truth be told, I've not been in any serious relationships.
Rose's eyes widened. He'd basically admitted he was centuries old, and in all that time he'd dated no one seriously or even married? How? She blurted before she could censor her tongue. I mean, I've never dated anyone, and that's weird for a human. How can you have been alive all this time and not been in a relationship? Did it sound like she was complaining? Because Rose was most definitely not. She found herself relieved. Granted, no serious relationships didn't necessarily mean no bed partners.
Why are you upset?
Talbot's forehead was drawn down into a deep V. Why do you think I'm upset? Did she look upset? Was she really that bad at masking her emotions?
I can feel it, Talbot said gently. Not strongly, but it's definitely there, like waves rolling off of you and onto me.
Is that normal?
Talbot nodded. It's a mate thing. You will be able to feel my emotions as well. The bond will only grow stronger the more we are together and as our relationship progresses. I should probably warn you that Damarian males of any species are very protective and territorial about their mates.
Rose was still focused on the fact that he could feel her emotions. Did that mean he felt it when she was realizing her attraction for him? Please shoot me now. A cool hand on hers drew her from her inner thoughts. Talbot's larger hand wrapped around hers where it sat in her lap.
Please don't feel embarrassed. If you focus on me, you'll feel what I'm feeling. Give it a try.
He scooted closer to her until their bodies touched from shoulder to hip. She shivered, noticing that his body wasn't warm. He's a snake, goober. Cold-blooded. Rose's cheeks burned. Great. He could totally feel how flustered she was right now through their weird, new supernatural bond. She shouldn't have checked him out so obviously when they were talking, but she couldn't help admiring the lean lines of his shoulders and the way he moved so gracefully, like the serpent he could become. He was sensual and masculine at the same time. Sorry about that, she mumbled, embarrassed that he apparently sensed her not-so-innocent thoughts. Didn't mean to objectify you or anything. She begged the universe for a hole to open up and swallow her. No such luck. Talbot's voice was gentle when he replied.
No need to apologize. It's only natural to be curious about your future partner.
Yet Rose felt there was definitely more than just natural curiosity awakened in her. Being near Talbot stirred up feelings way more intense than she knew how to handle.
Focus.
He quietly encouraged her to try sensing his emotions through their connection. Rose hesitantly concentrated on that new presence she could barely feel in the back of her mind. Her eyes widened in shock. Raw, unmistakable desire flowed from Talbot's side of the bond. Not a mild crush or so-called curiosity. This was an intense, bone-deep yearning echoing her own. Rose's gaze flew to his, stunned. Talbot held her eyes steadily, his striking green ones burning with need.
"It goes both ways, Rose," he whispered. "I feel it too. And when I touch you, it's even stronger. I will be honest and tell you that's not something that's totally typical of my kind. Visada saw fit to give me the gift to see into the minds of someone if I'm touching them. I mean, I can't read a person's mind," he corrected quickly. "I just get vague feelings or images. My uncle's mind has been full of darkness for some time now."
"And my mind?" Rose's voice quivered as she spoke. "What do you see in my mind?"
He shifted even closer on the couch until her bare arm rubbed against his. Rose trembled, her pulse kicking into overdrive. She should definitely move away, keep things PG until they were officially mated and had known one another longer than it took for a hot dog to be cooked in the microwave. But some reckless impulse made her stay put. Talbot trailed his fingers down her wrist, raising goosebumps.
"I won't cross lines, but I can't hide what you make me feel."
His eyes seared into hers.
"Touching you ignites me. I know it's the same for you because your mind is clouded in red, the color of desire."
Rose gasped as his fingertips glided along her skin. Her emotions were in chaos, her sensible side warring with a yearning for him. She needed to stop this, but, she desperately didn't want him to stop. Everywhere they touched felt electric. She looked down and saw that he was tracing the snake tattoo, and the skin shimmered like iridescent scales.
"Holy Snapple babies," she breathed out.
Rose wasn't cold anymore, and neither was his touch. She was hot, everywhere.
"Talbot?"
she managed weakly, body arched toward him against her will. They were so playing with fire right now. His fingers stilled, though his gaze stayed locked on her.
"Forgive me, little flower. I got carried away."
He moved carefully away again, leaving Rose's whole body feeling sensitive and restless. Their mutual longing still crackled in the air between them. One touch would break their control again. "Why do people keep calling me Flower?" she asked, realizing her voice still sounded breathless. Talbot's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous gleam filled them.
"Who else has called you that?"
"Nico?" she said slowly, wondering if she'd just gotten the Chaos Shaman in some sort of trouble.
"He won't do it again."
Talbot's voice deepened. "Don't hurt him," she implored quickly, worried that Talbot was going to jump up and run out that instant and attack the shaman.
"Remember I told you Damarian males are territorial?"
She nodded.
"You have a name, and other males will use that name."
His voice was calm, but there was a tempest building in his eyes.
"Anything else is reserved for me and me alone. Would you be okay with another female giving me a pet name?"
Rose tried to imagine hearing a feminine voice, not her own, calling Talbot something like babe, sweetheart, or some other endearment. Suddenly, she felt a different kind of heat, not the kind that made her stomach dance. This heat made her want to burn the imaginary female who dared have some sort of intimacy with Talbot. "Nope," she gave a definitive shake of her head. Talbot seemed to find this amusing, and the irritation that had been on his face fled, replaced with that lusty longing. "Is it hot in here?" Rose pulled at the neck of her shirt.
"I'm burning up,"
Talbot said with absolutely no embarrassment whatsoever. He stared at her unabashedly, his eyes roaming over her face, then down her neck to stop on her tattoo.
"It's odd to see my mark, a perfect replica on you, but I find it very satisfying."
"Where's yours?" She looked at his forearms where the sleeves of his shirt had been pushed up. Neither arm bore a tattoo. Talbot grabbed the hem of his shirt and lifted it until she could see his torso. My, my, my. Her inner thoughts hummed with pleasure at the sight. Aside from the fact that he was chiseled like a statue, the same snake on her arm was tattooed on the left side of his chest, just over his heart. Rose had no memory of making the choice to lift her arm, but before she knew it, her finger traced the lines of the snake, and, just like hers, the scales illuminated and shimmered. It was beautiful. A deep hum rumbled from Talbot, and Rose's eyes lifted to find that he'd closed his eyes, and his face had relaxed.
Your touch is going to be addictive.
His voice held no shame.
Why are you so comfortable with expressing your...
She paused, searching for the word.
Desire, yearning, need,
he offered.
Mm-hmm.
Her lips were tightly pressed because she was pretty sure she was going to squeal like a girl over his blatant want for her. Her. How could someone who looked like Talbot, was about to be the king of his species, and could probably have any woman he desired, be interested in her? Rose wasn't usually a self-deprecating person, but as she'd told Nico, she'd never been in a relationship, and she'd certainly had no one as hot as Talbot interested in her.
Whatever it is you're thinking.
Talbot wrapped a hand around her wrist and lowered his shirt.
Stop. I don't like the way it's making you feel.
He didn't release his grip on her, and when she looked down at his hand, she noticed it was covered in scales. Green, black, and brown, all mixed and yet distinct. He gave her wrist a little squeeze.
Okay.
She nodded.
Okay.
Will you tell me what made you feel like that?
She immediately shook her head. Her eyes jumped up to his. He blew out a breath, his firm jaw clenched briefly.
One day, will you tell me?
Rose considered it, and then finally answered.
Yes.
One day, she would feel comfortable enough to share all her thoughts with him. Or so she hoped. She'd seen the way mated pairs were in the Kingdom of Silk, the devotion they had to one another. Rose wanted that. She'd never seen it until she'd been taken by the Damarians. Her own parents had divorced when she was young.
Thank you.
They spoke long into the night, covering everything from treasured childhood memories to dreams for the future. The longer they talked, the more Rose relaxed. She was startled to realize hours had passed while enjoying easy conversation with this man who would be her mate. Every now and then she'd catch him looking at the tattoo on her arm, and he was doing it again.
May I touch you?
He motioned to the snake.
I've never felt anything as soft as your skin.
She nodded and offered her arm. Talbot traced it reverently with one finger, causing Rose's breath to hitch at the contact. Before her eyes, his hand shifted again, taking on a scaled texture. Rose looked up to see patches of smooth green and black scales speckling his neck above his shirt collar.
Can I?
She whispered, fascinated. At his nod, Rose gently brushed her fingertips over the scales on his skin. They were cool and supple, gliding under her touch. Rose jerked her hand back, cheeks flaming, but Talbot only watched her with an unreadable intensity that made her heart race.
Sorry,
she stammered.
I've just never touched a...
Snake?
Man,
she said at the same time.
Or snake, for that matter.
There is nothing to apologize for.
Talbot captured her hand, scales fading back to normal flesh.
You are my mate. I welcome your touch, and I like knowing you've not touched another man. I'm going to risk the assumption that it means a man has not touched you either.
Rose shyly met his gaze, the air suddenly too warm.
You'd be correct.
There was an attraction between them she could not deny. She saw the answering heat in Talbot's green eyes.
I'd rather not even risk assumptions because then I'll feel dumb, so I'm just going to ask, what about you?
No, a man has never touched me either,
he said with a completely straight face. Rose couldn't help but laugh. She'd totally walked into that one.
That's fair.
Talbot chuckled, the stoic face dropping away as he slipped his hands into his pockets.
I will not lie to you. I have been on some dates over the years. I've had a couple of serious relationships, but I ended them both as soon as it was clear to me that neither was my mate.
Rose felt the green-eyed monster of jealousy attempting to settle in her gut, but she didn't want it there. Talbot was a supernatural being who'd been alive for a long time. What were the chances in all that time, however long it was, he'd never find a woman attractive and act on those feelings? 0. That's the answer. 0 chances. Unfortunately, reminding herself of this only helped a little. She wished she hadn't asked, because now she'd constantly wonder if he compared her to anyone in his past.
"I've upset you."
Talbot's deep voice startled her out of her thoughts. "No," Rose answered quickly, but then shook her head at herself. "I mean, I'm feeling things I'd rather not, but that's not on you. I can choose to let your past make me insecure, or I can choose to let it go and give us a real chance."
"I hope you'll choose the latter."
"Me too," she said softly. She stared at him long enough for it to become awkward. Quickly clearing her throat, she managed, "I should get some sleep before I do something embarrassing." Talbot chuckled.
"I'm sorry I kept you up. I find the idea of being separated from you, even by a wall, displeasurable."
Rose bit her tongue to keep from pointing out that if they stayed in the same room, she just might allow him to do pleasurable things. What the hell is wrong with me? She stood up so quickly that she felt dizzy for a moment. Talbot balanced her as he stood, too. She had to tilt her head back slightly to look up at his face. "Thank you for a nice evening." Every visible piece of skin shifted briefly, scales covering him. She blinked and his human flesh returned.
"Apparently, strong emotions make my beast want to come out and play," he teased her.
But she also heard an eagerness in his tone. "Nico mentioned that you'd be able to fully shift now into your snake form."
"You and Nico talked a lot," he said, his tone a little chilly.
"Don't be jealous of Nico. Surely after this evening you can tell I have no interest in anyone but you."
"Jealousy is new, and I find it a difficult emotion to curb. I won't promise that I can keep it under control at all times, but I will promise not to kill Nico, unless he does something that warrants it."
She waited for a chuckle or something to indicate he was joking. It didn't come. "Son of a brick, you're for real?" Talbot slid his hand down her arm to her hand. His eyes never left hers as he lifted that hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. Then his tongue darted out and touched her skin, so fast she wondered if she'd imagined it.
"Yes, my little flower, I am for real."
He kissed her hand again.
"Rest well, my queen."
Before she shut the door, his voice followed her.
"Oh, Rose, what's your last name?"
"Cora," she answered. "Rose Cora." She paused and looked over her shoulder at Talbot. He hadn't moved from where he'd been standing when he'd kissed her hand. "What will my last name be once we're mated?" Until now, she hadn't considered the fact that she'd be giving up her own name. Not that she was particularly fond or overly attached to her father's last name.
"I don't have a surname," he answered, the look in his eyes knowing as he stared at her. "You will simply be Queen Rose, maid of King Talbot, and, put even more simply, you will be mine."
The possessive tone on his lips followed Rose back to her new room, a sweet ache blooming in her heart. She found that she rather liked the idea of being his. Sitting in one of the chairs, Talbot stared at the closed door to his chambers long after she had retired, warring with himself. Every instinct screamed at him to pursue his mate, to bring her back to the rooms they would soon share as a mated pair. He did not like her being so far from him, out of his immediate protection. It mattered not that they had only met hours ago. She was his, and his beast rattled its cage to claim her fully. Talbot hadn't attempted to shift to his beast form, despite the fact that he'd met his mate. Though he could feel the animal in him pushing to be set free, he was worried that if he gave the animal control, he'd go straight for Rose and scare her to death. Talbot only held himself back through sheer force of will. Rose did not understand their ways yet. He would honor her modesty until vows were exchanged, no matter how his blood heated for her. There would be time enough for passion later. Still, as he lay in his empty bed, the scent of her lingered faintly to taunt him. Possessiveness coiled tight in his gut. She was his mate. He should be the one watching over her as she slept, guarding her dreams, not alone in this cold, barren bed while she was sequestered away in the guest suite at the opposite end of the hall. He had not anticipated how fiercely the mating bond would take hold almost instantly. He thought he understood when Nico described it, but nothing could have prepared him for the primal urgency sweeping through him. It was as though his long-dormant beast had awoken within, and it recognized Rose as its missing half. In her eyes, as they had sat close, he had seen the answering echo of that same unsated craving. It pleased the male in him to know she felt the same, though he regretted testing her restraint with his bold touch. He had not been able to stop himself from caressing her soft skin, needing to feel their connection. Sighing roughly, Talbot shifted in the rumpled sheets. He must master himself, or he'd risk driving her away. Patience had never been his virtue, but he would walk through fire before dishonoring her trust. Throwing back the covers, Talbot rose from the bed. Perhaps a breath of night air on the balcony would cool his heated blood. Whatever this mating hunger raging through him was, he would leash it until Rose was ready. For her, he would find restraint. But once she was fully his, as fate decreed, all bets were off. The beast within would finally feast to its contentment. And, if the longing in her eyes was any indication, his mate, in time, would welcome its hunger. For now, he would endure this sweet torture. Soon, very soon, the Queen of Venom would surrender to the claiming of her king. Patience, beast. Their time would come. Chapter 8. Horny Vampires. Why is everything harder at night? Being sick? Much worse at night. Fear? More intense when it's dark. Desire? Damn near impossible to ignore when the moon rules the sky. Katy. Katy sighed and shifted on the bed. Her body hurt everywhere, and she was sick of lying down and of feeling so weak. And now Otto was gone. He was going to help keep her best friends safe on their quests, which dulled the sting a little, but she still missed him. He was better entertainment than any show on TV. She heard the door to the house open and close. The butterflies, which had taken up residency in her stomach since meeting Gage, stirred wildly. She discovered that though her life force was tied to the two women and the bond made her weak, the weakness didn't put a damper on her desire for Gage. The more time she spent with him, the more she wanted to be near him. When he'd left to take Otto to the plane, she'd wanted to cry out after him not to leave her. It was so irrational and ridiculous that she'd forced her lips closed. She could lie and blame it on the supernatural bond between them, but the truth was, she was already crazy about the dire wolf. He wasn't just incredibly handsome. He was noble, bold, a man of good character, even if he was a grumpy ass, and Katy was completely smitten with him. "Whoa," his deep voice rumbled as he hurried into their room. "Why are you getting up? You need rest."
"I also need to pee. Lucky for you, I'm already housebroken. Although, leave me for too long and I'm bound to pee in your bed."
"Our bed," Gage corrected, and scooped her up in his arms as if she weighed nothing at all. He carried her to the bathroom and set her on her feet. "You good?"
"Regardless, you will not be staying in here while I use the restroom. In fact, go outside, and go far away."
Gage frowned. "Why?"
"Because you're a super badass direwolf, which means you probably have super badass hearing, and I don't want you listening to me pee." She made a shooing motion with her hands. "There has to be some mystery in a relationship if you want the desire to last."
Gage's lips lifted into a crooked smile. "Is that so? And how would you know this?"
"Everyone knows. It's what they say. Keep the mystery alive." Katy's voice rose with each word.
He folded his muscular arms in front of him as he quirked a brow at her.
Who is they?
She was about to bust out in the potty dance if this fool didn't get out of the damn bathroom. They! She waved her hand like a crazy person. All the relationship experts. Desperate, she shoved at him. If you don't give me some serious supernatural privacy, I'm not going to be responsible for my actions. Gage started walking backwards.
Just so you know, I think I'm going to like a little fight with our loving.
Katy's mouth dropped open as he laughed and shut the door in her shocked face. What the actual? She breathed out. I'm not touching that. Nope. She muttered as she took care of her business and then washed her hands. When she opened the door, Gage was stretched out on the bed, his usual black coat, as well as his shirt, nowhere to be seen. Katy froze in the bathroom doorway, momentarily spellbound by the sight of Gage's bare chest rising and falling with each breath. Good gracious, the man was carved from granite. Smooth, tanned skin stretched taut over rippling muscles that no amount of workout videos could ever replicate. Swallowing hard, Katy forced her gaze upward to meet his knowing emerald stare. The smug glint in those eyes snapped her out of her trance. Seriously? She gestured at him incredulously. Did you take your clothes off just to mess with me?
I wanted to get comfortable.
His lips twitched, belying the innocence in his tone. Katy folded her arms, hip cocked. Uh-huh. So the whole topless lounging thing isn't some ploy to make me ogle you? Propping himself up on one elbow, Gage gave her a slow once-over that made her pulse skitter wildly.
I mean, I won't complain if that's a side effect.
His voice dropped an octave.
Ogle away, little wolf. I certainly have plans to do the same to you.
A flush that had nothing to do with illness crept up Katy's neck. She shook her head wryly, moving to sit beside him on the bed. Nice line, Romeo, but it's going to take more than some sweet talk and muscle flexing to seduce me. She trailed a finger down the hard ridges of his abs teasingly. I'm an independent modern woman. Your masculine wiles won't work on me. Gage's abs clenched under her touch, but he merely raised a brow.
Is that a challenge I hear?
His large hand slid around her waist, and suddenly Katy found herself flat on her back, pinned beneath him. Gage braced himself above her, the heat and tantalizing scent of his body enveloping her. Katy's breath caught as he nuzzled against her throat.
I don't know,
Gage murmured, lips grazing her racing pulse.
I think you like the idea of being seduced and at my mercy, no matter how fiercely that spirit of yours protests. Your scent doesn't lie, mate.
Katy shivered, even as she glared at him half-heartedly. That's playing dirty, and you know it. I can't just take a whiff and know what you're feeling. The desire in his eyes increased.
You're wrong on 2 counts. First, you can smell me if you just connect with the animal that now lives inside you. And second, you don't need to smell me to know what I desire. I think I'm making it very clear.
Her hands came up, intending to push him back. Instead, her fingers tangled in his ink-dark hair to keep him close. Gage's deep chuckle vibrated against her skin as he continued trailing kisses down the column of her throat. Katy knew she should stop this before they forgot themselves, but her treacherous body arched closer, chasing more of his intoxicating touch. All of her nerves felt exposed and raw under his intense attention, and Katy wanted to give him all of her and hide at the same time. The intimacy of the moment was overwhelming. She'd never experienced anything like it.
I need to stop.
Gage's voice was breathless, and his entire body taut as if restraining himself. With visible effort, Gage drew back, eyes glowing wolf-bright. His voice was rough with banked desire.
I should let you rest.
Neither of them moved for several heartbeats, the room crackling with longing. Then Gage rolled to the side with a resigned sigh, pulling her against his chest.
I've rested enough, Katy growled, her agitation at the situation clear in her voice as she settled her head over his heart, clinging to his steady strength. She wanted nothing more than to give in fully, to seal this bond between them in body and soul. I shouldn't feel as if I haven't slept in days. After a few minutes of tense silence, Gage's warm hand caressing her arm settled around her. Katy sighed contentedly as she nuzzled against Gage's bare chest, letting his warmth and strength envelop her. She was so weak, the mysterious curse sapping her energy despite Gage's tireless care. His large hand moved to stroke down her back.
I've been reading up on direwolf lore. There are legends that claim our kind can heal each other through blood.
Katy lifted her head to meet his solemn gaze. Like some kind of vampire-y thing? Gage frowned.
Well, I guess it's kind of similar, but I don't think vampires are real, and if they were, I don't think they'd go around biting people to heal them. No, I've read that blood sharing can enhance the mate bond, possibly amplify our natural healing ability.
His eyes grew uncertain.
I thought perhaps it may help restore some of your strength. Not permanently, because as long as your life is tied to those females, they will continue to drain you, but this might be a way to give you some relief from the exhaustion. I'll only do it if you trust me enough to try.
Considering only a moment, Katy nodded. I trust you. She laid a hand over his heart. Do what you think will help. Relief broke out across his striking face. Gage leaned in slowly until his breath washed warmly over her throat. Katy shivered in anticipation, tilting her head back. When Gage's teeth first grazed the tender skin of her throat, Katy couldn't help but tense, a shard of fear piercing through the haze of anticipation. Then he bit down, firm yet gentle, and sharp pleasure speared through her entire body. Katy's eyes drifted closed on a gasp as she sagged against him, overwhelmed by the intimacy of his mouth latched onto her neck. She had expected pain, but this was exhilarating, primal in its intensity. Every pull as he drank sent liquid heat pulsing through her veins. Gage's arm locked around her waist, supporting her as her body went molten under the onslaught of sensation. His warm, solid chest was an anchor keeping her from sliding out of his arms. Katy clutched at his broad shoulders, certain she would come undone from this alone. She felt the rhythmic draw as he swallowed, an erotic give and take. When his tongue stroked over the bite, Katy actually whimpered, arching closer. She had never imagined being bitten could be so intoxicating. Biting was supposed to hurt. But if the direwolf's bite was like that, then bite away. Far too soon, he left the shelter of her neck and bit into his own wrist. The rich coppery scent flooded her senses, amplifying the haze of need clouding her mind.
Drink,
he commanded gruffly, his voice rough with his own barely leashed hunger. He held the wound insistently to her parted lips.
Take what I freely give, Katy.
Compelled by instinct and the smoldering desire in his eyes, Katy obeyed. She wrapped her lips around the gash, suckling eagerly at the ambrosia welling forth. With the first taste, raw, primal power rushed through her. Gage's wildness, his ancient direwolf spirit, flooded her cells, binding them inexorably together. She was only vaguely aware of Gage's groan of pleasure, or the way his body moved against hers. Her entire being focused solely on the blood link between them, giving her strength with each frantic swallow. When she finally wrenched her lips away with a gasp, Gage's eyes glowed wolf-bright with desire and triumph. They had done it. She was stronger. Katy knew the feeling was probably only temporary, but it was amazing. She touched her unblemished throat in awe, then threw her arms around him. It worked. I feel like myself again instead of some puny waif. Gage cupped her face as though she were infinitely precious.
It won't last forever, he warned her. You'll have to drink from me when you begin to weaken again.
Her brow went up. And you're saying that like it's a bad thing because? Then a thought hit her. Was it not good for you? Her skin flushed. Because it was amazing to me. Granted, it's not like I have any experience in the physical sense when it comes to being with a man intimately, so I would totally understand if you weren't into it. I mean, we don't have to do it again. Suddenly, he growled at her, cupping her face in his large hands. He claimed her mouth fiercely then. Moments later, when he surfaced for air, he met her stare.
You are mine now, bound forevermore, and I am absolutely yours. And what just happened between us is the most incredible thing I have ever felt. If it were up to me, we'd never leave this bed. We'd exchange blood like a couple of horny vampires and live only off each other.
Katy burst into laughter at his description. Horny vampires? Does anyone else see this side of you, or am I the only lucky one?
I'll deny ever saying that.
Gage pressed his lips to first her right cheek and then her left.
No one would believe you anyway.
He wasn't wrong. Even though she'd only known Gage a short time, it was very clear that the only version of him the rest of the world saw was the serious, broody, grumpy-pants Gage. So now what? Katy sat up and reached her arms over her head, stretching, feeling every vertebra in her spine popping. Her muscles seemed to awaken after a long slumber, and it was nice to feel whole instead of like a shadow of herself.
Now we get some much-needed sleep.
He stroked her hair, and she practically purred under his attention. The last thing she wanted to do was sleep. But Katy also knew she wasn't quite ready to go further in their relationship, no matter how hot her mate was. So, sleep it was. Gage chuckled.
We have a lifetime for that, little wolf,
he told her, having picked up on her amorous emotions.
I'm going to have to get that shit under control because that is embarrassing, Katy muttered as she laid her head on his chest and soaked in his warmth. Night, GPG.
GPG?
She yawned. Grumpy Pants Gage. This brought another laugh, and Katy wanted to be the cause of his laughter and smiles. She hoped she alone would always be the one who put a spark of joy in his eyes. Gage knew he was dreaming. He stood beneath a towering oak, its branches spreading wide to shade the still glade. He recognized this place, though he hadn't been here in half a decade. At one time, he had wandered here often over the long, lonely centuries. Now, a sense of peace wrapped around him like the forest's gentle silence.
Welcome, my son.
The rich voice resonated through Gage's very soul. He turned slowly, reverence rising within him. A being of light stood amidst the trees, rays of dawn radiating from his form. Gage kept his eyes lowered, unworthy of looking directly upon infinite grace.
Visada,
he breathed out, dropping to one knee.
I await your guidance.
A warm touch on his shoulder bid him rise. As Gage stood, the Creator spoke again in an enveloping tone.
You have done well, following the whisperings of your spirit, but your mate's trial is not yet past.
Compassion filled Visada's voice.
Her generous heart still cries out for those in need.
Gage's shoulders bowed beneath the remembered helplessness.
She believes her life must be forfeit to save two strangers. I cannot dissuade her from that righteous path.
Anguish roughened his words.
You speak truth. Her compassion would drive her even to sacrifice for strangers.
A gentle hand cupped Gage's jaw, guiding his eyes up to meet the Creator's radiant form.
But she walks alone no longer.
Gage shuddered out a breath.
I will give all that I am to protect her, but how can I stand against her conscience? By helping redeem another's.
Visada's touch filled Gage with courage.
The time has come. The Snake Queen lingers in darkness, her hope smothered by cruelty. Seek her out and offer mercy without judgment.
His piercing eyes held Gage transfixed.
Show her that light still dwells within her heart despite the shadows.
Staggering beneath this revelation, Gage grasped the Creator's words like a lifeline.
We will find the Queen and help her walk in your ways again.
He hesitated.
But the Council...
Gage didn't need to say that he wasn't sure if he should trust all the shaman, not when they still weren't sure which kingdoms were in league with Azure.
Trust in me over any other voice.
Visada's gaze bore into him.
Keep your task hidden for now. Seek only truth.
The vision faded, even as Gage cried out, desperate for more time, for more clarity. But the Creator's parting words echoed through his soul.
Lead my lost daughter home from the chaos she's found herself in, Gage, for only one well-acquainted with darkness can show her the way back to the light.
Gage woke with a gasp, his heart racing. Certainty filled him along with hope. They would seek out Xena as Visada bid, and, perhaps, through her, find the path that would spare Katy. He looked down at his mate nestled against him, peaceful in sleep. Gage silently renewed his vow. He would walk through fire and blood to see her bright spirit protected, and, Visada willing, even help rekindle another's inner flame grown dim. Gage watched Katy sleep, her body curled trustingly against his. Color had returned to her pale cheeks, the dark circles under her eyes fading. His brave mate looked peaceful at last after endless days of torment. It seemed a miracle that their mingled blood had worked to strengthen their fledgling bond and restore her vitality. Gage knew it was no mere chance, but a gift from the one who had ordained them for each other. 2 nights had passed since Visada had first come to Gage in a dream, promising there were still paths to freedom if Gage continued to walk in faith and wisdom. He had not understood the Creator's cryptic words then. Now, with his Creator's second visit, clarity dawned along with the rising sun. Katy stirred, blinking up at him drowsily. Gage's heart swelled, and he brushed a tendril of rich brown hair back from her face.
Good morning, little wolf.
Her smile never failed to make his ancient spirit feel young again. Hey, you. His hand lifted to curl around the back of her neck, his thumb idly stroking over his bite mark from the night before. It had already faded, but the memory still spiked his pulse. Surely Visada would not gift them with such a profound bond, only to allow it to be torn asunder now. They would find an answer without sacrifice or sorrow. Gage had to hold on to hope. Propping herself up on one elbow, Katy regarded him curiously. You look very serious this morning. Everything okay? He took her hand, pressing a kiss to her wrist where he could feel her heartbeat.
Just thinking about you, about us.
She cocked her head. What about us? You better not be getting cold paws, she warned, pointing a finger at him. If you have some sort of commitment issues, we're going to have problems.
You couldn't chase me away even if you tried,
he told her, and then Gage hesitated, unsure how she would take Visada's direct revelation to him. But he could not keep secrets from his mate.
Do you remember the vision I told you of, where Visada said you have a generous heart?
At her nod, he went on.
The Creator came to me again in a dream last night.
Katy's eyes widened, and her hand tightened on his. What did he say? Does he have a way to break the spell? I mean, he's the creator of the Damarians, a god. Can't he just snap his fingers and make it all right?
That's not how it works, Katy, Gage said gently. Is he powerful enough to do just that? Yes. But if he did, then what have we learned? How have we grown or evolved in our character and integrity?
The words poured from his heart as he felt his animal spirit rise at the rightness of his convictions. Yet, how many times had he felt just as Katy did? How many times had he wanted to shake his fist at Visada and ask why? Why didn't you spare them? Over the decades and centuries, Gage had ached inside, wondering why the Creator allowed such things to happen. Now his heart was open, and his mind was willing to learn.
Growing is overrated,
Katy grumbled, looking too cute for her own good. Gage chuckled. Sometimes it feels that way, but while Visada might not be snapping his fingers to fix all our problems, he is helping us. He said there is one who can aid us if we can find her. Gage's jaw tightened. Azure's mate.
Katy recoiled slightly. The Snake Queen? Why would she ever help us? Because the vibe I got from her was more like, turn your back on me at your own peril.
Gage smoothed his knuckles along her cheek. According to Visada, she is not as loyal to Azure as it seems, but her heart has been closed off by centuries of cruelty. His gaze grew thoughtful, fingers still trailing gently over her face. Sometimes the light in a person can grow so dim they forget it was ever there. When he focused on Katy again, her eyes were luminous with understanding. She turned her head to press a kiss to his caressing hand.
You would know better than anyone, she said softly.
Gage's throat tightened. In his long, dark years, exiled alone, only his faith had kept his own inner light from being snuffed out completely, and even that had been weak at times. Everything changed when Katy reignited the torch anew simply by being who she was. Clearing his throat, he said gruffly, "Perhaps Xena also walks in shadows not entirely of her own making." He curled a lock of Katy's hair around his finger. "We cannot know her heart, but we should try to find her. Visada mentioned chaos, which leads me to believe we will find her in the kingdom of chaos." Katy chewed her bottom lip, glancing down at their entwined hands.
I want to believe she could be an ally, she said slowly. But if we're wrong...
I will let no harm come to you. Gage tilted her chin up, seeing both hope and trepidation in her eyes. But this may be our only recourse. If you do not wish it, I will think no less of you. Her lips twisted wryly.
Pretty sure Visada's vision was meant for you, oh great direwolf. Not really my place to refuse.
She searched his face.
You trust your creator to lead us down the right path?
With my life, he vowed. With our future. Katy took a deep breath and then nodded firmly.
Okay then, we'll seek out the Snake Queen and hope she chooses mercy over malice.
A teasing light entered her eyes.
Maybe I can convince her you're not so bad once she gets to know you.
Gage nipped her neck in retribution, satisfied when she squealed. Perhaps it is you who will sway her sympathies. His voice dropped lower. Few can resist you for long. You even won over Otto. He's even grumpier than I am. Katy flushed beautifully as she rolled her eyes.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a fungus. I grow on you.
Her smile faded.
So, where is this kingdom of chaos located?
That's going to be the hard part. They aren't necessarily all gathered in one territory like the rest of us. Gage considered the several locations that the kingdom's members inhabited. They tend to prefer places where they won't stand out. The Kingdom of Chaos members aren't fully human-looking. They can use glamour, but when someone like you sees through it, they can't hide any of their animal nature. And they don't look like just one animal. Most of the time, they have 2 or more different species.
Hence the term chaos?
Exactly, Gage nodded. Places like Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., essentially places that are very crowded and where oddities are ignored or celebrated. At Katy's worried look, he squeezed her hand. We will find her. We can do this. Visada wouldn't put us on a hopeless mission. Though she still appeared anxious at the thought of willingly seeking out the cobra's mate, resolve shone in Katy's eyes. "Well, guess I'd better pack for this reconciliation road trip with Mrs. Snake King." She stretched up to brush a light kiss over his lips before slipping from the bed. Gage watched her fondly as she gathered a few belongings for the journey ahead. His brave mate never ceased to amaze him. She would walk into the lion's maw if it meant saving innocent lives, and he would be at her side, come what may. "Crap," she huffed.
"What's wrong?"
"My dad." Katy hurried over to the bedside table and snatched up her phone. "I have to text him every couple of days or he will start doing crazy dad things."
"And those are?"
The word dragged out as Gage watched her fingers move quickly over the screen. "You know," she made an impatient motion with the hand not holding the phone. "Calling out search parties, putting my face on a grocery store wall, contacting every hospital in a 200-mile radius of New York. All the things." She went back to texting, and he continued to watch the emotions that he could also scent flick across her face. Katy growled at the phone and tossed it onto the bed. "He wants a picture of me, Lola, and Maddie together."
"Why?"
"Because he wants to make sure I haven't run off with some strange man or been abducted. Both of which I have done. It's like he has a sixth sense or something." Gage pushed up and sat on the edge of the bed.
"What did you tell him?"
"The truth," Katy said. He waited for her to say she was kidding.
"You're serious?"
He picked up the phone and swiped the screen.
"Password?"
"Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious." Gage's head snapped up to look at her.
"Not joking this time either, are you?"
Katy folded her arms in front of her and shook her head. "I'm always serious when it comes to words. I like big words, I like odd words, and I usually have a word of the day. But having energy siphoned from me has overshadowed my daily word habit."
"Can you spell it for me?"
She closed the distance between them and took the phone from Gage's hands. Her thumbs moved quickly. "I can't spell it out loud, but I can spell it if I use the keyboard to type it out." She held the phone back to him. Gage looked at the screen and tapped the message icon. Her convo with her father popped up first, and he began to read. "Dad."
"If I don't hear from you soon, I will start hanging up posters of you."
Katy. "I'm fine, Dad. You don't need to plaster my face on every streetlight or store window. Maddie and Lola are good, too."
Dad. "You know I don't believe your story, but you're an adult and I can't ground you or threaten to take your phone away. Just tell me the truth."
Katy. Sigh. "Okay, here's the truth. Lola met a guy. Turns out he's a supernatural species that came from another realm and he can shift into a lion. Lola is his mate, which is kind of like marriage, only it's really for life. When I went over to Lola's however long ago, I haven't been keeping track, there was another guy there, but he shifted into a panther. Then, another guy crawled through her window. By this point, I'm just going with the flow because hysterics aren't going to get us anywhere. So the last guy who came in wasn't a shifter. He's some sort of holy man / politician / supernatural police. Fast forward a few hours, and there's a knock on Lola's door. I stupidly answered it, and Antonio was there. He was with 2 other guys I didn't know. They abducted me. I found out later those 2 dudes are also part of this secret supernatural world."
Dad. "Enough. If you don't want to tell me, at least tell me you're safe and mean it."
Katy. "Safer than I've ever been."
Dad. "Text me tomorrow, even if it's to tell me an elaborate story. I just need to know you're okay."
Katy. "Love you, Dad. Everything is fine." Gage held the phone out to her, and she took it.
"You did that so he'd stay off your back? And he didn't believe a word? Why are humans so quick to discard information that, admittedly very bizarre, could be truth?"
"It doesn't matter what I tell him, as long as he knows I'm safe." Katy returned to the task of gathering things to pack.
"When all of this is done, I will meet your father. I will assure him that you will never be in danger again."
Katy paused and turned to look at him. "Because you'll always be there to protect me?" He shook his head.
No, because I will teach you how to defend yourself. As much as I never want you out of my sight, that would suffocate you, and you'd grow to resent me.
Her eyes brightened at his declaration. Does it seriously take centuries for a guy to figure that out?
I have no idea, nor do I care, he said bluntly. As long as none attempt to court you, they can go on being clueless about their females.
There's the grumpy pants Gage we all know and love, Katy teased.
He clenched his jaw tightly and then released it.
I don't like you talking about other males.
Jealousy was a new emotion to him, and Gage had a feeling it was going to take a ton of self-discipline to keep from maiming human males who didn't respect the clues that made it clear his female was already claimed. His kind would smell him on Katy and backtrack quickly, but human males didn't have those senses. Their symbol was the wedding band. He made a mental note to find a jewelry store as soon as Azure was dead. He wanted Katy marked in every way that it took for every kind of male to stay away. A warm hand on his face pulled him from the thoughts where he'd gotten lost. Katy stood before him, rubbing her thumb across his cheek.
You don't have to be jealous, Gage.
Her lips turned up in a tender smile.
I'm yours, and you're mine.
Her words rang with such possessiveness that his wolf wanted to howl as if they'd obtained some sort of victory. He put an arm around her waist and pulled her to him. When had he become such a hugger? Katy wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her face against his shoulder. Okay, so since meeting his mate, she'd brought out the inner hugger in him.
Only her,
his wolf rumbled in his mind.
Yes,
Gage agreed with his beast. Katy's warmth seeped into him like the warmth of the sun chasing away the coldness caused by the jealousy. She released him and took a step back. He dropped his arms from her, though it was the last thing he wanted to do.
I've got to get packed if we ever plan to find Xena.
He knew she was right. All other things would have to wait.
You're going to want to put your stuff in a backpack so you can easily carry it in your mouth.
Katy paused mid-step and slowly turned to look at him.
In my mouth? She asked slowly. Why in the world am I going to carry a freaking backpack in my mouth?
Because we need to lie low and not draw attention to ourselves. That means traveling in our beast forms, sticking to the countryside out of the main avenues of travel. I don't know which kingdoms are in league with Azure, so I don't want anyone, not even your friends, knowing what we're doing.
Beast form?
Katy's words were stilted as she stared at him. He nodded. She blinked several times.
Katy pointed at herself. Going to turn into a wolf? Like you?
Another nod as his lips turned up in a sly smile.
Words of the wise. Try not to run from me. It will only make me want to chase you.
Chapter 9. Teach me to wolf out. Did you ever wake up and think to yourself, today I'm going to turn into a big hairy beast and hunt down a chick who turns into a huge slimy snake? No? Well, why the hell not? Apparently, it's totally a thing.
Katy. Katy took a steadying breath and met Gage's intense emerald stare.
Okay, I'm ready. Teach me how to wolf out.
They stood beneath a canopy of trees, sheltered from view. Gage had insisted she would shift easier her first time in nature, without walls or ceilings confining her. His hands came to rest on her shoulders, the touch oddly grounding despite her racing heart.
You have the instinct within you already. The dire wolf's spirit recognizes itself. Trust your senses.
Easier said than done, but Katy nodded. Gage believed she could do this. She just had to silence her doubts and embrace her inner beast. Closing her eyes, Katy tried to picture her soul's wilder side. The part of her that howled in defiance whenever darkness pressed too near. Her fierce devotion that roared to life when others she cared for were threatened. That soul-deep wildness was her birthright as Gage's mate. She had to claim it fully.
"Let your instincts take over," Gage guided quietly. "The wolf knows what to do. Simply surrender to its instincts."
Closing her eyes, Katy reached inward for her wolf spirit. She gasped as her nails lengthened painfully, claws erupting from each fingertip. It felt like her bones were breaking and reforming beneath her skin, which rippled as fur spread rapidly across her body.
"You can do this."
Gage's gravelly voice was an anchor in the chaos.
"Become what you were always meant to be, beloved."
Her spine bowed forward, and Katy cried out as her legs reshaped into powerful haunches. She could feel her skull changing, elongating into a lupine muzzle lined with sharp teeth. Her ears shifted higher on her head as her senses exploded with sudden lupine acuity. Katy's palms hit the ground, her fingers now claws digging into the earth as the change overtook her. She panted, sides heaving from the effort, her limbs trembling. The scent of pine and loam filled her sensitive nose. There was an ache deep in the marrow of her bones as beast and woman found harmony in this new shape. Then it settled, the pain fading away. Katy took an experimental breath through her elongated snout, feeling power coiled tightly in the lithe wolf's body. She could hear prey scurrying in the underbrush. She could smell the mineral tang of a nearby stream mingled with wolf musk. Gage's hands stroked through her thick pelt, and Katy shuddered, fur rippling from head to tail. His touch kept her steady while her mind adjusted. She gave an experimental chuff, taking a few awkward steps on 4 legs. It was disorienting seeing the world from this lower vantage point and feeling such intense strength in the long body built for running down prey. But exhilaration also flooded her veins. She was a wolf, wild, dangerous, and free. Lifting her muzzle, Katy let out a delighted howl. The call echoed through the forest, announcing the awakened dire spirit within. Gage's answering rumbling growl vibrated through her, primal and possessive. Katy turned to nip his shoulder playfully, delighting in this powerful new form, and stumbled forward.
"Easy, little wolf."
His proud smile held an alpha's satisfaction at her success.
"Let your mind catch up to your form."
With an indulgent shake of his head, Gage shifted into his own immense wolf form. He had midnight-colored fur speckled with gray. Katy thought he was even more impressive like this, his beast radiating dire strength. Gage dipped his head, nudging her with unmistakable affection. Unable to resist, Katy nipped his ear playfully. Then she was off, racing through the trees on nimble paws. She heard Gage's surprised bark before he gave chase, huge paws eating up the ground as he ran her down effortlessly. Katy yipped her surrender as he cornered her against a large boulder, tail wagging. Gage licked her muzzle before stepping back. His emerald eyes glowed with desire, but he simply inclined his head back the way they'd come. Message clear. It was time to head out. Falling into step beside his larger form, Katy brushed against him happily. Her entire body thrummed with rightness. However strange this shape still felt, her spirit recognized itself here. Wolf, woman, something somewhere in between. She was finally whole. They departed the remote Montana cabin at midday. The summer sun felt good against Gage's fur. He was disappointed he couldn't play more with his mate in her wolf form, watching her experience everything for the first time. But time was of the essence. If they didn't find the Snake Queen, all of Katy's firsts as a wolf might also be her last. Without Visada's input, he would have never considered Xena as a potential ally. Next to Gage in her smaller wolf form, Katy looked especially small and delicate, with her lighter-colored brown and gray fur. But he could feel her resilient spirit burning as she embraced this new reality. Dire wolves bowed to no challenge or darkness. And she'd shown those qualities when she sacrificed herself to Azure, hoping to get more information. She was bold, intelligent, and fierce. Even without Visada's decree, Gage would have been drawn to Katy. They journeyed southwest, avoiding towns and major roads. Anxiety began to gnaw at Gage the farther they got from the Kingdom of Fangs territory. Being away from his home meant that he had to increase his vigilance. Some of his kind didn't respect the treaties formed when they came to the human realm. And while breaches were mostly rare occurrences, times were changing. He would not fully relax until Katy was truly free of the vile Serpent King's reach, and until they knew who was working with him. When dusk fell, they stopped to rest and eat beneath a rocky overhang. Gage built a small fire, relishing the novelty of the flame's warmth and light after so long existing without either. "This is weird." Katy sat close to the fire, holding her hands out to catch the warmth.
"How so?"
"I'm a New Yorker, and a poor one at that. I've never been camping. It's just something I've seen on television or movies." She watched the flames dance, and Gage enjoyed the way the light made her skin glow. "I like it," she finally said after a few minutes of silence. "I like the rich smells, the sounds of the forest, and the sky completely covered in stars. You can't see the stars in New York. The city is too busy trying to compete with the night sky." Gage loved listening to her talk, hearing her point of view. Everything seemed brighter, more vivid through Katy's eyes. He noticed details that would have escaped his attention before: the smell of fresh rain in the air, the texture of tree bark under his palm, the play of firelight over Katy's lovely features. His long-hardened heart soaked up these sensations like parched desert sands. As he watched Katy now across the fire, he realized how pale she looked again, how drawn. The little color his blood had restored was fading as the strange magic continued leeching her life force. Gage moved to sit behind her, gently pulling her back to recline against his chest.
"You need to take more."
He pulled out a pocket knife and, before she even had time to protest, sliced his wrist open. Katy turned worried eyes up to him. "Does it weaken you each time?" She pressed her lips tentatively to the wound. Gage stroked her hair soothingly as she fed.
"Do not trouble yourself, little wolf. You take only what I gladly give."
It was true Gage experienced no fatigue or loss. Rather, he was overcome by an exhilarating rush as their spirits mingled and twined ever closer through the shared blood. Her pleasure and relief as strength seeped back into her body echoed within Gage's own mind, their emotions blending seamlessly. When she had drunk her fill, Katy twisted to search his face anxiously. He knew she wouldn't find any distress. Desire? Most definitely. Her frame relaxed against him once more as she faced the fire. Gage wrapped both arms around her securely.
"Rest now," he murmured, dropping a kiss atop her head. "We still have far to go."
She snuggled into him and fell asleep in a matter of moments. Gage kept vigil as the moon traversed the night sky, holding his slumbering mate close and tossing what wood he could reach into the small fire as needed. This bizarre curse drained Katy's vitality during her waking hours, but it seemed unable to touch her while at rest. The only thing he felt from her was contentment. There was no pain or weakness. Gage thanked Visada's mercy that the spell only stole from Katy a little at a time. It gave them a window to find answers before it claimed her life entirely. Watching the rise and fall of her chest, he swore that outcome would never come to pass. Gage heard a soft beep and glanced down at his phone, which he'd laid on the ground next to them. He picked it up and saw that he had a text from Otto. Otto. "I fixed this." Gage frowned at the 3 words. Gage.
"Fix what?"
Otto. "I bite Katy. My fault she is in this. I fix it." Gage considered the little lenser's words and what he could possibly mean. His mind ran in circles until it finally hit him like a ton of bricks. Gage.
Don't do it, Otto.
Otto.
Mistress will not die. I fixes it. You not tell her. I bite you.
Gage.
I won't die.
Otto.
But you be sick and miserable.
The little butthead had him there. Even though Otto's bite wouldn't kill Gage, it didn't mean that he wouldn't suffer until his body expelled the poison. Gage.
Katy will be sad.
Otto.
But alive.
Gage couldn't argue with him there. But he knew it would break Katy's heart if she found out that Otto killed the human women in order to save her life. Would she forgive the little lizard? Yes, she would. But it would still be a wound in their friendship that would take a long time to work through. But what could Gage do? Otto was a free Damarian now that he wasn't under the scales of Azure. He could do as he pleased, though he would learn the hard way the consequences of desperate actions. Gage prayed that Otto's attempts would be thwarted. He would just have to trust that Visada already knew the little Lenzer's heart and would deal with him. He didn't text Otto again. There was no point in arguing with him. He was a hard-headed little bean. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Gage carefully extricated himself from Katy's sleepy grasp. He had one quick task to see to before she woke, one he preferred she not know about for now. Just a precaution, but his soul would rest easier for having taken it. After ensuring Katy was still sleeping soundly, well back from the dying fire's edge, Gage slipped into the tree line. He did not go far, just out of earshot of their makeshift camp. Once sheltered by the forest, he pulled the phone back out. Gage selected Nox's name and typed out a quick message. Gage.
Headed to chaos with my mate on Creator's command. Cannot risk council interference since we don't know who is in the Viper's nest with Azure. We'll contact again soon.
Only seconds passed before Nox replied. Nox.
Understood. We will await word. Keep her safe and yourself as well.
Relief lifted some weight from Gage's shoulders. No matter their differences or past quarrels, Nox would ensure his absence raised no alarms for now. That was all he needed. Time to follow Visada's urgings unhindered by politics. Thumb hovering over the button, Gage added one more line before sending it.
Gage. If we do not return, know it was done to protect the innocent.
A dire pledge, but these were grievous times. Returning the phone to his pocket, Gage headed back to camp just as Katy stirred. Her sleepy smile upon seeing him made his heart constrict. All that mattered in this moment was keeping her gaze free of shadows. "Hey, you," she murmured, stretching like a cat. The rising sun gilded her skin and brought out rich chestnut highlights in her hair. Gage drank her in, letting the sight bolster him. As long as she was at his side, he could face anything. Crouching beside her, Gage stroked back the silken strands from her face.
How are you feeling?
Katy considered, then smiled. Good. Strong again. Her eyes softened. Thank you. Instead of answering, Gage simply pulled her into a fierce embrace. Katy came willingly, arms twining around his neck. Over her shoulder, Gage's eyes shifted, scanning the woods around them. A solemn promise lingered on his lips, unspoken but etched into his soul. No matter what they faced or who stood in the way, he would see his mate safe. Gage was no hero, merely a guardian sworn to protect one precious heart, Katy's, bound now to his own. For her, he would walk any path, even into the blackest abyss, becoming a monster himself. If that made him a fool in others' eyes, so be it. Her life was worth any price, any sacrifice. Let Visada's justice come. The dire wolf bowed only to the wildness within now. The man was slave to a higher claim. His vowed oath as a mate. Perhaps sensing his somber mood, Katy drew back to study his face with concern. But Gage merely touched his brow to hers, breathing her in.
Ready to continue on?
Yep, she said with a sharp nod. Let's do this. Xena jolted awake from a fitful sleep, her heart racing inexplicably. She peered around the darkened motel room, senses straining, but no threat presented itself. Likely just another nightmare, though she couldn't recall it now. With a tired sigh, she rose and moved to stand by the grimy window, peering out at the neon strip still bustling even at this late hour. She'd never spent time in the Kingdom of Chaos before Azure banned her from leaving Venom. Now she wandered its garish streets, cloaked in illusion magic, more lost than any face in the crowd.
Poor child, why do you linger in shadow?
Xena whirled with a gasp at the gentle voice. A figure etched in pure light stood across from her. She dropped to her knees instantly, not daring to look directly at him.
"Forgive me, Visada," she whispered, trembling. "I am unworthy of your presence."
The air stirred around her, infinitely tender.
You are forgiven, beloved daughter. No darkness lingers upon your bright spirit now.
Tears slipped free as Xena shook her head.
"The things I have done."
Sobs choked her.
"The things I didn't stop that I could have. I do not deserve your mercy."
You may look at me for this moment, see and hear the truth.
Strong, gentle hands lifted Xena's chin until she had no choice but to meet the Creator's radiant gaze. Forgiveness and sorrow shone in his ageless eyes.
Your heart has been led astray, but the fault is not yours alone.
Sadness weighed down the rich voice.
Another's cruelty dimmed your inner light, but it is not extinguished.
Xena's voice hitched in desperate hope.
"Could I be restored?"
She clung to his hands as though they were her only tether from plunging into shadow. Visada drew her close, and Xena wept into his side like a lost child. He soothed her tenderly as the tide of anguish slowly released its grip. When her tears finally ceased, the Creator drew back enough to tilt her chin up once more.
The light within can never be fully swallowed, only hidden for a time.
His understanding eyes pinned her in place.
I have known you since before you were formed in your mother's womb, child. Your life is no accident.
His thumb brushed her cheek.
Sadly, fear led you down dark roads.
Shame flooded Xena, making her turn away. Visada held her fast.
Yet you were but sheep led astray, never fully seeing the precipice before you.
His luminous gaze poured strength back into her spirit.
By my grace, you will now walk in the light again.
"You would grant me such mercy?"
Xena asked brokenly. After centuries at Azure's side, witnessing evil while doing nothing, she felt stained beyond saving, unworthy of this gift. Visada cupped her face in his hands, ancient eyes burning with compassion.
All have fallen short of my glory, but mine is the only judgment that carries weight.
His smile held both sadness and understanding.
I know your heart was warped by cruelty not your own. Your sins are forgiven, child, if you but choose to walk the right path once more.
Overwhelmed by the enormity of his pardon, Xena could only nod wordlessly. How could he absolve her so easily after all she had condoned? The light within Visada was truth. Her battered spirit recognized that bone deep. The Creator drew her close once more, into an embrace of forgiveness and belonging that Xena had craved her entire existence.
Though darkness surrounds, hope remains,
he whispered over her hair.
You will find your way again.
When he released her, resolve settled in Xena's bones. She would spend the rest of her life proving worthy of this undeserved gift.
"I will heed your guidance in all things," she swore fervently.
Visada's brilliant aura filled the dingy room.
"Then listen close, beloved daughter. My plan unfolds through your life anew."
He told her of two who would seek her out soon, led by his whisper, to help save an innocent in grave peril.
"The dire wolf comes cloaked in shadow, but he brings light in his mate's heart," Visada revealed. "The three of you will bring change, and, through that change, watch night recede before dawn's hope."
Though the counsel was cryptic, Xena clung to every word. The Creator had given her a second chance. She would not fail him again. Bowing her head, she swore,
"I will watch for them, and trust in your wisdom, though the way seems dark to me."
Visada touched her shoulder, smile radiant.
"You no longer walk alone. My spirit shall illuminate your every step."
As his image faded, Xena cried out,
"Will I see you again?"
The thought of losing his presence devastated her now that she had found grace.
"I am always near, child," Visada's voice echoed. "You only have to call out and listen, and I will answer. Only believe."
Then he was gone, leaving Xena on her knees in a run-down motel room once more. But she rose with joy, and her once empty heart was filled with joy. The Creator himself had come to renew her life. She was no longer damned and alone, but delivered into destiny. Her heart ached for her mate. She thought him fully lost. Xena honestly didn't know if there was anything good left in him. She remembered their early courtship. Azure had been so charismatic and charming. She'd been smitten from the first words. His father was king of KOV then, and Azure didn't bear the burden yet of a kingdom. Not to mention there was peace among the kingdoms. But then his father was poisoned, though the culprit never found. Azure had to take up the mantle of ruler, and it was from that moment forward that his transformation began.
"What happened to us?"
she whispered. Her knees throbbed from the hard floor on which she had knelt. They'd lost their way, but Azure didn't seem to want to find it again. She was on her own. Whatever came, she would cling to the plan Visada shared. Xena would watch for the dire wolf and his mate, never doubting they were coming. Xena had no idea how they would respond to her, considering she'd been unkind to both of them. She deserved their wrath, not their help. But the Creator had spoken, and she would listen. She had been granted another chance. This time, she refused to fail. Lola awoke to dawn's first light creeping across her opulent room. No, it wasn't her room. It was their room, hers and Callan's, which was still a weird thought, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Today, they would hopefully confront the voodoo priestess who held Katy's life in her hands. The twisting knot of anticipation in Lola's gut hadn't let her rest easily, and the fact that she'd been separated from Callan didn't help. Slipping from bed, Lola dressed swiftly in the combat gear the KOC warriors had provided. She and Maddie would need the added protection of leather and light armor in the treacherous bayou. Lola truly appreciated the fact that she could shift from human to animal and back again and still have her clothes on once she was in human form. She'd read so many books where the shifters were butt naked after a shift and had always wondered how they hadn't felt vulnerable. Did she think of her book characters as real people? Yes, she did. Don't judge. Lola's inner beast rumbled eagerly at the thought of the coming hunt and confrontation. They would find this voodoo priestess witchy chick and make her undo the sinister spell. When Lola entered the mansion's vast kitchen, she was surprised to find Callan already there, shoveling down breakfast. Her mate's head jerked up, nostrils flaring as he caught her scent. Relief flashed in his golden eyes.
There you are.
He was across the room in 3 long strides, folding her into a fierce embrace.
I've been pacing like a caged animal waiting for you.
Why didn't you just come to our suite? Callan's eyes narrowed on something behind Lola. She turned to find Otto sitting on the end of the counter, his little legs swinging back and forth, and his tail swishing from side to side. He wasn't in his full beast form, but neither could he pass for a human.
"Good morn, Lola. Sleep good?"
The little lizard grinned and waved his clawed hand at them.
He is the reason I didn't come to our room,
Callan rumbled. Her mate was not pleased. Lola's brow rose. How did he, she pointed at the small Damarian, keep you, now she pointed at Callan, motioning to his massive frame, from coming to find me?
"I bite him,"
Otto snickered. You what? Lola snapped.
He doesn't mean he already bit me,
Callan soothed, running his fingers down her spine.
He means if I'd tried to go see you, he would have bitten me.
Lola's eyes widened. But your bite is like mega poisonous. Otto nodded proudly. The little turd.
That's why I'm sitting down here eating and not with you, alone in our room.
Callan's voice grew rougher with each word.
Lensers are fast, he explained. He would bite me before I even realized he'd moved.
Otto, Lola scolded. Why would you do that?
"Mistress need rest,"
Otto said in his stilted way of talking.
"Be alert with demon about."
Callan's chest rumbled with a growl.
That's the only reason I didn't call for backup to deal with this little troublemaker. Because he's right. You have to have your wits about you with a demon.
Lola walked over to Otto and pointed a finger at him. She stayed about a foot back, though she didn't think he'd bite her. Do not ever threaten to bite my mate again. Not cool, lizard. Not cool. Otto's legs kept swinging back and forth as he shrugged.
"Otto protect what's important to Katy. You and the Maddie important to her."
That's really freaking sweet. Some of her anger deflated. Despite that, you can't go around biting people. Callan's arm wrapped around her from behind, and then he turned her so that her face was pressed to his chest. He pulled her snugly against him.
Shh, female, I'm fine.
Lola hugged him back just as tightly, the tension easing from her frame. Wait, she said suddenly. What are you doing here? Weren't you meeting with the Kingdom of Silk royals? Callan drew back enough to frame her face in his big hands.
You didn't really think I'd let you confront dark magic without me, did you?
His jaw clenched, and his gaze was intense.
Especially not with some questionable demon as your guide. But we did meet with them. They weren't exactly super hospitable, which isn't strange, but I still got the vibe they're hiding something. We couldn't stick around any longer without it looking suspicious.
Callan ran a finger down her cheek.
But mostly I'm back because I don't like being separated from you, not even for a night.
Warmth spread through Lola at his protectiveness, even as exasperation tugged her lips. Callan, we've talked about this. I don't need a babysitter.
Yes, you does,
Otto supplied, oh so helpfully. A-B conversation, lizard? See your way out of it, Lola said dryly. Otto simply snickered. The cheeky twat. Callan's brows lowered stubbornly.
Tough. Where you go, I go. That's the way it is for mates.
Lola sighed, knowing further argument was pointless. And if she was honest, having Callan's strength at her side brought a sense of security. She hadn't fully processed how dangerous this new world could become. Still, her independence balked at being coddled. Fine, she conceded grudgingly. But you better pull your weight out there. No distracting heroics because you think I need rescuing. Callan grinned unrepentantly and kissed her forehead.
As my lady commands. Besides, I don't think I'd have to do anything heroic with this one. He motioned to Otto, in tow.
Before she could elbow Callan in retribution, running footsteps drew their attention. Maddie careened into the kitchen, excitement lighting her pretty features. Her smile grew even bigger when she saw Callan. "Bane's back too," her friend gushed, practically bouncing on her toes. "Isn't that awesome? Now he and Callan can totally protect us from that demon creep while we save Katy and the other women." She frowned thoughtfully. "Shame Roan came too. He keeps making weird jokes about cats and glaring at Bane. I think his sense of humor is broken, if he ever had one."
"He didn't," Callan offered.
Lola felt more of the weight that had been on her shoulders being lifted. "That's great that they're here, considering you and I don't have a freaking clue what we're doing. Regardless of whether we like admitting that or not, it's true." "Yeah, I guess," Maddie muttered as she grabbed a muffin out of a bowl on the counter. "But Roan seriously knows how to rain on someone's parade." "I bite him?" Maddie's eyes lit up with humor as she looked at the lizard. "As much as the image of you biting a screeching Roan makes me laugh, I do not wish him dead. Yet. If I change my mind, I'll let you know." "Maddie," Lola tissed, "you can't talk like that with Otto. He seems to take things pretty literally." "Oh, I know. Me and the oudster hung out last night and made friendship bracelets." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of string. The bracelets reminded Lola of their childhood when they used to spend summer days sitting at her dining room table making wrist and ankle friendship bracelets. "Here." She held out a green and blue one to her. "I made you this one." Lola smiled. "Thanks, Mads." "Don't thank me. I only managed to get one made. The super lizard over there can weave the strands of thread faster than a freaking machine. He made tons of them." Lola looked at Otto. "Did you have fun?" "I want my mistress to have many choices. I not sure favorite colors." "I tried to tell him she'd like anything simply because he made it for her," Maddie explained. "But the little dude is hard-headed." "My head's supposed to be hard," Otto told her with a little frown. "Scales protect in battle." Maddie rolled her eyes. "You're right, he is very literal." Lola met Callan's amused golden eyes. "This is going to be a circus, isn't it?" He laughed.
"At least the chaos will keep that silver-tongued demon on his toes."
His smile faded, replaced by solemn resolve.
"But jesting aside, wherever you go this day, I go too. I'll not have you facing such evil unprotected."
"Mistress Lola and the Maddie wear bracelets."
Otto pointed at the stack of bracelets he'd pulled from his own pocket.
"Wear 10.
10? Maddie and Lola said at the same time. Lola narrowed her eyes at him. "Why so many?"
"We friends. I be hurt if you not like them."
Otto's voice grew small. He was up to something, or at least Lola thought he was. She didn't know him well enough to truly be certain. Maybe he just honestly would be hurt if they didn't wear something that he'd worked hard on specifically for them. She walked over and counted out 10, then split them between both wrists, 5 on each. "There." She held out both arms. "Happy?"
"Yup."
Otto nodded and then pointedly looked at Maddie. She just chuckled and then picked out her own, also splitting them between her wrists.
"Well done on the bracelets," Callan told Otto. "You did good."
The lizard preened under Callan's approval. Lola felt sorry for the little guy. If he'd been Azure's servant, he'd probably been ridiculed and treated like crap. Lola exhaled slowly, then lifted onto her tiptoes to press a light kiss to her mate's lips. His formidable powers of protection were useless against her heart. "Thank you," she told him simply. "Glad to have you with me." Callan's eyes glowed with satisfaction. Hand in hand, the pair ventured out of the kitchen, following after Maddie and Otto, who'd apparently left while they'd had their moment. They found Maddie and Roan squared off in the foyer, tension crackling. Bane leaned against the ornate wall, observing in silence, while Otto stood next to Maddie, glaring daggers at Roan. Lola bit back a groan. "Let the circus begin," she muttered under her breath.
"I don't need you fighting my battles and getting your feathers ruffled like a damn mother hen," Maddie said crossly, hands on her hips. "Despite the lack of claws and fur on my part, I'm not made of glass."
Roan glowered, impatience in every hard line of his imposing frame. "Your safety is my duty, Nashawani."
"I keep Maddie safe," Otto hissed. "And no Nashawani, not for you."
Roan simply ignored the lizard, his eyes focused on Maddie.
"The swamp is no place for—"
"A weak, helpless female?"
Maddie cut him off incredulously.
"Wow, and here I was thinking maybe you actually respected me as an equal. I must have lost my damn mind for a second there."
Bane's lips twitched, though he diplomatically kept any comments to himself. Lola had to admire his restraint, since she was tempted to place bets on this clash of wills. Before the arguing could escalate further, Lola decided it was time to intervene. Clapping sharply, she fixed them both with a quelling stare.
"All right, that's enough growling from both of you."
She pinned Roan with her gaze. Maddie might be human, but she's smart and resourceful. With Callan, Bane, Otto, and you as backup, we'll be fine. Then she turned her stare on Maddie. "And you need to cut Roan some slack. The man is clearly worried about you. His intentions are good here." Maddie deflated slightly, though her eyes still flashed defiantly.
"I know that, but I won't be coddled and dismissed."
Her chin lifted challengingly.
"I can handle myself."
Roan's stern expression softened marginally. He took a slow breath.
"Perhaps you can at that, Nashawani."
He shot Otto a sharp look after saying the strange word, which Lola was totally going to get the details on.
"But the bayou is perilous for those unfamiliar, and comparatively speaking, as a human, you lack the same advantages that a Damarian has. Allow me to advise you, if nothing else."
It was as near to a compromise as Lola suspected they would get at the moment. She glanced between the two stubborn individuals, hoping the tentative peace would hold. Maddie frowned, but gave Roan a jerky nod after a moment.
"Fine, advise away."
Her lips pursed.
"But no getting grabby with your protection. Hands off."
Bane made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh before schooling his face. Roan leveled a quelling look at his friend before focusing on Maddie again, his jaw tight.
"You have my word, unless circumstances warrant it," he bit out.
His eyes dared her to argue, but Maddie simply lifted her chin again defiantly. Lola hid a smile. Her friend was definitely meeting her match in the gruff KOC shaman. Perhaps opposites did attract. "Just out of curiosity," Lola kept her tone conversational, "what does Nashawani mean?"
"No,"
Otto practically growled like a dog.
"It's not yet time for that to be made known,"
Roan answered.
"Could you be any more cryptic?"
Maddie asked dryly.
"Would you like some Yoda with your scoop of back-ass words speak?"
Roan simply shook his head as his silver orbs bore into Maddie. Whatever awkwardness remained dispersed with the arrival of Lyra and Taras, with Raphael in tow. Callan went rigid beside Lola as the incubus strolled through the doors, flashing his dimples at the room.
"Good morning, lovely ladies."
Raphael's violet gaze lingered on Maddie and Lola in turn.
"I see your prickly guardian beasts have returned. Fantastic. The more warriors, the better."
Roan's lip curled back in the beginnings of a snarl, but Lyra spoke up before he could go alpha male on their guide. "Yes, we'll be one big happy tour group traipsing through the bayou." She smiled brightly. "More formidable when confronting voodoo priestesses and fallen snake kings, right?" Raphael inclined his head, though his sharp eyes held a calculating gleam.
"Indeed. We shall be quite the force to be reckoned with."
He turned his assessing look on the others.
Do you require time to prepare for our journey, or shall we be off promptly?
Before anyone could answer, hurried steps drew their attention to Nico striding through the arched doorway. The wild-eyed shaman seemed in good spirits, with a broad smile stretched across his pierced face. Lola couldn't help but wonder if it hurt to smile when you had a lip piercing. It seemed like it would hurt. She clamped her mouth closed, attempting to quell her inner curious cat.
"Heard I was missing quite the party,"
he called in greeting. His grin faded as he took in the occupants of the room, his gaze landing on Raphael.
"Rafi, you old horn dog, what trouble have you started now?"
Nico's words held an unspoken warning as he moved to stand beside his demon friend.
"No trouble from me. It seems our new friends have trust issues where my kind are concerned."
Raphael slanted a look at Roan and Callan.
"Though, given our history, I suppose the suspicion is justified."
Nico clapped a hand on Raphael's shoulder companionably.
"You always were one to play with fire, demon."
His gravelly voice softened a fraction.
"But in this matter, your aid is appreciated."
Raphael's smug expression faltered briefly at Nico's defense. He inclined his head in acknowledgement. Lola's curiosity deepened at this new layer revealed between the unlikely friends. Before she could ponder further, Taras spoke up.
"If I might offer a solution to the Maddie problem?"
"The Maddie problem?" Her friend said the words as if they were spoken around a particularly sour lemon. "When did I become a problem?"
"It doesn't mean it the way it sounded," Lyra assured her. "But you are human, and that makes you fragile. Nothing personal, it's just biology."
Maddie looked at Lola, who simply shrugged. "It's true, babe, no offense. I've got 3-inch claws and a mouth full of sharp teeth now." "But earlier you said—" Maddie started, but Lola interrupted. "I know what I said, but I'm not about to argue with the Queen of the Kingdom of Claws, are you?" Lola gave Maddie a pointed look. "Point taken," Maddie huffed.
"What were you going to suggest?"
There was a hint of warning in Roan's voice. Taras looked at the shaman, and his eyes went from human to lion in a flash before returning to normal.
"You're dancing around the issue, and there's no reason for it. Both of her friends are mated to Damarians. She's not going anywhere. Just go ahead and yank out the lodged arrow."
"First I'm a problem, and now I have an arrow stuck in me?" Maddie folded her arms in front of her and popped out her hip. "Forgive my tone, Taras, but what the hell are you talking about?"
"I'll tolerate your tone because I understand dealing with Roan can be taxing."
"Understatement," Maddie muttered.
"But he needs to be the one to explain things to you," Taras said. "Do we have to do this now?" Raphael frowned. "I thought we were hunting down Azure and his witch."
"I bite him," Otto grumbled as he fisted his small hands and bared his little sharp teeth.
"Pipe down, little warrior." Bane's voice was calm and smooth.
Lola turned her attention back to Roan, who was currently staring at Taras with his swirling silver eyes that looked as if a hurricane was building inside. It felt like an hour passed before Roan finally responded.
"I can see where you're coming from."
Roan fixed his eyes on Taras.
"And I can see how we could be better utilized."
"Better than going and hunting Azure?" Maddie quickly interjected. "How? What if you need Roan's wizard powers?"
"I'm not a wizard."
Roan pinched the bridge of his nose. "Says the supernatural being who can make people believe they're hearing something that they're not," she challenged, bringing up how he'd made Lola's parents think a wreck had been causing all the noise, which was, in fact, a freaking lion.
"Roan will explain everything to you." Lyra gave a warm smile. "Just know that we trust him, and he will protect you with his life."
Maddie glanced at Lola. "This just got serious really fast." Lola smiled at her friend. I don't think they do much around here that isn't serious. Maddie shrugged. True. She then looked at Roan. So, hit me with it. What's this arrow you need to yank out? Roan ran a hand over his face and then stood up straighter as he met Maddie's gaze.
Nashawani means new shaman, Roan said. You have magic in you that calls to mine and the other shaman. It's that call that lets us know who is supposed to join our ranks.
He's not lying, Nico piped up.
It calls to me too, but not in quite the same way, I don't think.
He winked at her, and Roan's eyes shifted to the Kingdom of Chaos shaman.
Keep your winking to yourself.
See? Nico said with a grin. Told ya. Maddie stared silently at Roan, and then looked at Lola, then Lyra, and then back to Roan. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Chapter 10. Where's my letter? If this were a book, I would totally be cussing the author at the moment. I mean, could you please just finish one storyline already before throwing another curveball at us? No? Fine. Be a dick. Don't come crying to me if people start sending you ugly messages because you toy with their emotions like a yo-yo on a string. And yes, I'm well aware that tension is what makes a good book. At the moment, I'm as tense as I can stand. Cut the damn string already. Maddie.
Nashawani means new shaman, Roan repeated.
Maddie waved a hand at him. Not that part. The part where you said I have magic and it calls to you. She put her hands on her hips and glared at the perpetually pissed-off shaman. I find that highly unlikely, considering you're a butthead, and if I had magic in me, it definitely wouldn't be calling your name. She motioned to Nico, who had a stupid, big grin on his face. Punky over there has a better chance of having the attention of my magic. No offense. She quickly added to Nico.
None taken.
Nico nonchalantly slipped his hands into the pockets of his ripped jeans.
I'm just enjoying the show, and you're doing one hell of a job on handing Roan his ass. Carry on.
Maddie rolled her eyes. Then she looked at Taras and Lyra. Good grief, are all shaman like these two? She motioned to Nico and Roan. Because if they are, then I'm going to take a pass on this whole newish, no-show... Crap, I can't even say the word. How could I possibly be one? And if I am a wizard shaman thing, where's my letter?
What? Roan asked, his muscular arms folded across his chest.
Don't acknowledge his muscular arms, Maddie. But they're really nice arms. Focus. She forced herself to pull her crap together. My letter, telling me I'm a wizard and whatnot. Maddie heard Lola groan, but she didn't take her eyes off of Roan.
You're not a wizard, and neither am I.
His voice was surprisingly calm, considering he looked like he wanted to throttle her. Maddie tapped her foot as she attempted to work through her feelings about this new bomb they'd just dropped in her lap. Her eyes shifted to Lyra, who gave her a very subtle nod. Then Maddie looked at Lola, imploring her with her eyes to fix this. But in her gut, she knew there was nothing her best friend could do. Finally, she looked back at Roan. So you're my only option? Coughs that sounded suspiciously like laughter surrounded her. Maddie didn't know what was funny. She was serious. Roan rocked back on his heels as he gazed at her with those swirling silver eyes.
You will have the chance to meet the other shaman to see if there's a stronger bond than the one between us.
And what happens if there is?
Then you and that shaman can train together.
His answer sounded a little too sparse, as if he were trying to avoid saying something. So I can choose who I want to train me to be a wizard? Yes, Lyra answered, probably because Roan's jaw was clenched so tightly that Maddie could see the movement of the bone underneath his skin. There's more you need to know, the Prima continued. You are a good excuse for Roan to visit other kingdoms. Maddie perked up at that. Oh, we're going to be spies? No. Yes. Roan and Lyra said at the same time. Maddie's brow rose as she looked between the two. Which is it? Wizard spies or not? I think the best thing is for you to go with Roan, Lyra said in that gentle but firm voice that seemed to have anyone and everyone ready to do her bidding. He can explain things more in depth. She glanced at Roan, and Maddie did not miss the warning in Lyra's eyes.
All right, Taras's booming voice filled the room. We need to be on our way. Roan, please keep me updated on what you learn as you visit each kingdom.
Roan nodded, but his eyes weren't on the Prime. They were firmly fixed on Maddie. She refused to squirm under his scrutiny. It wasn't her fault that some magical bond drew them together. Chatter filled the room as the group followed Taras and Lyra out. Lola walked up to Maddie and gave her a tight hug, her mouth right beside her ear. You be safe, and try being nice to Roan. You catch more flies with honey. That's a dumb saying. Who wants more flies? Maddie huffed, but hugged Lola back. You be careful, too. As soon as the room was empty and it was just her and Roan, Maddie's confidence wavered, but she tried not to show it. She stood up tall, pulled her shoulders back, and met his stare. So, now what?
Now we go visit kingdoms while also using the opportunity to get to know each other better.
Why would we need to do that? Maddie's need to fidget grew stronger.
Because you're my...
He paused as if he couldn't quite find the word, then seemed to settle on
responsibility since I discovered you first.
He didn't sound particularly happy about that fact. More resigned than anything else, which just ticked Maddie off. It wasn't her fault she was a niche whatever. She hadn't asked for Roan to show up in Lola's bedroom and be the shaman to discover her. Maddie's heart beat hard in her chest. But you said there could be a stronger pull, whatever the crap that means, between me and another shaman. So I should get to know the other shaman too, right? She nodded her head as if that would somehow make him agree with her. Roan shrugged.
Eventually.
For some reason, his tone made her feel like eventually on his timeline was completely different from her own. Lola settled into a plush seat aboard the sleek private jet, her mind still reeling. In the span of one breakfast, everything had changed. Not only were Callan and the others now joining their quest, but the revelation about her best friend had left Lola floored. Maddie was a shaman. Gazing unseen out the jet's window as they taxied down the runway, memories cascaded through Lola's mind. The look on Maddie's face when Roan had dropped the 2-ton revelation, the possessiveness on Roan's face as he'd spoken. There was more going on than the shaman explained. Not that he'd had time. In a blur, Lyra and Taras had announced they were leaving, and Roan and Maddie would be going off on their own little mission. Now Lola was taxiing down a runway in the Pride's plane. It all happened so fast. There was a complicated mix of relief and frustration that Maddie hadn't come along to the bayou. Keeping her safe from the dangers ahead was Lola's top priority. Damn, she really wanted to talk through this startling news about her friend's new status, and other things, because she was quite sure there was some sizzle between Maddie and Roan. Lola huffed a quiet laugh under her breath. Her friend was full of surprises. Across the aisle, Nico had his phone to his ear, his boots propped casually atop the polished mahogany table. Lola only caught snatches of his conversation over the jet's noise.
Already happened, so quit grumbling. Yes, obviously I was there with Talbot for the claiming. You think I'd let our boy meet his mate without backup?
Nico's gravelly laugh followed.
Lighten up, Link. I said you worry too much.
Lola's brows rose with interest. She hadn't gotten many details yet about this destined mate of Talbot's that Nico had located. She nudged her mate. Callan looked down at her. His brow rose in question. She nodded her head toward Nico. The woman at the Kingdom of Venom, Talbot's mate, that you all found at the Kingdom of Silk, did she want to go?
Do you honestly think I would have allowed Nico to force her?
Of course not, she huffed. You just didn't say much about her.
That's because I don't know much about her. I was ready to get home to you. Nico took the female to New Orleans. That's all I know.
She watched the Chaos Shaman's expressive face as he talked, fascinated by the genuine affection that came into his silver eyes when discussing Talbot. Who knew that under that erratic, wisecracking exterior lay such a tender heart? Though she supposed a kingdom of misfits would inspire protectiveness in their shaman guide. Across from Lola, Lyra smiled knowingly. It is something to see, is it not? He attempts to cover himself in armor to hide his true nature, but he has a tender heart. Lola nodded slowly. I'll admit, I'm surprised. Nico hides it well under all the bravado. Lyra chuckled. Much like a certain lion prince I know, though he has a different sort of bravado. She shot an amused look at Callan in the seat beside Lola. Nico has many layers, as do most who have lived through difficult times. But his loyalty runs deep, and not to just those in the Kingdom of Chaos. A pang of guilt hit Lola as she realized she had judged the unusual shaman too quickly, especially because of his affiliation with the demon. She didn't know much about his history and demons, only what Taras explained. Perhaps she should reserve assessment until seeing more of how he treated this Talbot and the other members of his own kingdom. Actions spoke louder than words. Beside her, Callan shifted restlessly. Lola turned to see his gaze fixed on Raphael across the aisle. The demon appeared relaxed, eyes closed and head tilted back, but her mate's corded forearms and clenched jaw revealed his tension. Otto sat a good 3 feet away from the demon and kept giving him a look that made Lola shiver. Lola placed a gentle hand on Callan's wrist. You doing okay? He glanced down at her touch, eyes still simmering with distrust.
I don't like having that silver tongue so close to you.
Callan kept his voice low, no doubt conscious of preternatural hearing all around them. Lola offered a teasing smile, hoping to ease his worry. Aw, and here I thought you wanted him up close and personal so you could keep an eye on him. The corner of Callan's mouth quirked reluctantly.
Perhaps, but I'd prefer an ocean between you and any demon, especially an incubus.
I'll just sit here by you so you can keep me demon-free, she told him in a dramatic stage whisper.
Callan's lips twitched higher. He lifted her hand, brushing a kiss to her knuckles.
Have I told you today how glad I am that you're mine?
Lola grinned. I do like when your inner cave lion comes out. Her smile faded as she stared down at their joined hands. Softly, she said, But you don't need to worry about me. We're in this together now. Just then, Otto scurried over and plopped down in the empty seat beside her.
Too much man stink over there,
he declared with a disgruntled swish of his tail.
You smell better.
Lola bit back a laugh. Thanks, I think. Though odd-looking, she'd come to appreciate Katy's little protector and his candor. Having him along brought her friend closer somehow. Otto nodded firmly, settling in like he belonged beside her. His large eyes were serious when they met hers.
I keep you and the Maddie safe. I promises Katy. Now the Maddie gone. Now just you.
Lola's amusement softened. Reaching over to pat his clawed hand, she said gently, We'll look out for each other. Katy has enough to worry about. At Otto's low hiss, she added, But I know she'd be grateful you're here watching over us. That seemed to mollify the prickly lizard. He gave her a toothy grin.
We make good team. You no hurt while Otto's around.
He folded his small arms and gave a serious nod. Callan exchanged an amused glance with Lola over Otto's head.
Well, that's fortunate, since we clearly need your protection from impending doom.
If Otto sensed the teasing note in her mate's comment, he gave no sign. Settling back in his seat, Otto kept up a steady mutter about all the ways he could take down their foes. Soon, Lola was tuning out the vivid threats with practiced ease. Callan's golden eyes glowed as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. Lola put her head against him, her tension easing. Across the cabin, Nico ended his call and tucked the phone away. He caught Lola watching him curiously.
That was Link, shaman for the Kingdom of Venom. He wanted to give me grief for sneaking off during such a pivotal time for their throne.
Nico's lips twisted wryly.
Honestly, I think he's a bit lonely now that Azure isn't around to keep an eye on. But my place is here, helping with the hunt for the wayward king. I was used as a tool to help prepare Talbot's mate to meet him, and now I've moved on.
It's a good thing that he found her. It will make him stronger, right?
Taras nodded slowly at Lola from across the aisle. Let us hope so. The boy I knew was devoted to our ways.
His gaze turned distant.
With the right queen.
Beside him, Lyra picked up his thread of thought.
If honorable minds prevail, this could unite Venom and the Council at a critical hour.
Her wise eyes lingered on each of them in turn.
But it's yet to be seen what kind of influence Azure had on his great-nephew. Pray this change guides the kingdom from darkness into light.
Sobered by the Prima's insight, Lola faced forward again. So much uncertainty still loomed. Would confronting the voodoo priestess bring them closer to freeing Katy, or only mire them in fresh danger? And could Venom's new rulers resist the temptations of power that had corrupted Azure? The boards were set for an endgame, but which side would emerge victorious remained frighteningly unclear.
"You not worry,"
he said sagely.
"Just bite bad things when they come. Otto's way is best."
Lola huffed a laugh despite herself. If only it were that simple. Though his methods were unorthodox, the lizard had a point. They gained nothing by worrying over something that hadn't happened yet, and might not happen at all. All she could do was face whatever came with courage and trust in this new family she'd been given. And on that note, she pulled out her phone and sent her parents a quick text. Lying to them sucked, but she didn't have any other choice. At least, not yet. Lola's restless thoughts kept returning to Maddie and Roan's declaration about her. There was a part of Lola that felt relieved because she didn't want Maddie to be left out. But another part of Lola worried for the safety of both her friends as they navigated this new reality. She glanced over at Nico, who was gazing contemplatively out the window. "Hey, Nico, what will happen now that Maddie might become a shaman? Will she have to go train with the Shaman Council?" Nico turned his silver eyes on Lola.
It's been a long time since we've had a new shaman. He shrugged. She may or may not develop small intuitive gifts that require no formal training, or her powers could grow until she must learn our ways lest they control her. It's hard to say. We've never had a human become a shaman, so we're walking an uncharted path. New paths can be exciting, and they can be dangerous. Where will the road ultimately lead? To promising beginnings or to ruin?
He held both hands palms up.
Who can say?
Lola shivered at the ominous thought, but Nico smiled reassuringly.
Worry not. Your friend is in good hands with Roan to guide her.
His grin turned wicked.
And I doubt she will tread any path quietly. Fate favors the bold.
Despite her lingering concern, Lola had to laugh. Too right. Maddie doesn't know the meaning of keeping a low profile. Neither of my friends do. Her amusement faded. I just hope she's ready for everything to change. Callan squeezed her hand, his rumbling voice thoughtful.
Transformation often brings growing pains, but wisdom relies on navigating those trials.
His golden eyes held understanding.
Have faith in Maddie, and in Roan's guidance, should she need it.
Lola nodded slowly, taking comfort from her mate's steady strength. She would trust that between Roan and the other shaman council members, Maddie would come to not only understand her new abilities, but to master them in time. Lola would be there to support her best friend every step of the way, even if it were from afar. Across the aisle, Taras cleared his throat.
We should discuss our strategy once we reach the bayou. Azure is crafty, and his pet witch is powerful.
His solemn gaze took them each in.
We must be prepared for any treachery.
Sobering, Lola faced forward again. The Snake King and his voodoo witch were evil and wouldn't fight fair. She shared none of Nico and Raphael's eagerness to cross them, only cold resolve. This evil had haunted Katy long enough. Otto's small hand patting her arm drew Lola's spiraling worries back.
"No scared," he said sternly. "I bite them dead."
His unsettling teeth gleamed. Lola snorted, lips twitching with reluctant amusement. "Still creepy, dude, but I appreciate the thought." The lizard's bloodthirsty vow lightened the mood enough for them to begin strategizing in earnest for the confrontation ahead. Maddie stood staring. No, she stood glaring at Roan, who had the nerve to look relaxed. It had been an hour since he'd turned her life upside down again. Now the others had left, and she was alone with him. He'd started to talk, but she'd quelled him with a look that she was sure would have made a lesser man grow pale. Her arms folded across her chest, and her right foot tapped a restless rhythm against the carpeted floor.
"Okay, let's try this again."
She took a deep breath and counted to 10. Something about Roan made her completely irrational. He drove her crazy, and yet she couldn't deny that she was attracted to him, even despite his complete asshatness.
"I'm supposed to be a shaman, like you. How is that possible? I'm not one of you people. I'm from here."
She pointed at the floor.
"Earth, this world."
Her voice was rising despite her best efforts to keep calm. Roan smirked.
"You people?"
"A Damarian,"
Maddie rasped.
"You know what I mean."
He let out a sigh and walked over to one of the large couches in the living area. He sat down and leaned back, resting one ankle on his thigh and an arm across the back of the sofa.
"How is it possible for a human female to call forth a Damarian's beast?"
She clenched her jaw, remembering that killing Roan wasn't an option.
"I really hate when people answer a question with a question."
"I'm just trying to get you to think, Maddie,"
he said, not unkindly. It still annoyed her. No doubt seeing her simmering irritation, Roan held up his hands placatingly.
"Forgive me, I didn't mean to be cryptic. This is uncharted territory."
He rose and took a step toward her, keeping his movements slow, as if approaching a skittish foal.
"What I sense in you is raw, intuitive magic, similar to the energy we Damarians wield, though we refine it with training and ritual. The magic in you recognizes mine, which tells me, like the human females who become animi do so by absorbing our power, you've done the same thing. But instead of becoming an animus, you became a shaman."
Maddie mulled this over.
"So I'm not destined to be with one of the Damarians?"
The silver swirls in Roan's eyes moved faster, and Maddie didn't miss the way his jaw clenched.
"No," he said curtly. "You are not for any male that has a beast in them."
"Then who am I for? Are shamans celibate? Oh, crap."
Her eyes widened.
"Do I have to take some sacred oath to never have a spouse, mate, whatever it is you all call it? Am I destined to be single for the rest of my life because I have some duty to your kind and your god?"
Her breathing was rapid as she considered her questions. Until that moment, it hadn't occurred to her she might not be allowed to take a mate. Of course, she'd known all of an hour that she had shaman magic flowing through her body. Roan had the nerve to smile, which was about as close to a laugh as he'd ever given.
Why would you think that?
The corners of his eyes crinkled up. Dude, you've been in our realm long enough to know why I would think that. Priests and priestesses in tons of societies are commanded to remain single and pure so they aren't distracted from serving their god or gods, whichever it might be.
Roan nodded. True, you're very knowledgeable about things that I wouldn't think one of your age would understand.
Katy forces us to watch documentaries. It's annoying as hell, but I can't say it hasn't given me tons of useless knowledge.
In this case, it is not useless, he pointed out. But neither is it helpful. Shaman can have mates. Typically, a shaman finds his or her mate in the kingdom of chaos.
Maddie frowned. Why?
Because the Damarians in the kingdom of chaos cannot call forth another's beast. They already lack control of their own beast. If a shaman took a shifter or animus as a mate, we could be unknowingly taking a male's chance at being whole, and the females as well.
Do any of the current shamans have mates?
Roan shook his head. No, some have taken lovers, but they haven't become more than that.
He ran a hand across his face, the start of a 5 o'clock shadow beginning to show on his handsome face.
But I think everything we've known about shamans is about to change.
Maddie was perfectly capable of reading between the lines. Because of me?
Roan nodded. Basically, yes. You are new. You're an unknown, and that is going to make some Damarians nervous.
Maddie pursed her lips. If you tell me that they're going to come marching after me with pitchforks and torches, I might just throat punch you.
His eyes gleamed. One thing is certain. Life will never be monotonous. It will be interesting to watch your magic grow and reshape under our guidance, though your power will likely be unique.
Great, she was going to be the weird shaman who read tarot cards and cast spells with funky human elements like computer coding or emojis. Oddly, the thought didn't disturb Maddie like she'd expected. This was uncharted territory, like Roan said. It was her role to shape as she wished. Still, uncertainty lingered. What does this mean for my life going forward? She searched Roan's face, which had returned to its natural state of RSBF, aka resting shaman bitch face. Will I have to leave everything behind? Fear squeezed her heart that this emerging power might separate her from her friends and family. Roan's stern expression softened, marginally.
Nothing needs to be decided today, and you would not walk the shaman path alone. He paused awkwardly. I will be here to teach you.
Maddie blinked in surprise at his offer, something warm unfurling inside her. Maybe he wasn't such an insensitive caveman under all the gruffness. She managed a tiny smile. You sure you want to make that offer?
It wasn't an offer. It's a statement of fact.
Anyone ever told you that you're the king of being an overbearing ass? The corner of Roan's mouth quirked slightly before he grew serious again.
There are aspects of the shaman's call that can be challenging at first. His jaw tightened. Our magic comes from a primal place, even though we don't have a beast living within us. It must be handled with great care and wisdom.
Sensing that there was a lot he wasn't saying, Maddie only nodded. Baby steps. She'd tackle the heavy, mystic stuff later. Right now, she needed distraction from her own messy thoughts and speculating on what her friends could be facing in the bayou. She aimed for a lighter tone. Well, since you're supposed to be mentoring me anyway, what's my first lesson, Teach? Roan looked briefly surprised by her flippancy before shaking his head wryly.
You truly are an odd one.
He moved closer and held out a hand.
Lesson 1. Creating light. The basis for many spells is calling energies from one realm into another. We can't cross into other realms because we sealed them when we came through, but we're still able to access the power there because it is a part of us.
Maddie lifted her hand slowly to his, her pulse increasing as their skin brushed. His magic was there, simmering just below the surface.
She wanted to understand it, to learn to harness this newfound gift. There had been a growing fear inside of her as her friends discovered they were part of this world, and she was not. Maddie hadn't wanted to admit that she was scared she'd get left behind while her two best friends moved on with their exciting lives. Though, now that she was a part of this world, how was she going to explain it to her mom? She'd already lied about a silly last-minute road trip. Her mom hadn't been pleased about it, but she'd been surprisingly understanding. Since then, she'd sent a few texts just checking in, letting her mom know she was still alive. Roan cleared his throat, and it pulled her from her thoughts. Maddie's gaze locked with Roan's.
Focus on the warmth inside of you. It will feel like heat in your gut. Imagine it as a ball of light, and will it to manifest.
At first, nothing happened. Then, a tiny orb of soft light flickered to life above their clasped palms. It was no bigger than a firefly, but warmth rushed through Maddie at having done it. Roan's lips tilted in a hint of a smile.
A good start, Nishawani. With time and practice, you could be a passable shaman.
Okay, he didn't exactly sing her praises, but he didn't tell her she sucked either. Maddie grinned, bouncing excitedly, causing the light to wink out. I'm totally going to be the sickest shaman ever. Just watch. She rubbed her hands together as her smile widened. Okay, what now?
Now we go meet with the other shaman and introduce you.
Roan's tone had returned to its normal, irritated sound.
As I mentioned before, it has been a very long time since a new shaman has been discovered, and never a human. The others will be curious.
No more magic lessons? Her tone deflated.
This isn't wizard school. It's more like an apprenticeship, he said gruffly.
Maddie's brow rose. Do I get paid?
Roan frowned. An apprentice never gets paid. They're happy that they got the opportunity in the first place. That is the payment.
Maddie pursed her lips. Health benefits?
Did your mom drop you on your head as an infant?
Maddie rolled her eyes. You're a riot.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
Good, because you're not. You're the complete opposite of funny, she huffed. Can we get this show on the road? How are we traveling?
Roan started for the door. We'll take the smaller Pride plane. We need to make the rounds to all 10 kingdoms over the next couple of days. Driving will be too slow.
So I get to be 30,000 feet in the air with you and no way to get away from your pleasant personality unless I want to jump out of an airplane?
Sounds about right.
She started after him. Why couldn't I get a lion or tiger or bear? Instead, I get a shaman, which rhymes with ramen, as in ramen noodles.
Are you going to talk the entire time? He closed the door behind them.
Am I bothering you?
Most definitely.
Then yes. Chapter 11. As long as you're not a dick. Queen, that is going to be my new title. Not that I had an old title. I don't think my new reality has hit me just yet. But I have a feeling it's about to catch up with me. And it's probably going to smack me in the face at just the wrong moment. Rose. A knock at the door startled Rose as she stepped out of the bathroom. Her sleep-muddled brain made her stare at the door as if it would magically open itself. The knock came again. Hello? A female voice called out. You awake? I hope you're freaking awake. I have no idea what I'm working with, so this could take a while. The last part didn't seem like it was meant for Rose's ears. The doorknob turned and then was pushed open all the way. At first, all Rose saw was a green dress, but then it was lowered, and she saw a woman holding the dress out in front of her. Thank Visada you're up and pretty, the woman sighed. She walked over to the bed and laid the dress down. Then she turned back to Rose, who was still trying to get her bearings. I'm Vereen. She rested her hands on her hips. Rose saw that her eyes weren't those of a human. They had slits, like a snake or lizard. She blinked, and Rose saw the clear layer that covered her eyes before the solid eyelids closed. "You got a name?" Vereen asked, not unkindly, but with a no-nonsense air about her.
"Oh, yes, sorry," Rose stumbled. "I'm Rose Cora. It's nice to meet you."
"Same," Vereen said curtly. "Now that pleasantries are over, let's get to work. The coronation is in T-minus 3 hours.
"It's going to take 3 hours to get ready?"
Rose's voice rose. She couldn't remember a time when she took 3 hours to get ready for anything. Vereen walked back over to the door, leaned down, and plucked up a large bag. "This is my bag of tricks."
"For some reason, I don't think these tricks are going to be very fun."
Rose eyed the bag warily. Vereen laughed. "Think of me as your own personal spa female. I promise to make this painless. Really, the only thing that might hurt is shaving, and I am not doing that part. That's all you."
"Agreed,"
Rose said quickly.
"Excellent."
Vereen nodded. "Now, you go shower and shave, and when you're done, I'll take care of the hair and makeup. Have you noticed any scales on you yet?" Rose froze halfway to the bathroom door.
"Scales on me?"
"You are mated to a snake, QR. That means your beast is going to be what his beast is." Rose wanted to facepalm herself. Of course she knew that. She'd lived with supernatural beings for half a decade. She'd seen some of the human females become mates to KOS males. How many times had it been explained to them why they were taken, the whole animus thing, and what would happen if they chose to take a mate? She'd even thought about it while on the plane ride with Nico, but then she met Talbot, and all she could think about was how gorgeous he was, and how sensual his voice had been when he spoke to her, and that it scared her a bit to desire him so much so fast.
"No,"
she finally shook her head.
"I haven't seen any."
"That's okay," Vereen said, perhaps hearing the disappointment in Rose's voice. "For some, it happens right after meeting their mate, and for others, it takes a little longer. It doesn't mean you're not meant for him."
"I'm that obvious?"
Rose asked with an unamused laugh. "Talbot's hot. I mean, don't worry, he's not my type, but I can appreciate a good-looking male. And he's very kind. I understand why you'd want him." Rose's stomach churned uneasily. Did Talbot see that last night when they'd talked? Had she come across as desperate? She seriously hoped not. "He seems like a really good guy." Rose tried to be nonchalant. "It's a rarity these days." Good grief, like Rose would know anything about the dating scene when she hadn't been a part of it in a while. She mentally kicked herself. She was going to have to pull herself together and not act like a besotted, lovesick fool. Desperate was not attractive. "He is. Now, if you want to not be late for your good guy, get your butt moving." An hour later, Vereen had Rose sitting in a chair while she styled her blonde hair. "Your hair is a very unusual color," Vereen pointed out. "It's beautiful, and it's going to be lovely against the dress."
"Thank you."
Rose had always liked her hair. She didn't think that she was anything to write home about, but she got compliments on her hair. "I'm going to leave half of it down. It's too pretty to knot on your head, even if the updo is lovely." Vereen continued to work on Rose over the next hour. Once the hair was done, she moved on to the makeup.
"Should I take my nose ring out?"
Rose thought people might be offended if she wore a nose ring while being named Queen of their kingdom. Vereen shook her head. "Nope, it suits you. Not to mention you don't need to change yourself for the sake of KOV or Talbot. You be who you are, and as long as you're not a dick, everyone will be happy for you." Rose couldn't help but laugh. "You're blunt." "When you live as long as we do, you get tired of stumbling around truths. Just tell it like it is, in a non-dick manner. Okay, now let's see if we can get your beast to come out." Rose's eyes widened. "I'm sorry, what?" She pulled Rose to her feet and walked her over to the big mirror.
She almost didn't recognize the woman staring back at her. "You're good." "Nah, I just had a great canvas to work with. I'll see you at the coronation, QR. You're going to do great. Remember, just don't be—" "A dick," Rose chuckled. "Got it. But what about the beast thing you just mentioned?" She looked at Vereen's reflection in the mirror. A wicked grin curved her lips up. "Don't worry, you'll be in good hands for that part of getting ready. Not quite as good as my hands, but almost." With that, she walked out the door, whistling some cheerful tune. Rose turned in front of the full-length mirror, still hardly recognizing herself in the emerald gown that hugged her curves before flaring out in a graceful train. As Vereen had said, the color set off her white blonde hair strikingly, making it shimmer. The green also made her hazel eyes stand out. She looked like a queen from one of her favorite TV shows.
"You are breathtaking."
She turned to see Talbot watching her from the doorway, his green eyes glowing with appreciation and a hint of awe. Her cheeks warmed at the open admiration on his handsome face. He cut an elegant figure himself in a black military-style jacket decorated with a jeweled snake brooch. The colors of his royal house suited Talbot perfectly, from the emerald shirt that matched her dress to the golden blonde hair brushing his collar. Yet he wore the fine garments with an air of discomfort, tugging at the jacket sleeves absently. Rose offered a tremulous smile, smoothing nervous hands down the luxurious fabric of her gown. "I feel breathtaking, and also like I might vomit." She tried to laugh, but it came out strained. Talbot crossed the space between them and took her hands gently in his own.
"There's no need for nerves. Today is only a formality."
His eyes searched hers.
"The only thing that matters is that we do this together."
Rose bit her lip, glancing away. "Easy for you to say. You're a prince, destined to be king. I'm just—" Talbot's hand cupped her cheek, guiding her gaze back to him.
"You are my mate, my queen. That makes you every inch the royalty I am."
His thumb brushed lightly over her skin.
"Whatever happens, we stand side by side."
His steadfast words eased some of the panicked fluttering in her stomach. Rose turned her head to press a kiss to his palm. "I'm still terrified," she admitted with a helpless laugh. "The closest I've been to royalty is watching the Windsors on TV." Amusement glinted in Talbot's eyes, though his voice remained earnest.
"I understand better than you know. I was groomed for leadership, yes, but the reality of wearing this crown—"
His jaw tightened and his eyes grew distant.
"It's daunting."
Seeing her own fears reflected back went a long way toward steadying Rose's nerves. She shifted closer, laying a hand over Talbot's heart. "Hey, we've got this. Together, remember?" Rose gazed up at Talbot, her pulse racing as his face hovered mere inches from hers. The air between them seemed alive, charged with anticipation that made her breath come faster. This was the point of no return, where words ceased and actions took their place. Something inside of her moved, changed her as she swayed toward him. But Talbot hesitated, searching her eyes intently. Was he looking for reluctance or fear? She hoped her expression betrayed only eagerness and longing, the same potent yearning that flooded her veins like molten fire. Still, he held back those last few agonizing centimeters. Frustration spiked through Rose's mounting desire, her own and something else's. "Ours," a voice hissed in her head, and it was not her voice. "Your beast," Vereen had said. That's what Rose was feeling, and now hearing. She was certain of it. Rose didn't have time to dwell on the realization because all she could focus on was the man in front of her. She ached to close that tiny distance, to feel his lips claiming hers at last. But some noble scruple held Talbot paralyzed, awaiting her unequivocal consent.
Suppressing a growl of impatience, Rose slid her hands up his chest, her fingers curling into the rich fabric of his coat. She felt the rapid staccato of his heart matching her own frantic rhythm. They were in this together. All she needed was some sign he wanted her just as fiercely in return. Holding his smoldering jade gaze, Rose deliberately wet her lips. Talbot's stare dropped to follow the movement, pupils expanding with lust. His breath audibly caught when she leaned up on her toes, an unspoken plea for him to meet her halfway. Still, he did not move. His muscles were rigid beneath her urgent grip. That iron restraint was her undoing. With a soft sound of surrender, Rose closed the scant distance herself, finally capturing his mouth with hers. For one breathless moment, Talbot was utterly motionless against her seeking lips, perhaps stunned by her boldness. Then his control shattered, and he kissed her back fiercely. His lips were warm and gentle as they moved over hers, one hand sliding around to cradle the back of her neck. His strength and caring enveloped her as her blood heated beneath her skin. Emboldened, Rose parted her lips, tilting her head to deepen the kiss. Talbot made a low sound of pleasure in his throat that sent a shiver down her spine. The hand at her neck tangled into her hair, angling her head farther as the kiss grew more intense. She clung to him tighter, her nerves sparking everywhere their bodies met. When his tongue tentatively touched hers, Rose let out a breathy moan. Need flooded her, a desire for closeness she had never imagined possible. Her knees went weak, and her body molded itself to Talbot's solid frame. If not for his arm snaking around her lower back, she might have melted right onto the plush carpet. They parted on a gasp, both breathing heavily. Rose kept her eyes closed, overwhelmed by the maelstrom of sensations. Her heart pounded erratically against her ribs, lips tingling from the passionate kiss. She had never felt so deliciously out of control. Restraint burned away by the fire Talbot's touch ignited within her. Shaky exhales mingled as their foreheads rested together, neither yet ready to break the spell. Rose basked in the feel of Talbot's arms around her, the heady scent of him that meant safety, home, her mate. At last, Talbot pulled back just enough to meet her dazed gaze. Awe and tender longing shone in his green eyes. Rose knew that fervent look was reflected in her own expression. Their souls had recognized one another instantly, but only now did their bodies fully awaken to the bond blazing between them. Any lingering doubts or fears had been seared away by the heat of their joining. His trembling exhale brushed her cheek at the same time that his eyes widened.
"Beautiful,"
he practically whispered.
"What?"
she asked just as softly.
"Your scales,"
Talbot whispered as he leaned closer, his eyes on her cheek where his finger kept brushing back and forth.
"You have iridescent scales. They're stunning."
Rose was honest enough with herself to not lie and say she was excited about having scales. Her first instinct was to cover her face, because the idea of scales just sounded gross and ugly. But the way Talbot stared at her, with a new hunger, made her rethink her initial reaction. She looked at his face, seeing the emotions move through his slitted eyes. Rose watched as Talbot's own skin seemed to fade away, revealing green, brown, and black patterned scales on his face. They were shiny, as if they'd been polished. She wondered if they would feel soft or hard and cold.
"You can touch me," he told her,
his voice in a trance-like state as he continued to caress her cheek. Rose didn't hesitate. She reached up and ran a finger across those scales. More of his skin faded away, being replaced with scales until half of his face was human flesh, and the other shiny, soft, and yet hard as steel scales.
"They're like armor," she said absently. "I didn't think they'd be hard. Why is more and more of your skin changing?"
Because you're making my beast curious. He's eager to see you.
Talbot lowered his hand and visibly forced himself to step back just a hair.
I'm eager to see you, and it's for that reason we should go. The council members will already be arriving. Being alone with you is testing my patience.
Her heart picked up the pace as she felt her body flush under his stare. You want to seduce me? She could be blunt like Vereen.
Yes.
He didn't even take a moment to consider his answer.
And you would let me?
Her brow shot up. You're that good?
Talbot shook his head. We're mates. That alone will cause our beasts within to desire to complete this bond that has already begun. You and I are not humans. We're more. We have an animalistic nature that lives in us, and, in many ways, is even more possessive of you than the man. He craves you, and that blends with my own desires. Now you can multiply that by infinity and have a small taste of how much I want you, and what I'm willing to do in order to have you and keep you.
Rose's breathing caught up with her racing heart as she listened to his bold words. He was correct. They needed to go where there were more people, lots more people. Trying to quell her own desires, she attempted to lighten the atmosphere. Her lips curved in a teasing grin, even as her pulse raced from their first kiss and his forthright words. Right. Wouldn't want to scandalize everyone by showing up late to your own coronation. Talbot's rich laugh filled her with joy. It was a feeling that, up until 2 days ago, Rose thought she'd never feel again. From the moment he put his hands on her beautiful face, Talbot began getting brief glimpses into Rose's mind. He tried not to see. He didn't want her to think that he was trying to take something she might not be willing to give. Memories and thoughts were every bit as intimate as two bodies becoming one, maybe even more so. But in those glimpses, what he saw brought him immense joy. Though he and Rose had known each other but a day, her emotions for him were every bit as strong as his were for her. She'd been unable to control her shift. He would have to teach her how, and had revealed the color of her scales. Their beauty had knocked the wind out of him. He'd had a tiny appetizer of her truly delicious soul, and now he was like a vulture circling his feast. Damn. He was glad she couldn't see into his mind as he could in hers. She'd have gone running for the hills. The tension between them, the attraction and desire, made him want to chain her to his side and never be parted from her. Her body trembled next to his as they walked down the corridor toward the back doors. Since they weren't in the main villa, and didn't have a room big enough for all the arriving guests, they'd been forced to hold the coronation outdoors. Talbot could sense her anxiety growing, and got fleeting thoughts of inadequacy, mixed with excitement and curiosity about this new adventure.
"You good?"
he softly asked her. "Yep." She sucked in a deep breath.
"You're not going to pass out?"
Rose shook her head. "I make no promises." They reached the double glass doors. 2 KOV warriors stood on either side, ready to open them on Talbot's orders. He stopped just a few feet away and looked down at Rose. Her face was flushed and her eyes wide like a child seeing something new and awe-inspiring for the first time.
"I want you to know that you come first. Always," he said fervently. "Not the kingdom, not myself, but you. I will always choose you."
Her eyes grew glassy with unshed tears. "I barely know you, yet I feel like I've been with you my whole life."
"Or your soul just knew who it was waiting for, even if you didn't."
Talbot ran a finger down her silky cheek. She was the most lovely creature he'd ever seen, and she belonged to him. A throat clearing drew Talbot's attention, reluctantly away from his mate. Turning his head back toward the doors, he saw that the Kingdom of Venom's shaman, Link, stood in front of them. Talbot inclined his head respectfully to Link, even as irritation flickered through him at the interruption.
"Your Highness, all are gathered and awaiting your entrance," the shaman intoned.
His sharp gaze took in Talbot's close proximity to Rose, and he gave him a nod of approval. Talbot wrapped an arm firmly around Rose's waist and drew her against his side. She came willingly, molding her curves to him in a way that made his blood heat. But now was not the time to indulge such desires, no matter how enticing his new mate was. Duty called them both. Drawing strength from Rose's presence, Talbot inclined his head to the guards, who pulled the double doors open wide. Squaring his shoulders beneath the elegant cloak marking his royal status, he strode with measured steps into the courtyard beyond, Rose matching him stride for stride. As expected, the expansive space was packed with representatives from all kingdoms, a sea of judgmental eyes focused on the new king and his mate. Low murmurs rustled through the crowd as they passed, curiosity and suspicion heavy in the air. He could understand some of their suspicion, considering Azure had sent him on errands, though they'd always been mundane business. And the only reason he'd done it was to keep Talbot from learning about Azure's treachery. He'd either forgotten that his great-nephew could pick up on his thoughts, or he was so sure in his own abilities that it wouldn't matter what tidbits Talbot saw and felt whenever he came in contact with his uncle. Talbot kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, hyper-aware of Rose's anxiety bleeding through their bond. He projected back waves of reassurance and pride, hoping to drown out her nerves. By the way she lifted her chin and glided more smoothly at his side, some of the tension eased from her frame. That small victory reinforced Talbot's own resolve. It was amazing what you'd willingly endure if you had a comrade, whether it was a mate or a close friend, on your side. The council members, along with the full retinue of the royal house of Venom, awaited. Those present represented the kingdom of Fangs, Tides, Fur, Silver, and Hooves. He'd have to send out letters to those who hadn't attended, letting them know he was sorry they were unable to do so, but also to remind them he was aware that they'd chosen not to show their support. As they took their places on the central dais, Talbot sought out familiar faces, subtly offering greetings. Link's stern and almost imperceptible nod offered cautious hope. Slick flashed a discreet thumbs up that nearly made Talbot chuckle. Even dour Crowley, the shaman for Kingdom of Fangs, managed the barest upward twitch of his lips in acknowledgement. Isla, the shaman for the Kingdom of Tides, offered him a raised glass and a slightly bowed head as her approval. Only one absence really bothered him. He looked around but couldn't see... Talbot's phone buzzed with an incoming text. Checking it discreetly, he saw it was from Nico. Nico.
"Congratulations, T. I'm proud of the male you've grown into, despite having that ass of an uncle. I'm sorry I can't be there today, but I'm currently hunting said asshat uncle. I know you're going to be amazing, and Rose is a sweet female. She is a good match for you."
Talbot.
"Thank you, Nico. I appreciate you and the time you invested in me over the years. You will be missed today. Be careful. Azure is desperate. Desperate, cornered animals don't go down without a nasty fight."
Nico's response was brief and very Nico.
Nico. "I've sharpened my blades just for this reason. I will be fine, as will the rest of the hunting party. You just focus on the fact that you're going to have to weed out those that might still be loyal to Azure. Keep an eye on Rose. If Azure finds out you mated, he will try to have her killed."
Talbot cursed under his breath. Nico was right. Rose would be in danger if Azure knew about her. This hunt couldn't end soon enough, for all their sakes. And Nico's warning to watch their backs made Talbot's lungs tighten anxiously. He couldn't even guarantee his new mate's safety in her own home. Digging deep for calm, Talbot slipped his phone away and reached for Rose's hand. Her slender fingers twined tightly with his. Her hazel eyes were luminous with trust when they lifted to meet his gaze. His thumb caressed the back of her hand softly as the officiant, Link, stepped up.
"Are you ready, Your Majesty?"
Talbot raised his chin.
"I am."
This was not how Talbot would have wished for his coronation or their mating ceremony to proceed, on display before biased onlookers. But he took comfort in the steady pulse beneath his fingers, Rose's courage flowing into him through their joined hands. She had embraced this destiny at his side without hesitation or regret. He could ask no more of her than that. Link's voice rang out clearly in the hushed courtyard.
"By the ancient rites passed down since the dawn of our people, I now proclaim Talbot of Venom to be king. May his rule be just, his judgment wise, and his compassion enduring."
He turned solemn eyes on Talbot.
"Do you so swear to take up the mantle and burden, to reign with equity and honor, holding this kingdom's welfare above your own?"
Talbot met the shaman's gaze unwaveringly.
"I so swear it."
Nodding, Link continued.
"Then by my authority as shaman of Venom, and by the Creator's will, I confer this crown upon you, chosen king."
The ornate silver circlet, with the bodies of interwoven snakes, was lowered onto Talbot's head. He straightened, feeling the symbolic weight of that crown and all it represented. This moment defined his life's purpose going forward, to rule with the wisdom of kings past, while illuminating the way to a new era of light.
"Rise now as guardian, as shield, and as true king, Talbot of Venom," the shaman pronounced.
Before the cheers could follow, a blinding light filled the courtyard, stealing breath and thought. Talbot's heart pounded wildly, even as serenity flowed into him from that divine glow. He was not the only one so deeply affected. Those around him knelt in reverence, even the visiting council members. The Creator himself had deemed this coronation worthy of his presence.
"Look upon me, Talbot and Rose."
Visada's voice boomed so that the very ground they rested upon shook like an earthquake. Within the brilliance, a figure took shape, manlike but radiating infinite power and matchless grace. The face was ageless, neither old nor young, but etched with wisdom beyond millennia. His eyes brimmed with endless compassion and gazed upon Talbot and Rose where they had sunk to their knees.
"Rise, my children."
Visada's voice filled their minds, rich with love.
"You have chosen the hard path, the narrow way that few will even give eyes to. You have set aside future plans that may never come to pass because you've taken up the mantle I have given you. And instead of complaining or turning your back on my will, you stand up and do the arduous thing. The wide path is easy, but the narrow path will reveal your character. It will test you and your faith until you think you might fall. But I tell you, do not look to your right or your left. Do not turn your head to look behind you. Only look straight in front of you so that you will be ready for the enemy's advances."
His light suffused them, blessing and welcoming their union.
"Together may you heal what is broken, mend what is torn, and gather the pieces of that which are shattered. My peace and joy be upon you both, as well as on the kingdom of Venom."
When the Creator's piercing stare moved across the still kneeling crowd, a bolt of foreboding shot through Talbot.
"The light still shines where shadows fall," Visada intoned. "But judgment comes on swift wings to all who embrace darkness. Turn now from wickedness or reap sorrow."
His words rang with warning, but also a tender invitation back to the fold.
With a final piercing look that reached the depths of Talbot's soul, Visada's form began to fade, the brilliant rays retreating last of all.
"Keep your eyes fixed on me alone, dear ones. I will guide your footsteps."
Then the courtyard held only awed silence once more. Talbot sought Rose's stunned gaze as all around them hushed conversations broke out about the creator's miraculous appearance. Talbot cared nothing for gossip or novelty. All he knew was that they walked in Visada's will, and that was enough. Rising on unsteady legs, he drew Rose close, pressing his brow to hers.
"We do this together,"
Talbot whispered fervently.
"Our lives, our rule, all of it, just as we were meant to."
Rose's eyes shone like stars when she drew back to meet his gaze again. "Together," she agreed softly. Then, hand in hand, they turned to greet their people, heartened beyond measure by the Creator's blessing on their mating and reign. Whatever storms lay ahead, his light would guide them safely home. Chapter 12. Still your same wildcat. Hunting down dangerous people, or in our case, species, is nothing like they portray on TV. There's very little excitement. It's mostly monotonous footwork and lots of I don't knows, or I've suddenly remembered I have somewhere to be and therefore cannot answer any of your questions. In short, any thoughts I might have had about being a cop, bounty hunter, or detective have been thoroughly cancelled. Lola. After 2 days of no luck finding a ride into the bayou, Lola's patience was wearing thin. They had made no progress yet again in their quest for safe passage. It was as if something was actively working against them, thwarting them at every turn. But she refused to even entertain the idea of failure. Katy's life depended on them getting answers. Nico appeared at her elbow, his grin sharp as ever despite the sweat beading his brow. He ignored the steady growl that was rumbling from Callan's chest. It was apparent that her mate was not taking kindly to being ignored, as he gently pulled Lola behind and then around, so she was walking on his other side, and Nico was now cozying up against Callan instead of her. The Chaos Shaman didn't miss a beat. He just kept talking.
"Let's take a quick breather. I've got an idea that I think will get reluctant humans to show us some of that southern hospitality they're supposedly known for."
Callan eyed him warily, but followed the shaman to a shaded alcove where the rest of their group had gathered. At Nico's nod, Raphael turned the force of his compelling gaze on each of them in turn. Lola braced for whatever the demon was going to do. But nothing happened, at least not that she could see.
"You're now seeing our lovely Lola through the eyes of a besotted human male," Raphael purred.
Lola crossed her arms, unimpressed by his dramatics. "What are you talking about?" she asked him. But then Callan stiffened, a low growl rumbling in his chest as he stared fixedly at her. She glanced around to find all her male companions watching her with new, heated interest. "What did you do?" she hissed at Raphael. "Otto told you, demon bad," the lizard said, though his head did not pop over the top of Lyra's purse. "I bite him." "No, you stay put." Lyra zipped her purse, probably to keep the little hazard from jumping out and onto Raphael's face like a crazed cat. The demon smirked.
"Merely amplified your natural assets to outside observers."
His smug smile faded as Callan took a step toward Lola, golden eyes simmering, his form seeming to grow larger. Nico held up his hands placatingly.
"Whoa there, mate. She's still your same wildcat, just through a lusty glamour."
Callan snarled.
"Remove it. Now."
Lola's eyes widened at the demon. "Are you insane?"
I'm guessing no one told you that this new mate status comes with a berserker stage for the males? And just so I'm not mincing words, Callan will turn into a massive humanoid lion and eat you. In one chomp, if you're lucky.
She's not exaggerating,
Bane said through gritted teeth, his eyes also on Lola. He looked as though he was in excruciating pain, a war going on within himself. Whatever Raphael had done, it was powerful.
Either get her out of here or undo the spell.
Laughing nervously, Raphael waved a hand, and the suffocating desire cleared from the air. Lola exhaled in relief as Callan straightened, shaking off the forced enchantment. That was an experience she never wanted to repeat.
Now that we're all back to normal, shall we proceed with my plan?
Nico arched a brow at the still bristling Callan. Are you serious right now? My own mate couldn't even control his attraction to me, and you want to do that in a public place? Do you two have a death wish? Lola pointed a finger at Raphael and then Nico. Because I'm your damn fairy godmother, and I'm happy to grant your wish with my handy-dandy weapon, a.k.a. Callan. I bite you, Otto hissed from inside the purse, almost making Lola laugh. Raphael started to speak, but Nico held up his hand.
Do you want to get to Azure and those females?
His eyes bounced from her to Callan. The prince had a possessive hand on her hip and pulled her tightly to his side.
Well?
Of course, Lola answered. That's a dumbass question.
Forgive my lack of tact, Nico said dryly, but excluding any possible way for us to get to Azure would be a dumbass decision.
Callan flashed his teeth, very sharp teeth, at the shaman.
Careful, shaman. That's my mate you're speaking to.
His words were slightly garbled because his mouth was no longer fully human. Callan. Lola patted his arm, attempting to get his attention off Nico. They seriously did not need him going all massive half-man, half-lion on the shaman. Finally, Callan turned and looked down at her. As she held his gaze, his features returned to fully human. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths.
I appreciate it. I'm fine now, as much as I hate to admit it, and my instincts rebel against the thought. Nico is right.
Lola and Nico spoke at the same time. He is?
I am? I mean, of course I am.
Nico backtracked. Lola rolled her eyes, then returned her attention to Callan. Are you sure you can handle whatever the hell that was? She made a circular motion with her hand to include all of their group. In a public setting without killing anyone? It was at least a minute and a half before he gave her a terse nod. I'm not feeling reassured by your robotic head movement, Lola muttered. Nico grinned, looking slightly maniacal.
Excellent. Let's go snag us a swamp guide.
I have a bad feeling about this, Bane muttered.
We can keep him under control,
Taras offered. Bane shook his head at him.
No, Prime, we can't. Not if he goes into berserker mode. I'll keep it together. Callan looked at Bane. You have permission to stop me by any means necessary if I lose it. Unless there is true harm threatened to Lola, then let me do what must be done.
Bane's brow furrowed.
I'm serious, Bane.
Callan's jaw clenched and unclenched several times.
Whatever it takes.
Finally, the panther nodded. Lyra walked over to them and looked up at her son. You will do what's best for your mate.
Always.
Then you will hold it together, because losing it would mean putting her in harm's way. This was the Prima talking to a member of her pride, not a mother to her son. You will control your beast. The consequence of not doing so will be a direct challenge to me. Bane hissed at the same time Taras snarled.
Shit,
Nico spat as Raphael gaped at Lyra. Wait. Lola held up both hands. Wait just a minute. Why is everyone freaking out?
We're freaking out,
Bane said tersely, his eyes on Lyra,
Because the Prima just laid down the gauntlet. She told her son that his disobedience would be equivalent to a challenge to her strength to hold her place in the Pride. He would have to answer the challenge through combat.
Lola's mouth dropped open as she looked at Lyra, who didn't seem to be concerned at all, and then at her mate. To her shock, he didn't seem surprised by his mother's declaration. If anything, he appeared relieved. So they'd fight until one of them gives up?
If gives up means they no longer fight back because they are dead, Nico offered, then yes.
Lola's stomach twisted into knots as she gaped at Callan and then at Lyra. "Why would you do that?" she asked the Prima.
"Because, short of you challenging him, I am the only other person he will do anything he can do to not have to fight."
In a convoluted and unhealthy way, it kind of made sense. If you were completely insane. But Lola wasn't taking any chances with either of their lives. "If you challenge her," she pointed at Lyra, "then the winner of your challenge has to fight me, because I will consider it a direct challenge for either of you to take the life of someone I love, in which case, I love you both, so neither of you can kill the other."
Nico groaned. "Why are all the good ones taken?" "Why do you want to die so badly?" Bane asked the shaman. "I don't. I just want a powerful female who challenges me. That shit is sexy." "Language," Taras snarled.
Considering he'd not once said anything about anyone using vulgar words up until this point, Lola wondered if he was just trying to regain some control of the situation that had gone to hell in a handbasket.
Nico bowed his head. "Apologies to the ladies present. Now," he straightened his shirt sleeves, "if we're all quite done deciding who might kill whom, can we get on with the task at hand?"
Without waiting for a response, the shaman began walking at a brisk pace. Lola followed with curiosity as Nico led them to a seedy dockside tavern.
"I think myself and my little companion should wait out here."
Lyra spoke up and motioned to her purse. Lola nodded. "Good idea." They went inside, and Callan's hand on her lower back radiated protectiveness as he eyed the raucous patrons. Lola gave what she hoped was a reassuring smile. The Chaos Shaman bellied up to the bar beside a grizzled, weathered man nursing a beer. Nico gestured discreetly for Lola to join them. Shooting Nico a quelling look because she still thought this was a bad idea, she reluctantly moved to his side. Callan pressed against her back. She looked up and over her shoulder and saw that he was facing the room, his large frame keeping her hidden from prying eyes, and, no doubt, trying to keep himself under control. Up close, she could see the customer was strongly built beneath his ragged clothes, with calculating blue eyes that sharpened with interest at her approach. Lola shifted under his frank appraisal, but Nico gave her an encouraging nod. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the stranger. "Please excuse my friend's manners," Lola began politely. "We don't mean to bother you, but we were hoping—" The man slammed his drink down with a bang, leering at her crudely.
"Well, looky here, boys. Seems the pretty lady's going begging."
He crowded closer to Lola as voices called out encouragement.
"What services you offering, darlin'?"
Lola opened her mouth to unleash a scathing retort, but before she could speak, Callan was there. With a snarling roar, he grabbed the man by the front of his grimy shirt and slammed him back against the bar. His head cracked against the wood, and his leering bravado evaporated instantly. Primal fury was etched on Callan's face. The rest of the seedy tavern fell deathly silent. Out of the corner of her eye, Lola saw the man's cronies half rise from their seats, hands clenched into fists. But they froze as Callan turned his blazing golden gaze on them. Power and violence rolled off him in suffocating waves, daring any to approach. Callan's lips peeled back and showed the hint of a fang, a clear warning. The men exchanged uneasy glances, hands drifting away from makeshift weapons. One by one, they settled slowly back onto their stools. She quickly placed a discreet hand on his back and tried to push some sort of comfort to him through the bond they shared. He couldn't lose his cool, at least not completely, because of the challenge issued by Lyra. Wisely, the man's friends dropped their eyes and left Lola's mate to handle their offending friend. Satisfied no one would interfere, Callan snapped his focus back to the man still pinned helplessly in his grip. His face had gone chalky, his eyes round with primal fear at the predator restraining him. He seemed to realize just how close he was to death. In the fraught silence, Raphael glided casually up to the bar. Turning a placid smile on Callan's wide-eyed prisoner, he said mildly, "I believe the lady is owed an apology." When the man just gaped at him, Raphael's eyes turned from violet to red in a blink and back to violet again. For a brief moment, he actually appeared like the demon he was, instead of an inhumanly handsome poser. "Her husband seems rather insistent on the matter." The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared into Callan's piercing gaze. "Meant no offense," he rasped out. Clearing his throat, he added gruffly, "My most humble apologies for the misunderstanding, Mrs." Callan studied him a moment longer before releasing his hold. Lola sighed in relief as the tension slowly eased from the charged room. Wrapping a protective arm around her, Callan guided them back outside to rejoin their group. "Well, that was fruitful," Lola offered. Nico winced at their stern looks. "Perhaps not my most well-thought-out idea." Before Callan could lay into him, the shaman quickly added, "But it did prove one thing. Our drunk friend in there is made of tough stuff. He didn't pee on himself when Callan picked him up as if he were as light as a feather. Reckon he's our best bet to handle whatever the bayou throws our way." Lola exchanged a surprised look with Callan. As unorthodox as his methods were, Nico had a point. The unflappable man had potential, but winning him over would require a delicate touch after that disastrous first impression. As the others tossed around ideas, Lola reached a decision. "I'll try talking to him alone, without distractions." She shot Nico a quelling glare. Just two people having a conversation. "No." Callan's immediate protest wasn't a surprise to her, and she was prepared for it. "Callan?" Lola started to lay her hand on his arm, but he pulled back before she could touch him. "I said no." He looked her dead in the eyes, his golden orbs filled with emotions that Lola didn't fully understand. How could she? It's not like they'd been a couple for longer than a week. She was still learning to process her own emotions toward Callan. How could she possibly filter through his? "I heard what you said." Lola attempted to maintain a calm manner, not wanting to provoke the beast inside him. Though not because she feared him. Lola knew with every fiber of her being that he would never hurt her, but she couldn't say the same for the rest of the world. She attempted to lay her hand on his arm again, and again he stepped out of her reach. She narrowed her eyes at him. "Why do you keep backing away from me?" Lola wasn't about to admit that it hurt her feelings that he was avoiding her touch. The look in his eyes suddenly softened. He'd obviously picked up on her emotions. Callan's demeanor changed completely. In 2 strides, he had his arms around her and his mouth right next to her ear. "I'm not rejecting you," he growled, his voice dangerously low. Lola could feel the underlying anger in his words, even though they were spoken softly enough for only her to hear. "Then why?" she demanded. Lola knew he could see the hurt and confusion in her eyes. "Your touch affects my beast in ways I can't control," he spat out, his grip on her tightening like a vice. "It made me feel like you're trying to manipulate us." She struggled against his hold, wanting to break free from his accusations. "How could you even think that? I would never." "I know. he interrupted, his voice now filled with remorse.
Forgive me for doubting you.
Lola was angry with him. How dare he question her intentions? How dare he assume she would manipulate him for some unknown gain? But she couldn't stay mad at him for long, not when she saw the pain etched on his face.
I can feel the anger radiating off of you,
Callan murmured, his eyes pleading for her to open up to him.
Talk to me. How can I make this right?
You aren't my parent, Callan. You can't just tell me no and expect me to obey. He pulled back his hands quickly, moving to cup her face before she could step away. Callan pressed his forehead to hers and took several deep breaths.
You're right. I'm not your parent, he said finally. But I am your mate, and my opinion should carry some weight with you.
Of course it does, she practically growled. Just as my opinion should with you. I realize I haven't been part of your world for very long, but I'm used to dealing with all types of people. I'm a New Yorker, for goodness sake. The likes of that man, she pointed back to the tavern, are what I dealt with on an hourly basis at NNP.
Fair enough, Callan conceded. But what are you going to tell him? You can't go with the complete truth because he'd think you're crazy.
I mated you, Lola muttered. I'm beginning to think that solidified my crazy status.
Lola not going,
a small but angry voice said. Lola rolled her eyes. Seriously? She was already dealing with one overprotective male. She didn't need a second. Otto, go back to sleep, she told him. Her face was still in Callan's hands, so she was unable to look around him at the little lizard.
Lola, Lyra spoke up. Otto and Callan are right. You're not going to go speak with that man.
I'm not? Her voice sounded small even to herself. She managed to dislodge Callan's hold, only because he let her, and stepped around him so she could see the rest of their group.
I am the prima of the pride, and you are mated to my son. That puts you under the sovereignty of myself and Taras. This is all new to you, and while I don't doubt your courage, you are but a babe in our world.
Otto tries to tell that, but listen? Nope.
He was half hanging out of Lyra's bag, looking ridiculous with his face resting in his hands.
Lyra patted his head. Yes, we know. Now hush.
Lola pressed her lips together to keep from laughing at the affronted look on Otto's face.
Taras and I will address the matter with the male, Lyra continued. Raphael, you will join us. You have some persuasive ability that we might need. The rest of you will wait here.
Nico started to speak, but Lyra shot him a sharp look. The shaman's mouth snapped closed. Taras rested his hand on his mate's lower back and steered her toward the tavern, Raphael on their heels.
Your mom is a badass.
Lola watched the trio walk away.
That she is.
She could feel Callan's eyes on her and could sense frustration coming through their bond, loud and clear. Finally, Lola sighed and turned to face him. We have things we need to discuss.
Yes, when this is all said and done, we will deal with relationship expectations, realistic and unrealistic.
Lola nodded. She wasn't looking forward to that conversation. Chapter 13. A Snake Without Its Den. There's an emptiness in all of us that longs to be filled. We don't know what with, but we do a darn good job of attempting to fill it with everything and anything that brings happiness, no matter how fleeting. For most of us, it takes hitting rock bottom to realize that the emptiness we come into the world with is actually our own soul crying out for companionship. We weren't designed to be alone, to be islands in a massive ocean. We have been created for fellowship, to enrich the lives of others, and to be enriched. And when we live out that task, we have something so much more than happiness. We have joy.
Joy is everlasting. It sticks with us even when fickle happiness has fled.
Katy. Katy stared around at the neon chaos of the Las Vegas Strip in awe. Her nose wrinkled at the overload of smells and sounds bombarding her heightened senses. After the quiet of nature, the city was utterly overwhelming. Beside her, Gage's large hand engulfed her own, keeping her anchored amidst the teeming crowds flowing past them. Now that they were mates, she could pierce the glamour magic concealing the Damarians around them. And what a bizarre array they were. She wanted to take pictures and send them to Lola and Maddie to see if they saw what she did, but then she remembered that Gage had said he didn't want anyone knowing what they were up to. Katy hoped her friends were safe. She wasn't sure if she wanted their quest to be successful because that would put them in the path of Azure and his witch. She thought of Otto, and though she worried for him, too, he was capable of protecting himself, or else he surely wouldn't have lived as long as he had. Another strange person, or whatever, walked by, and Katy tried hard not to stare at the legs, which belonged to some animal with hooves rather than a human. Most had only the barest of animal characteristics, a set of horns here, a lion's tail there. Others seemed an impossible mishmash, blending feline, canine, or even insectile and reptilian features. Katy shook her head, still struggling to process this new supernatural reality in which she found herself immersed. Gage? What's up with the locals here? She gestured discreetly at a couple strolling by. The man's arms were furry and had claws, while the woman sported patches of feathers amidst her wild curls.
The kingdom of chaos.
Gage rumbled close to her ear as he followed her gaze, unperturbed.
Chaos members cannot fully change into their animal natures. As you might notice, some of them seem like splices of several different species. They can use glamour enough to fool humans, but they can't hide their true selves from other supernatural creatures. That now includes you.
He steered them confidently through the garishly lit streets. Katy kept pace, studying the jumbled beings around her curiously. Her eyes bounced between the odd Damarians and the overwhelming spectacle of the Strip. Who could ever have imagined such diversity existed right under the humans' noses? Lola. Her friend and those supernatural books she read, she could have imagined it. Not to mention every author that wrote books about such species. Wouldn't they love to know they were right all along, or at least on the right track? After several blocks, Gage led the way down a shadowy side street. They stopped before a grimy building sporting a battered, closed sign. To Katy's eyes, the place appeared completely abandoned. Katy made a face. Seriously? This place is where you think we will find Xena? The windows were blacked out with age and filth. Weeds pushed up through cracked concrete. It did not look like a place the Queen of Snakes would frequent. Gage shook his head as he pushed the door open, ushering her inside. Her nose wrinkled at the powerful smells of beer, sweat, and other less pleasant odors. Raucous laughter and the clink of glasses rang out from a room down a dingy hallway.
A chaos watering hole, Gage explained in an undertone. I'm sure we won't find Xena here, but we will probably find loose tongues.
As they moved toward the noise, Katy spied a warped funhouse mirror on the wall, reflecting their forms back grotesquely misshapen. She grimaced. Charming decor. Once they'd cleared the hallway, they stepped into a large room. Inside was a lively bar, music pumping as a mixed crowd drank and mingled beneath strings of novelty lights, and not a single fully human face among them that Katy could see. She glanced at Gage with raised eyebrows. He gave a slight nod to confirm what she was realizing. These strange patrons were all Chaos members like he'd described. Katy moved closer to Gage as they wound through the boisterous patrons toward the bar. A burly man with a bull's horns, snout, and hooves served up drinks with a bored expression. When he noticed Gage, he visibly perked up.
Been a while, Dire. What brings you to the land of misfit beasts?
The bartender's beady eyes shifted to Katy in blatant curiosity. Gage's hand settled on Katy's lower back possessively.
I'm looking for someone, hoping you fine chaos folk can point me in the right direction.
The bullman shrugged.
Can try. What's it worth to you?
Pointing out a roll of cash, Gage set it on the bar top.
A Viper. Azure's queen, to be precise.
With a snort, the bartender swiped up the money.
Xena might rule the Vipers, but she don't run with our kind. Too good for the likes of us twisted beasts.
He spat on the floor in disgust. Katy's shoulders slumped, but Gage pressed on.
When was she last seen in your territory? Any whispers at all?
The bullman scratched his chin, considering. Then his eyes lit up.
Actually, now that you mention it, some of the lower Viper lackeys have been sniffing around more than usual for the past month or so. Could be they're watching her back while she lies low.
Gage's gaze was steady.
Any particular place that they would hang around?
The bartender grabbed a toothpick and slipped it between his lips as he thought. He picked up several dirty glasses that had been left by patrons on the bar, his eyes taking on a faraway look. A few moments later, he snapped his fingers and nearly spit out his toothpick as he spoke.
It was on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't catch it, you know? But now I've got it. The Chaos members with reptilian attributes tend to keep to themselves. They hang out at the older part of the strip.
Katy perked up at this potential lead, exchanging an eager glance with Gage. His hand squeezed her waist gently before turning back to the bartender.
You mean Fremont Street?
The bullman shook his head.
Nah, that place has become a tourist trap near there, but just out of the limelight. It's maybe 10 blocks that away.
He waved a burly arm vaguely northward.
You'll know you found it when all the neon and glitz fade away. Just seedy bars and dilapidated motels that are barely standing anymore. We appreciate the tip.
Gage slid another roll of bills across the bar.
And your discretion.
With a snort, the bartender swept up the money.
We don't get many snakes or wolves in here, and if anyone asks, I haven't seen either one in quite some time.
He gave Gage a sly wink.
Good luck finding what you seek.
Katy breathed a soft sigh of relief as they headed back outside, the pulsing music fading behind them. Their first genuine lead, and they'd only been in Vegas less than a day. If they could locate the dregs of Azure's kingdom haunting this rundown area, those snakes might point the way to their fallen queen. Katy brushed her arm against Gage's muscular one as they navigated the ostentatious lights of the main strip. "Do you think we'll actually find Xena in that area?" Gage considered.
The Xena I've known over the years? Not a chance. But the Creator made it clear that she's not the same as she once was, and if she's trying to lie low, then it's probably a good place to hide.
His sharp gaze scanned the crowds passing by.
The Vipers were cast out when Talbot claimed the throne. Those still loyal to Azure have nothing left to lose.
Katy chewed her bottom lip thoughtfully. She couldn't imagine turning on her own people as some in the splintered Venom kingdom had. But then again, she didn't have centuries of alliances and grudges between supernatural factions to contend with. They were wading into a quagmire generations in the making. Gage drew them down a quieter side street. As they walked, the neon lights began to fade behind them. The crowds became progressively thinner the farther they went. Soon, only vagrants and shadowy figures remained, eyeing them suspiciously before scurrying away. The air held a rancid tinge of decay that made Katy wrinkle her nose. They walked nearly 15 blocks before Gage paused, his head cocked as if listening. Then he abruptly turned down a dingy alley crammed between two dilapidated buildings. Katy hurried to keep pace as he wound through the refuse with sure steps.
We're close, he murmured. I smell serpent.
Katy swallowed thickly. Her nerves jangled now that the moment of truth loomed. If Xena refused to help, their quest ended here. She sent up a silent prayer as they emerged from the alley onto a street lined with crumbling motels and unsavory hole-in-the-wall bars. Their dilapidated signs flickered erratically. Several rough figures lingered in doorways or slouched against dirty walls, making the shadows seem to writhe with ill intent. Katy stayed close to Gage's side as they crept down the street, taking in their surroundings. She wished Otto was with her so he could threaten to bite anyone who got too close. She jumped when a raspy voice spoke from the shadows.
"You look lost, friends. Can old Joel be of service?"
A hunched figure detached itself from a sagging doorway and shuffled toward them. Though stooped with age, the man had a sinewy build. His deeply lined face was obscured by a scraggly gray beard and a mane of tangled hair. Intelligent black eyes gleamed from sunken sockets as his gaze fixed unblinkingly upon them. The old man was dressed in faded layers of clothing, smelling strongly of body odor, cigarette smoke, and other less pleasant scents. His gnarled hands were stained and dirty, with grime caked under cracked fingernails. But the cunning in his expression warned against dismissing him as just another vagrant. Katy sensed sharp wits beneath the disheveled exterior. The old man came to a stop a few paces away, swaying slightly on bare, calloused feet. His piercing stare moved between them. Katy didn't miss the slitted eyes when they fell upon her, or the shadow of scales that covered one side of his neck. His mouth curved up in a gap-toothed grin. When he spoke, his gravelly voice was at odds with his frail appearance, hinting at a deeper cunning.
"We've come seeking information."
Gage's tone was stern. It was the voice he used with everyone except Katy. Perhaps the man recognized Gage's voice, or maybe he simply got a better look at them when he stepped a smidge closer, but his eyes widened.
"Well now, what brings the great wolf and his mate to these parts?"
The yellow grin widened, displaying more missing teeth.
"It's not every day that one gets to lay eyes on the one and only Dire."
He slapped his thigh as he continued.
"And I get to meet the female who's caused such a stir in our world."
The statement confused Katy. Why on earth would I be any sort of stir-causing news? And how do you know I'm his mate? The man stuck his hands in his worn-out pants pockets and rocked back on his heels.
"Because the Dire hasn't been seen with a woman."
He paused, then leaned forward and whispered,
"Ever."
He pulled back, and his shoulders sagged forward a bit.
"And no male acts like this."
He nodded toward Gage, who was still trying to shield her.
"Unless he's mated to the female. So you see, you're big news. Things are changing. I can feel it in the air and gliding across my scales."
He nodded and said more slowly,
"Things are changing. Well, you've officially piqued my curiosity now, though information does, of course, come at a price."
He waggled a finger at them.
"Dire or not, I don't do handouts."
Gage's body language remained relaxed, but Katy sensed his wariness. Her own nerves hummed being pinned under the vagrant's scrutiny, but they needed information, so she said nothing as Gage carefully replied. The sooner they parted ways with this Joel character, the better she would feel.
"We seek rumors of a snake without its den,"
he answered cryptically. The old man cackled.
"Ah, the fallen queen. Yes, whispers abound of her presence in Chaos Lands."
He held out a gnarled hand.
"But whispers aren't free."
Gage's lips thinned, but he dropped a few bills into the outstretched palm. The vagrant grinned, showing off his missing teeth yet again.
"She passes like a shadow, never twice in the same place, but her coils leave traces if you know how to see."
The old man leaned closer, dropping his voice.
"Seek in the underground where sin dwells. The snake finds solace among her own."
Katy inwardly groaned.
Are you seriously pulling a Smeagol on us? We aren't hobbits, and we don't have time for riddles.
Okay, so maybe Katy was less scared of him than she realized, or perhaps it was the dire wolf beside her that made her so bold.
Joel shrugged. I can only tell you what I know. What you do with the information is up to you, she-wolf.
He stared at her for several seconds, and then shook his head.
Times are a-changin'.
With that, he scuttled back into the doorway. Katy worried her bottom lip.
If I haven't ever mentioned it, I'm doing so now. I do not like riddles. Make a note of that in your getting to know my mate binder.
She ran a hand through her hair and huffed.
Underground sin spots? Well, that could be anywhere in Vegas.
Gage nodded grimly as they continued down the street.
Indeed, this city has many vices to indulge, but it's more information than we had before we came across old Joel.
When Katy stumbled over a cracked section of sidewalk, Gage caught her arm firmly.
Enough for tonight, I think. We both need rest.
He looked at her face and ran a thumb just under her eye.
And you need more blood. You look exhausted.
It's not polite to tell your mate she looks exhausted, she chided.
But Katy didn't argue. Now that the excitement of a potential lead was fading, weariness was creeping in. She let Gage guide her away from the declining neighborhood, back toward the bright lights of downtown. Soon, they were checked into a simple but clean hotel room near the heart of the strip. Katy sank gratefully onto the edge of the bed and curled her toes into the plush carpet. Gage crouched before her, his eyes roaming her face.
Are you well, mate? I know this has been trying.
She offered a tired smile and reached up to cradle his stubbled jaw.
I'm okay. This is all still very strange and new, but I'm adapting.
Gage turned his head to press a kiss to her palm, as they both seemed apt to do. Katy liked that they had a thing.
You continue to surprise and impress me.
His gaze grew serious, tinged with a hint of guilt.
I wish I did not have to draw you into such darkness.
Katy shook her head firmly, leaning closer to him.
This became my fight the second Azure's magic invaded my life. I won't rest until he's stopped.
Pride glowed in Gage's emerald eyes. He rose fluidly to capture her mouth in a passionate kiss. When they parted, he kept his forehead pressed to hers.
With your brave spirit beside me, I fear no darkness,
he rasped. Drawing back, Gage traced a tender hand down her cheek.
Let me feed you, and then you rest. We will be back on the hunt in the morning.
Katy nodded, exhaustion creeping over her. She knew she needed Gage's blood soon to restore her waning strength. Gage moved to sit on the bed beside her and rested his back against the headboard. He slid a knife from his belt and drew the sharp blade across his wrist. Crimson welled up immediately. Katy shifted closer, a bit hesitant. She understood the necessity, but still felt bashful each time. She was essentially consuming a part of him. Sensing her reluctance, Gage cradled the back of her neck and guided Katy gently forward.
It's all right, little wolf, he murmured. Take what you need.
The rich, earthy scent of his blood flowed over Katy, awakening her hunger. She grasped his forearm lightly and brought her lips to the cut. The first taste was euphoric. Heat and life flooded her senses. Katy sucked greedily, the strength rapidly returning to her drained limbs. She could feel Gage's pulse hammering beneath her questing mouth. Gripping his arm tighter, she took deeper draws, consumed with desperation to get her fill. A soft moan escaped her lips when Gage slid his fingers into her hair, clutching firmly. The slight edge of pain only intensified Katy's need. She pressed closer, consumed solely with draining this powerful being who sustained her life force. Just as she thought she could take no more, Gage gently pulled her back. Katy whimpered in protest, chasing his wrist with blood-smeared lips. Chuckling indulgently, he cupped her face in both hands.
Enough for now, beloved, Gage whispered. The last thing we need is a ravenous she-wolf roaming the Vegas nightlife."
Mirth danced in his emerald eyes. Katy drew a shuddering breath as rational thought returned. She wiped the back of her hand over her sticky lips, abashed by her animalistic ardor. Gage tilted her chin up, and his smile faded.
"Do not be ashamed, Katy. We are bound together now. My life is yours to take freely."
She nodded slowly, comforted by his words. The urgent need was already fading as strength coursed through her veins once more. With a soft sigh, Katy relaxed into the shelter of Gage's arms. She was grateful not to face this bizarre new reality alone. He pressed a tender kiss to her temple.
"Rest now. You're safe."
Reassured, Katy let her heavy eyelids drift shut. The last thing she felt was Gage wiping a warm cloth gently over her mouth, erasing all traces of their intimate act. Then, exhaustion claimed her, and the odd night's events faded away into welcome darkness. Xena wandered the crowded casino floor. Her reptilian senses were on high alert, though her true nature was hidden under a sophisticated facade. The cloying smells and ceaseless noise pressed in on her from all sides, grating on already raw nerves. She despised having to take this weakened chaos form. Her beautiful, true animal features were muted to pass among the tourists and gamblers. But desperate times, she inwardly sighed. At least the reptilian aspects she had maintained helped track her target. Forked tongue flicking, Xena sorted through the cacophony of scents. The dire wolf stood out, bold and earthy amid the cacophony of perfumes and pheromones. She needed only be patient, and he would come to her. Xena gravitated toward the high-stakes tables, keeping her eyes lowered demurely. Wealth hung heavy in the air here, the press of bodies laden with jewels and entitlement. She resisted the urge to bare her fangs at their careless excess, as if she had the right to judge their actions. The click of chips and mindless chatter washed over Xena. She lifted her glass in the pretense of drinking, eyes scanning the crowds reflected in the mirrored pillars. There was no sign of the wolf or his mate. He'd been here, though. Xena smelled him loud and clear, as well as faint traces of his mate. If she didn't see them soon, she'd retire for the evening and come back again tomorrow. The queen froze as the unmistakable scent of wolf reached her. Turning slowly, she beheld the king of chaos, Wolfgang, looming tall through the crowd. He appeared mostly human at first glance, but a sharp fang protruded over his lip, and one amber eye held the elongated pupil of a beast. Streaks of steel gray marked the dark mane of hair falling across his shoulders. He moved with a predatory grace, belying his imposing frame, clearly more than mortal to anyone with an eye to see it. At the king's side strode his mate, Queen Tallulah. Xena was momentarily taken aback at how small and delicate she appeared next to her giant consort, but then Tallulah's piercing gaze landed on Xena, and she glimpsed the iron will which had earned this diminutive female her crown. Though tiny in build, with angular fey-like features, lethal chaos power emanated from Tallulah's taut frame. Downy feathers dotted the pale skin of her face and neck, making her seem part avian. Her large sea-green eyes missed nothing as she scanned the crowds imperiously. Those who dared meet her stare quickly glanced away, unnerved by the swirling chaos within. A crest of chestnut hair cascaded down Tallulah's back, accentuating the ethereal paleness of her flawless complexion. Plumage sprouted between her shoulder blades, hinting at stunted wings beneath the elegant gown. Despite her fragile appearance, Xena sensed the female was more beast than mortal. This queen matched her mate in primal ferocity when roused. Her eyes landed on Xena, and the Venom Queen immediately knew Tallulah had seen right through her glamour. "Xena, what a surprise!" Cursing internally, Xena turned slowly. "Queen Tallulah,"
King Wolfgang.
She lifted her chin slightly, reminding herself that she needed to be the queen they remembered knowing, not the one who had now chosen a different path. Tallulah inclined her head.
Please, join us for refreshment.
Her smile held no warmth. Despite the pleas, Tallulah's request was not an invitation. Yet, because they were equals, rules of formality required Tallulah to at least pretend that Xena had a choice to refuse, and that she could walk out of their territory unmolested. But there were two of them and only one of her, and the Chaos Royals had the home field advantage. Xena was surrounded by their subjects. A million things could happen in the next moment, and none of them were good. Xena had no choice but to play their game.
Of course.
Squaring her shoulders, Xena followed the royals from the chaotic floor to a secluded lounge area. Wolfgang sprawled on a leather sofa, regarding Xena with unveiled curiosity. She stood stiffly until Tallulah pointed toward a chair. Hands clasped tightly in her lap, Xena waited for them to speak first. She had no clue why they'd want to talk to her. There was no friendship between Venom and Chaos. Finally, Wolfgang broke the tense silence.
I must admit, I would never have expected to see the Queen of Venom among the dregs and tourists.
His stare bored into her.
To what do we owe the pleasure?
Xena's nails bit into her palms, but she kept her tone light and shrugged.
You know how taxing the stresses of running a kingdom can be. I simply needed a change of scenery for a bit, a little distraction from all responsibilities. My maid indulged me, though he was too busy to come himself. I merely hoped to enjoy some of the legendary chaos entertainment tonight.
Tallulah gave a brittle laugh.
Too busy to come with his mate? It's quite rare for a male of our species to let their mate wander so far from home. Let us not be coy. He either sent you to spy on us, which I highly doubt, given our new relationship, or he sent you here to speak with us. So, let us speak plainly.
Her eyes hardened.
We want to know Azure's plans regarding our arrangement.
Alarm raced through Xena.
Arrangement?
She schooled her features quickly, hoping they hadn't noticed her widened eyes. How much did they know of her mate's activities? And what did they know that she did not? Cautiously, she said,
The king has many affairs of state currently occupying him. To which one are you referring?
Wolfgang snorted.
Come now, Xena. Don't be obtuse.
He leaned forward intently. Panic threatened to choke Xena. She could not reveal that she and her mate were no longer together. It was unheard of for a mated pair to break apart. Neither could she risk losing Chaos's allegiance by admitting ignorance. If she did, they might capture her or banish her from their kingdom, and she had to stay close by because she knew in her gut that this was where she would find Gage. She chose her words delicately.
My mate leads Venom ably despite unrest from factions who resist necessary change.
She met their stares.
We know progress requires sacrifice. Trust that Azure acts for the good of all who work with him.
Tallulah's finely scaled brow drew low.
Quit with the politics. Progress better include binding animi magic and forcing the bestial change upon human females.
She pointed a slender finger at Xena.
We were promised a number of those females for our males. I can only assume you're here to tell us that everything has gone according to plan, and we will have our product soon. Very soon. Otherwise, why are you here?
Xena paled, her blood running cold. By the Creator, how had she not known of her mate's depraved scheme? He wasn't just kidnapping animi and selling them to the highest bidder. He was forcing the change on human females. Females that had not been chosen by Visada? How had he kept it a secret from her? The deposed Queen of Venom nodded and tried her best to project an air of haughtiness, despite the panic rolling inside.
The king works ever to expand our powers, and those of our allies, of course, but the procedure is taking more time than he expected."
She dropped the haughty air and looked them both in the eyes, switching to a diplomatic tone, one she was well versed in from years serving at Azure's side.
"Please be patient. Azure will provide all he has promised. We understand that anything less would be an affront to your kingdom. The last thing we want is a strained relationship with chaos."
She looked directly at Tallulah.
"You are correct, Queen. Azure did send me to speak with you because he was disappointed the product has been delayed, and he didn't want the delay to jeopardize the relationship he has built with the noble kingdom of chaos."
Xena took a long breath and exhaled before continuing. She leveled them both with a piercing gaze.
"Venom understands the increased pressures under which you all and forgive my use of the word, outcasts operate. The distrust, the disdain, we in Venom must contend with similar contempt. None of the other kingdoms respect Venom as they should. That will soon change."
Wolfgang studied her for a long, uncomfortable moment before sighing.
"You always were dutifully loyal, perhaps to a fault."
He waved a dismissive hand.
"We shall await further word from Azure. For now, although—"
He paused and tilted his head, a movement that seemed more animal than man.
"We've heard whispers."
He studied her intently.
"Disturbing whispers that KOV was attacked by the dire wolf. Is this true?"
He didn't give her time to answer.
"And there's been talk of a new king taking the throne. This is concerning. A change in leadership in your territory could be detrimental to what Azure was trying to accomplish."
Xena's stomach twisted. Of course the shaman would move quickly to get the next king in place. She knew that, but she hadn't expected to have to explain it. Her mind moved a mile a minute as she tried to decide what she needed to do. Finally, she settled upon the truth, or at least some version of it, enough to quell their worry.
"The direwolf is a hothead. Everyone knows that.
He'd been doing some work for Azure and desired a raise that my mate did not feel he deserved. He retaliated by attempting to burn down our nest. Thankfully, the destruction was contained, but we have had to move until the damage can be repaired. I assure you it has nothing to do with your arrangement. As for the new king—" She paused and allowed herself a minute to collect her emotions, hoping to earn a few sympathy points, though her pain was real.
"Azure has had to remove himself from the limelight, so to speak. He is still hard at work, but for the sake of his endeavor he is on hiatus, and the move was made quietly so as not to invite dissension."
"We heard the news from Nico, our shaman,"
Wolfgang offered, his eyes watching her carefully.
"He delivered the new king's animus. What was the new king's name, Sassy?"
"Talbot,"
Tallulah said.
"The female is Rose."
Xena wasn't surprised it was Talbot. He was next in line. But she was surprised to hear he'd found his animus.
"Handpicked by Azure, of course. Talbot will make a suitable king for the moment."
Wolfgang narrowed his eyes.
"Will he make trouble for us?"
"No,"
she quickly answered.
"He won't. Talbot understands his job fully."
Talbot understands nothing of the sort. Tallulah reached over and patted Xena's hand.
"This must be hard for you. You could have just been honest with us and told us you were dealing with losing your title, your home, your kingdom. That's a lot for anyone to deal with. We're glad you've come here to relax, and the fact that Azure is continuing to work instead of here with you shows us that he is as dedicated as you say."
Xena swallowed hard, biting the inside of her cheek as the Chaos Queen's words hit too close to home. But she would not cry in front of these people. She knew they didn't truly care for her. Xena stood, making it clear to them that she was done with the conversation.
It has been hard, and I thank you for your kind words. I've had a busy day exploring your beautiful and busy kingdom. I'm going to retire for the evening. Of course, Tallulah nodded. We do hope you enjoy your stay, and if you would show your proper image, not this mismatch that makes you look like a member of Chaos, you would be recognized as the important figure you are and treated to anything you want. I appreciate that, but I prefer to blend in, Xena explained. It gives me a break from being Queen Xena, especially since that is no longer my title. Even us royals need rest from time to time. Of course, Tallulah agreed. A vacation, even a short one, does wonders for the soul. Thank you for having me, and it is good to see you. We should do dinner sometime once things have settled down.
She backed up toward the door as she spoke. Neither royal protested as Xena retreated hastily for the exit. They simply nodded and let her go.
Thank Visada.
Then again, they could have been toying with her. For all she knew, they could be calling her mate right then to check her story. Only once back among the crowds did she stop to catch her shaky breath. How had everything spiraled so far out of control? If only she had reined in Azure's ambitions before they warped beyond recognition. For the first time, Xena allowed herself to acknowledge the horrifying truth. Her mate was irrevocably lost to his madness. His schemes endangered them all, and yet she had stood by silently while he hatched them. No more. Stealing her resolve, Xena continued her circuit of the casino, outwardly casual while internally reeling. When the dire wolf came, she would share what she knew of her mate's depraved alliances and the network of dark magic fueling his plans. Perhaps together they could still halt Azure's destructive path. Xena clung desperately to that fragile hope. The mate she loved was gone, consumed by venom and arrogance. But if she could help stop him from unleashing hell upon them all, perhaps some small redemption remained possible. She owed it to her people and herself to try. Surely the kings and queens and the shaman would listen if a dire wolf vouched for her motives. Hard times called for hard choices. With a heavy heart but determined spirit, Xena committed to this new hunt. The Serpent Queen lifted her chin, moving with a new purpose among the crowds. When the dire wolf crossed her path, she would be ready. No more hiding or equivocating. If they worked together, Azure's twisted vision could be undone before it was too late. The devoted queen was dismissed. In her place stood a fierce warrior, ready to battle the encroaching darkness. Xena accepted her fate without hesitation. She had watched from the shadows for too long. Now it was time for action, and she answered the call, a champion of justice. No matter what came her way, she was prepared. Chapter 14. I'm going to kick you.
I've experienced hundreds of situations that were dangerous and never blinked an eye. I just did what was expected. I protected our kingdom and our prime and prima. So it's new to me to feel something other than simple determination to defeat my foe. As I head toward our enemy, with my mate at my side, I have never been more scared. What if I fail to protect her? What if I lose her? I know these are questions that will do me no good to linger upon, and yet every horrid scenario that could happen is running through my mind. Callan. Something is coming. Marissa stood on the old porch, looking out into the dark night.
Are you speaking metaphorically, or is there actually something coming?
Azure asked dryly. He was growing tired of the priestess's eccentricities. Despite the large size of the home, it only had enough room for one ego. Alas, Azure needed Marissa in order to accomplish his goal.
I don't speak in metaphors, she said vehemently. If I say something is coming, then I mean something is actually coming.
Azure started to respond, but his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out, read the name, then swiped to answer the call.
News?
Sorry, boss, the informant said, but there's no sign of Otto in the Kingdom of Venom, Kingdom of Claws, or Kingdom of Fangs. Would he have gone to any of the others?
Azure thought for a moment, trying to get inside Otto's head to think of what he would do or where he would go.
Try the Kingdom of Chaos. He might be trying to hide among them. Keep a low profile. I don't need to deal with Wolfgang or his pushy mate.
Yes, sir.
Azure ended the call and forced himself not to crush his phone. Things were moving too slowly. He needed more progress. He'd already sent out a text to his 2 supporters. But he'd been ignoring their calls all day because he had nothing new or anything reassuring to say. He heard Marissa begin to chant. It was something she did when she wanted to channel the spirits, aka the souls of dead people. She used them like spies, but she could only cast the spell while out in the bayou, where the old magic lived. Marissa claimed the souls would tell her if any danger was near. Azure had refrained from telling her she didn't need souls to tell her about danger. The crocodiles and water snakes were plenty of warning. He walked through the rickety home, the ancient wooden floors groaning and creaking with his steps. The air was musty, and layers of dust coated every surface. At first glance, one might believe the home hadn't been lived in for a long time. Azure thought Marissa was just a slob, but she claimed the souls liked the dust, and that it helped her art for the house to be as undisturbed as possible. He reached the circular stairs and began ascending. Holes were worn through in the rug. The banister felt sticky, as though a toddler had run their candy-covered hands down the rails. Azure had had the misfortune of learning that already, so now he carefully kept his hands and clothes from touching the banister. When he finally reached the room where they'd placed the human women who were in a transitional state of becoming animi, he felt as if he'd hiked a mile. He was tired. Why? His kind rarely tired. Damarians didn't need nearly as much rest as humans, but here he was, ready to take a nap. He shook his head, trying to dispel the thoughts. He opened the door to find the 2 females on the farthest bed from the door. 2 pairs of eyes widened as they both pushed as far back into the headboard as they could get without actually climbing it.
I'm not here to hurt you, Azure told them. What use would you be to me if you were dead?
What are you going to do to us? The braver of the 2 females asked.
I'm going to give you the incredible gift of being a compatible mate to a Damarian male, preferably in my kingdom, but there are others that I'd be willing to send you to for the right price.
And if we refuse? The Shire one asked. Azure shook his head slowly as he slipped his hands into his pockets.
Then I would kill you, because you'd leave me no other option.
He narrowed his eyes on them and used his superior senses to taste the air, suck in the scents, and listen to their heartbeats and the blood flowing through their veins. Their hearts were beating slower than he liked, but they were fine in every way. The remaining piece of the puzzle was to capture the girl Katy, so Marissa could refine the spell. He turned and left the room without another word. Something was off inside of him. He was restless and agitated. As he walked back down the stairs, he stumbled.
How ridiculous.
He pulled himself upright and stood still for a moment, trying to get his bearings. Azure took slow breaths and searched inside of his mind, trying to locate the bond that tethered him to Xena. He hissed as he realized there was no bond present. What the hell had his mate done? Morning came much too early, in Katy's opinion. In less than half an hour, Gage had them up and back out on the streets of Vegas. As they walked toward the end of the busy street, Katy's eyes caught on a sign that pointed down a set of stairs that would lead them to a basement of the casino. On the sign was the word, Sin. She huffed out a tired laugh and pointed.
He basically told us the name of the club.
Gage shook his head.
Now the question is, did he have a way to contact her and warn her we were coming?
Dude, you totally just popped my balloons for the parade.
What parade?
Gage held her hand while walking across the street.
The one going on inside my head because hopefully we're about to meet up with the best possible person to defeat Azure, and you just pop, pop, pop with your dose of reality.
She narrowed her eyes at him.
Keep that shit in check, Dire. I don't like my emotion-driven parades messed with.
Gage glanced at her with an almost smirk, because Gage's face doesn't move enough to have a full-blown smirk.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you're hungry.
Katy pinched the bridge of her nose.
I'm going to kick you.
Gage steered Katy away from the stairs indicated by the sign.
What about...
She pointed back to the stairs.
We're not going in the front door.
Gage hoped she wouldn't tear into him for not explaining why. She'd been quite testy all morning. He was so new to this mating thing, or even just having a female around for that matter. It was definitely something that was going to take a willingness from both of them to communicate and work through the issues that they would no doubt have. Gage guided Katy down the dingy back corridor of the casino, following his nose. At the end lay an unmarked door barely visible in the gloom. He exchanged a glance with Katy, seeing his own trepidation mirrored in her eyes. But they had come too far to turn back now. With only a slight hesitation, Gage grasped the handle and pulled open the heavy door. Music and lights assaulted their senses as they stepped into the secret club below the main floor. Gage's inner wolf bristled at the sensory overload, but he focused on keeping Katy close as they moved into the noisy space. Despite the early hour, the club was lively, packed with supernatural beings drinking and dancing with abandon. Gage's sharp eyes scanned the crowds, seeking one face among the chaos. Finally, in the farthest booth tucked out of sight, he spotted her. As they continued forward, he smelled her unique scent mixed with the smell of pain, anger, and fear. Even in the dim lighting, the defeated slump to Xena's shoulders was obvious. Her glamour could not disguise the grief etched into the lines of her face. Weaving through the press of bodies, he pulled Katy close behind him, forcing her to almost walk on his heels. Gage reached the booth and motioned for Katy to slide in across from the fallen queen, and then he slipped beside her. Xena did not seem surprised to see them, merely lifting her glass in a weary greeting. Up close, Gage could see past the thinning glamour to the wreck Azure had made of his regal mate. Dull scales covered gaunt cheeks, and lank hair fell limply to frame a pallid face. But her eyes still hinted at the formidable will lingering beneath the despair. That and the desperation to which she clung were her only allies. If they could get and keep her talking, perhaps the true queen could yet emerge.
You found me at last, direwolf.
Her voice was a broken echo of its former melodic tone.
I was told you were coming.
His eyebrows went up.
So, she'd received a visit from their creator as well.
Gage chose his words carefully, sensing Katy's sympathy for this grieving female.
We only wish to stop Azure before more innocents are harmed.
At the mention of her mate's name, Xena flinched. She tossed back the remains of her drink before meeting their eyes.
Then you and I both seek the same end.
Katy reached tentatively across the table to touch Xena's hand.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
At the queen's sharp glance, she amended,
The loss of the mate you knew, I mean.
Xena's jade eyes shimmered with tears.
You have a gentle soul, young one, to pity me so.
With a shuddering breath, she gripped Katy's hand.
Basada was wise to choose you. It takes tremendous courage to do the work of a direwolf.
Gage leaned forward intently, recognizing an opening.
You have seen the creator, then?
At her solemn nod, he continued.
Then you must know Azure's ambitions will only end in ruin.
I know.
Xena's whispered confession was anguished. She turned her palm up to cling to Katy's hand like a lifeline. It was bizarre for him to see the queen that he'd always seen as cold and aloof be so passionate without being cruel. At her former mate's name, Xena's brief flash of strength gutted out again. She wrapped her free arm around herself as if to hold back pain.
He is lost,
she choked out.
Warped by ambition into a monster I no longer know. If I stand against my mate openly, no matter how far he's fallen, it would destroy us both. But it will destroy me all the same if he continues down this path. He's already cost us our relationship. Centuries upon centuries of being mated. Poof.
She made a motion with her hands.
Just gone.
Katy shot Gage a pleading look he already knew too well. His tender-hearted mate would not push this grieving female. With an internal sigh, he considered his words carefully.
"What is your plan for your future, Xena?" he asked gently. "Are you leaving your mate? If he's left alive, will you stand by his side while he serves a lifetime prison sentence?"
Xena considered this, desperation and longing warring in her expression. Finally, she shook her head.
I won't stand beside a monster, no matter how badly it hurts to let him go. I've already severed the bond.
Katy's eyes widened, and Gage felt a rise of panic.
The bond can be severed?
Gage looked at her and shook his head.
"Not our bond. Not ever."
Xena's eyes were gentle as she looked at Katy.
Every bond is different.
She shrugged and nodded her head.
But I have to face him. I've not even reached out to him since we got separated in the fire. I have no idea how he's going to react to me. He hasn't even tried to call me, but...
She shook her head and blew out a breath, then looked at both of them.
I will help however I'm able.
Gage squeezed Katy's shoulder in relief.
"We thank you. My opinion isn't much, I'm sure. But your willingness to help us capture your mate is incredibly selfless. It will not go unnoticed by others."
First, I need to share with you what I've learned while in the Kingdom of Chaos. He's not been the man I mated for a long time, but I kept hoping he would change.
Katy's distress echoed Gage's own sympathy as Xena brokenly confessed Azure's pact with the King of Chaos to produce animi mates by force. Her grief was a palpable thing, mourning the male she once loved who was now fully submerged in madness. They sat in solemn silence as Xena grieved the end of all she had known. The scope of the Snake King's depravity left a sick feeling in Gage's gut. They had vastly underestimated the enemy.
I'm sure there are other kingdoms in his pocket, but I don't know who they are, she added.
A text from Nox drew Gage's focus. He scowled, reading that the Claw's envoy was venturing into the perilous bayou, seeking the voodoo priestess that Azure worked with. That was far too risky without knowing how deeply Chaos was involved in Azure's schemes. His mind jumped to Nico. Nico was a shaman, but he was the shaman for the Kingdom of Chaos. Could he be in on this with Azure? The Nico that Gage knew was crazy, but he wasn't evil. Looking up sharply, he asked Xena,
"Would Azure be with the voodoo witch he was working with?"
She paled. It obviously gutted her to think of Azure with another, though that wasn't how Gage had meant it.
You speak of the swamplands?
Nox said bayou.
Then he shared the names of those in the hunting party. Xena's eyes widened.
Nico is with them?
Katy's brow rose as she grasped what that could mean. Do you guys think this is a trap and Nico is in on it because of Wolf whatever and his mate Tabata?
Tallulah,
Gage corrected. Katy didn't skip a beat as she warned her mate. Never correct another female's name to me. Gage loved her possessive side, but she needn't be jealous or worried that he would ever want someone else. He mentally added it to the list of things they really needed to discuss. Xena scooted out from the booth and stood abruptly.
"We need to get there. It might not be a trap, but if it is, they will need all the help they can get, and he won't suspect me."
Her expression hardened with new resolve.
"I should have acted long ago."
Katy gave the former queen a soft smile, though it didn't reach her eyes.
"We're going to shut him down, Xena, and maybe he can be saved."
Caught up in his mate's optimism, Gage allowed a smile.
"First, we secure transport to the bayou. Are you ready, love?"
At Katy's eager nod, he ushered both females toward the exit. As he walked, he sent a quick text to Callan warning him about the Kingdom of Chaos Alliance and that they didn't know if Nico was in on it.
"Gage, I'm getting us on a plane with Azure's mate of her own free will. Can you wait to head out until we get there?"
Callan.
"Nico?"
Apparently he wasn't past that part of Gage's text.
"Gage, focus, man. Wait for us. Make something up to stall that won't raise Nico's suspicions."
Callan.
"Fine. Hurry your ass up."
Good old Callan. A man of few words, which Gage respected, and when he did use words, he made sure they were full of piss and vinegar. The heavy darkness lifted slightly from Gage's spirit. They had needed allies and found them in unlikely places. Perhaps together they could still drag Azure back from the abyss and into the light once more. He'd never be king again, but maybe they wouldn't have to kill him. Chapter 15. I'm pregnant.
"I can't hold on too tightly, or I might break her wings. I can't hold too loosely, or she might fall and injure herself. There's got to be a middle ground where I can keep her safe while she feels the freedom she needs. My beast disagrees. He's all for sticking her in a beautiful cage with any and everything she desires, and he's arrogant enough to think that he would fill all those desires for her. If it wouldn't mean I'd lose her, I'd let him try, just so I could watch our lioness show him the error of his thinking. It would be a good show."
Callan. Callan stared dubiously at the ramshackle boat bobbing in the gloomy waterway. Rust spots marred the hull, and the deck didn't look much sturdier. After the mild beating he had given the captain, his parents had returned to the bar to persuade the man to be their guide using slightly gentler methods, and, Callan was sure, more money than the captain had probably seen in the past year. Captain Jack stood on the dock, grinning proudly as he gestured the group aboard.
"She may not be much to look at, but old Betsy can navigate these waters as good as any of the crocs that live in them, I guarantee."
The captain clapped the pitted railing affectionately. With no better options, they began filing slowly onto the decrepit vessel. Callan kept a steadying hand on Lola's back as she stepped gingerly over the gap between dock and deck. His inner beast bristled at the idea of taking his fragile mate into the remote bayou. But he respected Lola's courage too much to suggest she stay behind. Better to keep her close where he could protect her if needed. His parents came next, his father's mane-like hair streaming behind him in the humid breeze. Lyra looked dubiously at the cluttered deck while Taras stared impassively ahead. As king and queen of the Kingdom of Claws, they were accustomed to slightly finer transportation than this rust-bucket boat. But his mother, ever the diplomat, smiled. "We've no doubt she will get us where we need to go." Jack's smile widened at Lyra's kind words. Bane loomed tall and silent as he stalked aboard, bulky muscles rippling beneath his customary leather. Callan knew no fiercer warrior to stand at his side than the seasoned panther shifter. Callan had moved past the fact that the man had been in Lola's bedroom and, at one point, might have even wanted her for his own. Or at least Callan told himself he'd moved past it. Nico came next, somehow looking right at home on the rust bucket. Even though he wore his usual black clothes, All his piercings were gleaming shinier than any metal surface of the boat, and his green hair was spiked up all over his head, a feature he did not have to use any product for. It was simply how his hair grew. The Chaos Shaman moved with deceptive casualness, but his sharp eyes missed nothing, flickering over every detail, likely plotting contingencies should their voyage go awry. Having a capable magic wielder along could prove invaluable. Then again, Nico wasn't exactly predictable, so it could also prove to be disastrous. Callan tensed as the demon Raphael made his way aboard behind Nico. His violet eyes gleamed hungrily. The Lion Prince still disliked the idea of trusting an incubus, necessary evil or no. But Raphael had guided them this far without incident. Better the devil you know than the ones surely awaiting them within the untamed bayou. The final passenger to join their grim crew was Otto. His claws clacked on the weathered boards. Callan could admit a grudging fondness for the eccentric lizard man who had aided Katy, and despite his small stature, Otto's fierce loyalty matched any warrior's. He would guard their backs ably. As soon as he was on board, Captain Jack began going about his undocking procedures. Callan's phone beeped in his pocket, and he quickly pulled it out. His eyes scanned the text from Gage, and his stomach twisted. He quickly typed a reply to confirm what Gage was saying, because it didn't bode well for them if he was right. When the dire wolf confirmed his information, Callan couldn't stop the growl that rumbled from his chest. He could feel Lola's eyes on him as he texted back. Callan.
Fine. Hurry your ass up.
Why do you suddenly look like you want to kill someone? Lola asked softly. His eyes roamed over the boat.
I've received some interesting news.
News that makes you want to commit murder?
I said it was interesting.
His eyes connected with hers, and he slipped his phone into her hand.
Read the text, he said in a low tone. But don't react. No dropped mouth, wide eyes, or stiffening body. Remember, you're among animals. They pick up on subtle clues.
Lola took the phone and frowned. So you're giving me something that I will surely want to react to, but I'm not allowed to? Wait, did somebody die? She laid her hand on his arm and rose on her toes to get closer to his face. Did Katy die? I swear on all that is supernatural, I will... Callan put his hand over her mouth, effectively muzzling her questions and the colorful threat she was about to spew.
Read the text, Sassy.
His voice was low and firm. Lola dropped her hand from his arm and looked down at the device. Callan did a quick perusal with his eyes to see if anyone had picked up on their little moment. Thankfully, everyone seemed to be watching Jack and listening to his stories of daring experiences in the bayou. A couple of seconds later, Lola slapped Callan's phone against his chest and blurted out, "I have to pee." Her eyes were locked on their captain. "I apologize to interrupt your..." She made a motion with her hand encompassing the boat. "Pre-undocking things, but I have got to go to the restroom, and let me tell you, it will not be good if I have to try to hold it for however long it's going to take us to get where we're going. Not to mention, did you know it's actually bad to hold your bladder? Like, it can do serious damage to your kidneys and whatnot. I saw a bathroom." She pointed over her shoulder back up the dock. "Just over there. I can run over there and take care of business really quick, like 2 seconds." She was already moving to the gunwale. With a little hop, she gracefully jumped from the boat back onto the wooden dock and began jogging off. Callan followed, stepping easily onto the dock, minus the hop.
"You're not going anywhere without me." "I've got a privy on the boat."
Jack motioned towards some stairs that led down into the interior of the boat.
"It's clean."
"Oh, no, that's okay," Lola said over her shoulder. "I like my privacy." She was already moving away, but Callan caught up quickly. He glanced over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes at Jack.
"Do not leave without us."
The man paled, which meant Callan's face and tone of voice had done what he wanted. Scare him stupid. Lola and Callan rounded the corner of a small concrete building housing restrooms. Callan grabbed her arm, gently pulling his mate to a stop.
What are you doing?
Going pee? She looked at him as if he were an idiot who hadn't heard the whole exchange. Let me go so I don't pee on myself. It's really not the in look this year.
So you really do have to go? It's not because of the text from Gage?
He released her and folded his arms in front of him. Oh, no, it's totally because of that text. But it just worked to our benefit that I also indeed need to use the restroom. She continued to the door that had the image of a woman on it. Callan followed after her into the bathroom. Lola rolled her eyes and tried to push him back. You can't come in here.
Let someone try to stop me,
Callan challenged. He didn't hear or smell a human inside with them. Mostly he smelled chemical cleaners. I'm not going with you standing outside of the stall. You heard what I said to the captain. I like my privacy. She held his stare, and finally he relented.
I'll be right outside the door, he warned.
Lola sighed, obviously annoyed. She was going to stay annoyed with him a lot once it began to sink in just how protective of her he was. There's no one in here, Callan. I'm perfectly safe. He didn't tell her that he only felt she was safe when he was with her, or that it wasn't just enemies that he worried about. It was ridiculous, but he worried about her slipping and hitting her head in the shower, or falling downstairs, or cutting herself as she prepared a meal. There were so many ways that she could be hurt just in everyday life, and yet he couldn't protect her from all of it. His beast disagreed, but then when it came to their mate, his lion was a tad overprotective, even worse than the man. Callan waited outside and kept his attention on any person that came in the vicinity. Most were early morning joggers or bike riders. There were a few street cleaners out and the occasional homeless person. 5 minutes later, he stuck his head back in the bathroom. He started to speak, but Callan's words died on his lips as he took in the bizarre scene before him. Lola stood with one leg propped on the counter, shorts still on, as she calmly shaved her legs. The contents of the pack that had been on her back were strewn across the counter haphazardly. She glanced over with a nonchalant, "Hey, babe," before returning to her task. Callan dragged a hand down his face.
Sassy, what are you doing? We need to figure out how to stall this trip, not pamper yourself.
Lola scoffed, rinsing her razor in the sink. Pretty sure smooth legs fall under basic human rights. I'm multitasking, plotting our next moves while making myself presentable, which will also keep us here. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to become violently ill. Just roll with it. She switched to the other leg, continuing conversationally. We could also sabotage the boat engine. Callan shook his head as he walked fully into the bathroom, letting the door close behind him. He braced his hands on either side of the sink and leaned toward her. His eyes met hers in the mirror. The heat that was always there between them went up a notch, but he forced himself to ignore it.
Faking an engine issue?
He held her stare. The hand holding the razor had stopped in midair as she watched him back.
Could get us stranded out there. As for illness, Sassy, you're a shifter now. You don't get human ailments.
But Jack doesn't know that, she pointed out.
Nico does, he challenged. And so does Raphael. If Nico is working with Azure, then so is the demon he calls a friend.
She focused on her task and continued to throw out ideas. Okay, how about broken bones? Could I trip and, oops, my ankle just snapped in half. Gonna have to call an ambulance. Then, when the ambulance gets here, I refuse to get in and I throw a big stink about their carbon footprint for sitting on idle in their square hospital on wheels, just waiting for calls. I'm sure I can come up with at least 24 questions for them.
Your bones would heal faster than they could get a cast on you.
Oh, snap. Well, that's pretty awesome. She tapped the bottom of the razor on the counter. Callan didn't like her holding a blade and not paying attention to what she was doing, especially when she threw the hand up in the air that was holding said blade. "I've got it!"
Why do I have a feeling this isn't going to be?
"I'm pregnant!" The words reverberated off the walls of the bathroom and knocked the wind out of Callan. His grip on the counter tightened as he let the words flow over him. He knew she was just trying to help, to keep her friend safe and the humans whom she didn't even know, but his mate had no idea what hearing those words out of her mouth would do to him. Children were so few and far between in their world, and the idea of a little Lola running around nearly took him to his knees.
"I'm sorry, but did you just say you're pregnant?"
Callan slowly turned his head to see his mother stepping into the bathroom. Lyra stepped around Lola to her other side, and her eyes roamed over her body. Lola's leg was still up on the counter, albeit most of the shaving cream was gone now.
"Unless procreation has changed in some organic way, I'm pretty sure you two haven't known each other long enough to have created life. Or if you've tried, you haven't known each other long enough to know if you have succeeded. Are you pregnant with someone else's child?"
The words had barely left his mother's lips and Callan was moving. There was no thought, only reaction to the idea of another man touching his mate, another man's baby growing inside of her. Callan's fist slammed into the bathroom mirror, shattering it into jagged pieces that crashed to the floor. Rage blinded him at the thought of Lola carrying another male's child. His inner lion snarled viciously, demanding he rip apart any who dared touch his mate. A small hand grasped his arm just before he could put his fist through the remaining glass. "Whoa there, Simba. Let's take a breath before destroying any more property." Lola's teasing voice cut through the haze of primal fury. Callan blinked down at her upturned face. Her beautiful marbled skin glowed as the impish glint in her green eyes doused his anger as swiftly as it had ignited. Of course she wasn't pregnant, least of all by some phantom rival. He was being irrational. Callan dropped his clenched fist and exhaled sheepishly.
"Forgive my reaction. The idea of you—"
His stomach churned at the thought. Lola patted his arm consolingly. "No offense taken, baby daddy. I'm flattered you find me so copulation-worthy, and Katy would be so proud of my choice of vocabulary. Remind me to tell her." Despite his embarrassment, Callan couldn't contain an amused snort. Only his Lola could diffuse the situation with such ease. It was one of the many reasons why he loved her, after all. Lyra regarded them curiously.
"Why are you shaving your legs? Why the insistence on delaying? What has you so on edge?"
Callan quickly filled his mother in on the text from Gage and what he'd learned about the Kingdom of Chaos and Xena. Lyra stood up straighter as she folded her arms in front of her and narrowed her eyes. This was the Prima standing before him, not the woman who gave him life.
"I remember a time when Xena was a friend." Lyra's voice held a hint of sadness. "She smiled often. She loved children and desperately wanted some of her own. But as time went on, she slowly changed into someone I no longer recognized. I wonder—" She tilted her head sideways, her eyes lost in a memory. "After all this time, is she capable of changing?"
Callan didn't think someone who'd lived with Azure so closely and had been exposed to his twisted, poisonous thinking would be able to see anything rational anymore. But then, he was known to be overly cynical.
"I hope she can."
Lola's brow wrinkled as her eyes opened wide. "Because if not, then how is there hope for any of us if redemption is unattainable?" And that right there was why she was made for him. She balanced Callan. In all his cynicism, she was the voice of hope and reason.
Lyra gave Lola a nod. "I agree. We should give her the chance to face her mate, and maybe she won't be the only one who can change."
Callan helped his mate gather up the scattered contents of her bag, which was now covered in mirror glass thanks to his theatrics. She caught his eye and shrugged. No sense crying over spilled milk.
Tell that to a lion cub.
Lyra's comment made Callan smile. One day, he and Lola would have a lion cub, and she'd get to see just how upset a young one could get over spilled milk. As soon as her bag was repacked, he put it over his shoulder and took her hand as they followed his mother out the door. Lola glanced over her shoulder as they exited the now destroyed bathroom. She felt bad that they were leaving it in such a state.
Don't look so forlorn, Lola. Lyra motioned her forward. I will pay for the damages.
Lola had no idea how the Prima would make that happen, but she had no doubt she would. Lyra wasn't the type of person to say she'd do something and not follow through. So Lola put the matter of the damaged restroom out of her head and went back to formulating a plan to help stall their trip without tipping off Nico or Raphael that something was up. Suddenly, a stroke of genius hit her. Well, at least she thought it was genius. Lola leaned heavily on Callan as they walked toward where Captain Jack waited by the boat, letting out an exaggerated groan. Time for emergency plan C. As they drew closer to the ramshackle vessel, Lola turned pleading eyes on Lyra. I am so sorry to be high maintenance, but I don't think what you gave me is going to work for my particular body. I'm going to need to pick up some feminine products that I know will work before we shove off. Understanding dawned on Lyra's face as she glanced toward the boat uncertainly. Ah, I see. Yes, well, everyone's bodies are different when it comes to the cycle. Callan choked on a cough and leaned his head toward her.
What are you doing, Sassy? He whispered.
Improvising, she whispered back. Lola nodded, injecting distress into her voice. I use a very, very specific brand, and I have terrible cramps and bloating. Is there somewhere nearby we can pick some up quickly? Lyra's brow furrowed. I'm not familiar with what brands are out there. Soon your cycle will change to be that of a Damarian female's.
Bloody hell, Callan muttered, almost causing Lola to laugh. Could we please not have this conversation around my mother?
She ignored her mate. Oh, they're very particular, Lola exclaimed loudly. The males in their party suddenly seemed extremely interested in their shoes or the cloudless sky. Like this one with wings that conform perfectly to your shape, she continued at the same volume. The stores here may not have what I need. It might take a few stops to find the brand. They're also safe for the environment once thrown out.
Can't you just burn them? Someone muttered.
The voice sounded disgusted, which again almost made Lola laugh. Callan shifted uncomfortably, but made no more comments. Jack, however, peered at Lola curiously.
Begging your pardon, miss, but having ladies aboard during their bleeding brings terrible luck. The scent draws predators, you see. Okay, that's quite enough.
Oh no, Lola interrupted Callan, seizing on the captain's superstitious nature. Pressing the back of her wrist to her forehead, she slumped against Callan. You know, I am feeling a little faint. These premenstrual cramps are just brutal. She grimaced dramatically. But I've not actually begun my cycle.
Sassy,
Callan warned, his tone growing even more desperate. I won't for another day, but I like to be prepared, especially if we're going out into croc-infested waters where we might have a run-in with a witch. I mean, that would be a complete mess in more ways than one. To be stuck without my products, you see? Jack seemed unsure of what to say to her candidness. Nico, however, didn't seem to be the least bit uncomfortable when he spoke.
I can procure any necessary items. I'm quite knowledgeable about such things, as I have many lady friends.
His eyebrows jumped suggestively.
Do you prefer pads, tampons, or both? Cotton or synthetic? And what's your flow? Do you need the overnight ones, even for during the day, or some of each?
Lola's mouth almost dropped open at the shaman's depth of knowledge concerning feminine hygiene products. "That's just not right," she muttered.
"Make a list," Nico continued, "and be specific. Me and Raphael will take care of it and meet you back here."
He shot Lola a conspiratorial grin.
"No need to delay our important task any further than the hour or so that it takes to get what my lady needs."
The words were used as a title, not an endearment, but Lola's mate wasn't having it. Callan's head whipped toward the shaman, his eyes narrowing dangerously. A low growl rumbled in his throat. Lola quickly stepped between the two men before her mate decided Nico was encroaching on his territory. "Whoa there, big guy," she murmured. Turning her back deliberately to Nico, she wrapped her arms around Callan's waist and peered up at him beseechingly. "That's a super thoughtful offer, but you know how picky I am about brands. Remember my motion sickness on the plane?" Had she had motion sickness? She couldn't remember. Lola mentally facepalmed herself. She hoped she wasn't going to have to keep up some silly charade every time it actually was her time of the month. She forced an abashed smile. "I'm just high maintenance like that." Pride mollified, Callan relaxed his threatening posture. His response was for Lola's ears alone, and he leaned down to whisper,
"No other male is permitted to see to your needs. I alone provide for my mate."
Lola hid her smirk against his chest. She made a note to tease him about the fact that he was even possessive of the right to buy her tampons. Crisis averted. Now she just had to seal the deal on postponing their departure. Right on cue, her stomach let out a loud gurgle. Lola pressed both hands to her middle and bent over with a pained hiss. Cramp City. You all go ahead. I need to find a place to sit for a bit." She made it 2 steps toward a rickety-looking bench before Callan intercepted her.
"Allow me to assist you,"
he rumbled, glaring at the others as if daring them to approach. Lola wasn't sure if she should laugh or roll her eyes. Instead, she leaned heavily on his supportive frame, hamming up her pain. They were almost home free. But the demon's voice gave her pause.
"This sudden onset of feminine issues seems to be having the effect of delaying our departure," he remarked.
Raphael eyed Lola shrewdly as she limped down the dock, leaning on Callan.
"If one was an untrusting sort, he might assume you meant to hinder our departure intentionally."
Lola grimaced. "Damn demon." Thinking fast, she shot him a pleading look over one shoulder. "I just need 20 minutes for a hot pad and the Midol to kick in. We can at least wait that long, right?" Batting her eyelashes pitifully, she allowed Callan to help her sit down. Once seated, Callan crouched down in front of her and eyed her uncertainly.
"Does my mate truly suffer this painful cycle each month?"
Lola swallowed a wholly inappropriate laugh at his grave expression. She reached up to pat his cheek consolingly. "You're a good egg, Lion Man. Now let's give this delay our best shot. Go argue with your mom about who should get my products." Giving him a quick peck on the nose, she shooed him away, collapsing back on the bench. She just needed to stall a little longer. Surely Katy and the cavalry couldn't be much farther away. Wherever they were, Lola hoped her act bought them enough time. Settling in and trying to look as forlorn as possible to assuage Raphael's growing suspicions, Lola sent up a prayer that this would all be over soon. Chapter 16. Unexpected Fake Aunt Flo.
"Human females are strange."
Gage. Katy blinked against the bright sunlight as they exited the New Orleans airport. She fished out her phone and pressed on Lola's contact info, ready to hit the call button. Gage shook his head when he noticed.
"Best not to call. We don't know who could be listening."
His arm settled around her shoulders as they headed for the taxi stand. Katy nodded. "I'll just shoot her a text." Her thumbs moved deftly over the screen. "Katy,
Eagle has landed, bringing a special guest to the rendezvous point. You might want to warn your crew so no one attacks. As the cab navigated the busy streets, Katie's phone buzzed with Lola's reply. Lola. Roger that. Delayed departure due to unexpected fake Aunt Flo making a fake appearance. My maid and Nico have been sent on a mission to find clothes for Flo. The rest of us are dockside, keeping your seats warm. Despite her fatigue, Katy had to smother a laugh. Trust Lola to come up with the most ridiculous excuse to stall the Bayou trip, though she was immensely relieved their friends had not set out before they arrived. They needed to be sure that Nico wasn't in league with the Kingdom of Chaos. Gage instructed the driver to head for the downtown harbor area. His sharp gaze vigilantly scanned their surroundings for threats. In the seat beside Katy, Xena sat tensely, face turned away from the windows. Being back in her domain must have been nerve-wracking, especially since she'd been in hiding from her mate. Katy reached over and patted Xena's knee. It's going to be okay. I feel it in my bones. That's something my grandmother used to say, and she said if it was in her bones, that meant the matter was settled. Xena turned and looked at her. Why are you so kind to me? I treated you with cruelty, allowed my mate to hold you captive, and yet you try to make me feel at ease when you should be angry at me. Katy nodded and then shrugged. Are any of us perfect? We all make mistakes. You think I've been kind to every customer that came into No Name Pizza? Nope. Katy shook her head. There were days when I gave attitude to even the nicest patrons simply because I was having a bad day. So show me a person in this world who hasn't made butthole decisions, and I'll give them a medal. Otherwise, we're all on a level playing field. Xena stared at her for at least 30 seconds, and then blew out a breath. All right. She clasped her hands in her lap. If you're willing to give me a second chance, I'd be stupid to turn it away. So thank you. Absolutely. Something flowed through her that made her feel warm, not temperature-wise, but just cozy and accepting. She turned to look at Gage and saw pride shining in his eyes as he stared at her. Katy mouthed the words, "Thank you," to him. He simply leaned over and pressed a kiss to her temple. She soaked in the affection like a dried sponge. The taxi ride passed in stiff silence until they reached a ramshackle pier, directions courtesy of a text from Callan. Katy peered anxiously at the figures clustered around the ancient boat. She recognized Bane's form, but there was another male and female she didn't know. Her eyes bounced all around, looking for Lola. Movement on her left drew her eyes, and she finally saw her best friend. Lola was lying on a bench that looked like it was about to collapse. They had made it in time. Even though she'd had confirmation from Lola, Katy still hadn't been able to relax until she saw her friend with her own eyes. As soon as the taxi halted, Katy literally climbed across Gage's lap and burst from the cab, nearly falling forward. Thankfully, her mate had a firm grasp on her waist and didn't let her faceplant. When she was upright and stable, he released her, and she raced down the dock, heedless of Gage's startled rumble behind her. She had eyes only for the small, red-headed figure on the death-trap bench, watching their approach. "Lola!" Katy shouted joyously, throwing her arms open. Her best friend let out a delighted squeal, sprang up from the bench she'd been sprawled on, and sprinted to meet her. They collided in a fierce hug that nearly sent them both toppling over. Katy clung tightly, laughter mixing with relieved tears. It felt like forever since she had seen Lola, though barely a week had passed. So much had changed, but the comfort of her friend's embrace remained the same. When they finally detached, Lola's excited babbling washed over Katy. "You're here! I can't believe my period trick actually worked. I mean, I was running out of ideas." "I find that hard to believe," Katy challenged. "You are never one short on ideas." They finally settled down, and Katy glanced around. "Where's Maddie?" Lola scrunched up her face.
She may or may not be on a field trip with Roan? Katy's eyes widened. Is he still alive? Don't know, Lola shrugged. But since we haven't heard from her, I'm going with yes. He probably confiscated her phone. He's a little bit of a... tyrant? Katy cut in. Lola nodded. I was going to say control freak, but we can go with tyrant. Then her eyes widened. Katy started to ask what was wrong when she felt an arm come around her waist and pull her firmly against a hard chest.
Could you please refrain from jumping from a moving vehicle and running across open areas before I've deemed them safe?
Gage's voice was gruff in her ear. So it's not just Callan? Katy shook her head, still held by the steel band that was her mate's arm. If you're talking about the need to stick you in a bubble and treat you like you're a crystal glass, then no, it's not just Callan. Katy frowned. Speaking of Callan, where is the big lion? Lola's phone rang before she could answer. She grinned mischievously as she hit the answer key and then put it on speakerphone. Hey, she sounded breathless.
Why do you sound like you've been running?
Callan's deep voice came through the speaker.
Where have you been running? Are you safe? Where are my parents? If you'd chill your ass out and give her a second to answer one of your questions, you might not destroy any more boxes of feminine products.
Nico's voice came through the speaker as well. Katy's brow rose as she looked at her best friend. You really do have two guys buying you products for Aunt Flo? Lola grinned. I'm a genius, I know.
You can't put that box back on the shelf, you Neanderthal, Nico said. You bust it, you buy it. Don't you know about shopping etiquette?
Katy smirked. Shopping etiquette? I don't even think I know shopping etiquette.
Is that Katy?
Callan completely ignored his shopping partner.
Is Gage with her?
No, Katy answered. I left him behind.
Really?
Callan sounded confused. No again, Katy snorted. Do you really think he would let me leave him behind anywhere?
Fair enough.
Callan sounded a little less alarmed than he had initially. There was the sound of something hitting the ground.
You can't just throw those on the floor, Nico snapped. And we agreed to get her one of everything since they don't have her usual brand.
Lola covered her mouth as she burst out laughing. Katy held up her hand and gave her a high five. You're my hero.
She doesn't need the damn pads, Callan told the shaman. So she's a tampon-only kind of female? Vasada, save me, they heard Callan mutter through the phone. I really dislike discussing my mate's female business. Sazzy, don't ever use this as your way of stalling again.
I make no promises, Lola quickly answered.
Stalling?
Nico sounded very confused.
I tried to tell you that something felt off.
Another male voice came through the phone. That's Raphael, the demon, Lola explained. Katy's brow rose. You have two men and a demon buying you feminine products? Katy realized what she'd just said and then grabbed Lola's hand. A demon? Lola rocked back on her heels. What can I say? I'm just that good. Gage's chuckle vibrated against Katy's back.
I can't believe Callan allowed two other males to join him on the shopping trip. I did this for you and your female, Callan growled.
And we really appreciate it, Katy quickly told him. I'm still stuck on the demon.
Most females are.
Raphael's voice came through again. He's an incubus demon. Lola's eyebrows jumped up and down suggestively. Oh.
No, Gage gritted out. Not oh. There will be no ohs when talking about the demon.
Katy snorted, but decided to cut her mate some slack.
We're headed back, Callan said. So we're not buying any of this?
Nico sounded very put out.
You can buy it for your future mate and wow her with how proficient you are at feminine product knowledge, Raphael offered.
He's funny, Katy said.
Gage growled, and it was not a human-sounding growl.
No, he's not.
Katy patted his arm.
My bad. He's totally not funny, not even a little.
Did you bring the former queen with you?
I came, Lion Prince.
Xena's voice sounded as regal as she looked in her long green flowing dress. All she needed was a crown, and no one would doubt that she was royalty of some kind.
Female, stay out of trouble for 10 minutes, Callan said, and then the call ended.
Did he just tell me to behave? Lola stared at the phone in her hand.
They can't help it,
Xena told her, slipping hands into some hidden pockets of her dress.
Damarian males are protective.
To the point of ridiculousness. Another female joined the conversation. Katy? Lola held her hand out toward the woman. This is Lyra, Prima of the Kingdom of Claws and Callan's mother, and the handsome man next to her is her mate and the Prime.
It's very nice to meet you.
Katy bowed her head at the pair. And, of course, you know Bane. Lola pointed to the panther, who had his arms folded across his chest as he leaned against a light pole.
Good to see you again, Bane.
Bane simply inclined his head to her. Katy's eyes narrowed suddenly as she realized someone very important was missing. Where's Otto? Everyone turned to Lyra. She looked into a large purse hanging off her shoulder. After digging around for a minute, she looked back up and shook her head.
He's not in here.
Katy giggled. He's been riding around in your purse?
Yes, Lyra answered.
They all turned to see a short figure sprinting awkwardly down the wooden boards toward them, his baggy clothes flapping. As he drew closer, Katy broke into a wide grin.
Otto!
Gage released his hold on her. She glanced at him and gave him a thankful smile. The little lizard man skidded to a halt in front of her, grabbing her attention. He was breathing heavily.
My Katy, I gift you.
He proudly held up a handful of threaded bracelets. Katy knelt so she was at his eye level.
These are lovely. Thank you.
She dutifully offered her wrist so he could tie on a bracelet. His small, clawed hands worked with surprising dexterity to knot the strands. Glancing over, Katy noticed Lola already wore several of Otto's gifts on her own wrists. She moved her gaze up to Lola's face. Lola shrugged as if she didn't really understand the purpose of the gift either. When Otto had secured the last bracelet in place, Katy smiled fondly.
I really missed your goofy face.
He blinked large, round eyes at her.
Duh, Otto miss his Katy girl, too.
His bluntness drew a laugh from her.
Not all yours,
Gage spoke up, though his voice didn't sound threatening. It actually held amusement. Otto waved a hand at her mate, as if he weren't concerned in the least that the huge direwolf could eat him for a snack. Literally. Impulsively, Katy pulled the little lizard dude into a gentle hug. He tensed briefly before giving her a few soft pats on the back. As she released him, Otto scampered quickly over to climb up Bane's large frame and perch upon his broad shoulders. Bane angled a look up at his new passenger, but made no move to dislodge Otto. Katy hid a smile. Clearly, they had all bonded some during this strange journey. It seemed Otto was able to win over even the stoic males of the bunch. She rose and stumbled a bit, feeling all the blood rush to her feet. Gage caught her.
Katy,
Lola exclaimed as she leaned forward to try to help. Gage took her chin in his hand and turned her to look up at him. The worried look in his eyes made her gut clench. She needed more of his blood. She was getting worse. The length of time between necessary feedings was growing shorter.
Where's a restroom?
Gage never took his eyes from her face. There's one around the corner, Lola pointed, though Callan sort of destroyed it.
You're going to tell me about that later.
Katy told Lola as Gage scooped her up and began walking in the opposite direction. "This won't take long," she said to the group, but unwilling to share what was about to happen. It was too intimate.
"It's not their business," Gage muttered.
Katy noticed that Bane had a hand on Otto's foot as if to hold him in place, and the lizard's mouth was moving. Otto looked like he wanted to come after her. Katy shook her head at him, hoping he'd understand. His small shoulders slumped forward, but he nodded back to her. "Let's make it quick," Katy told her mate. He set her down on her feet and cupped her face, a small smile on his handsome face.
"You're the one who likes to drag it out."
Her face heated with a blush as she smacked his chest. "That may be, but it's rude to point it out." Gage pushed the door open.
"It's also rude to rush your mail when he's trying to take care of you."
Katy rolled her eyes at his innuendo and then took stock of the interior of the bathroom. Damn! What did Callan and Lola do in here?
"I have a few ideas,"
Gage said suggestively. Katy sighed. "Doesn't even matter the species, all men are the same." 10 minutes later, Katy felt much better, and they rejoined the group. Callan and 2 other males had returned. Both of the newcomers were handsome and odd in different ways.
"Katy," Callan smiled, "it's good to see you looking well."
"You do look good," Lola agreed. "Better than you did when you got here."
"Are we ready to go?"
Gage interrupted the moment that made her feel awkward. His hand wrapped around hers as he waited for an answer. There seemed to be a tenseness that hadn't been there before they'd stepped away. "I'm not getting on a boat with these 2 until they prove they're not in league with the Kingdom of Chaos." Xena pulled her shoulders back and raised her chin in challenge. Nico's silver eyes widened, and the swirling within increased.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"I'm talking about Wolfgang and Tallulah asking me when they'd be getting their promised females from the Kingdom of Venom," Xena answered. Nico looked as if he'd been punched in the gut.
"When did you see them?"
"Just a few days ago." Xena placed her hands on her hips. "I was in the Las Vegas branch of the Chaos Kingdom, and they bumped into me in one of the casinos. Imagine my shock when they asked to speak with me alone, and that is what they said? So, are you part of their sick schemes?" Nico's eyes hardened as he clenched his jaw.
"I don't answer to you. You are the queen of nothing, and I won't stand here and be treated like I'm guilty of something so sickening." "She is not the queen," a masculine voice spoke up. "But I am king and your friend. For the sake of this mission, just answer her." Katy's eyes widened, and all heads turned. She saw a man and a woman standing behind them, and she had no idea when they'd arrived. "Is everyone else seeing the beautiful couple that are wearing snake crowns on their heads?" "We do," Lola said. "You're not going crazy." "Talbot."
Nico's voice changed drastically as he addressed the man.
"Rose, royalty looks good on you."
Apparently, this was the new king of the Kingdom of Venom. The demure female on Talbot's arm blushed and dropped her eyes. Her pink lips turned up in a small smile. "Thank you, Nico. It's good to see you."
"Not too good," Talbot said gently.
"Good grief," Katy muttered. "It's like a damn disease." Gage squeezed her hand.
"Behave."
"That's not a word in my extensive vocabulary."
"Will you allow me to put everyone's worries at ease?" Talbot asked Nico.
The shaman didn't look pleased, but finally nodded.
"You might as well read Raphael as well. They won't trust him either because he's my friend."
The pair walked over to where Talbot and Rose stood. Talbot looked at Xena.
"Will this be enough proof?"
Xena gave a curt nod. "I am glad it's you who is taking his place, Talbot." Katy could see genuine care in Xena's eyes. "You've always had a kind soul." Talbot inclined his head to her and then placed his hand on Nico's bare wrist. He held the gaze of the shaman, and after a good 30 seconds, Talbot released Nico.
"He has no ill intentions," Talbot said.
Katy raised an eyebrow. "How can you know that?"
"Visada has gifted me with the ability to see into the mind of a person when I touch them," the new Venom King explained. "I cannot read their mind, but I can feel their emotions and, if they're strong enough, even their intentions."
Okay, just to be clear," Katy pointed at him. "Your dermis will never touch my dermis."
Lola scrunched up her nose. "When you put it like that, it sounds so dirty."
"I agree," Gage grunted. "Don't talk about your dermises together." "That sounded even worse."
Callan sounded offended on behalf of Gage.
"Can we please stay focused?"
Xena scolded. Katy nodded.
"My bad. I'm easily distracted."
Talbot ignored the entire exchange as he focused on Raphael.
"You will be a little harder, so I will need to ask you questions regarding the situation."
"Why will he be harder?" Katy was glad Lola was as inquisitive as her, so she wasn't the only one getting dirty looks from the impatient shifters.
"Because he's a demon. Essentially, all his intentions are evil," Talbot explained,
without any of the annoyance that was on Gage's and Callan's faces.
"Not all."
Nico's tone was sharp. The incubus smirked, though it didn't reach his eyes.
"Just don't ask me anything that has to do with the females present."
Raphael looked at Rose.
"Yours included. I'd like to keep my head attached to my body."
"Maybe don't be so honest out loud, then," Katy offered.
Talbot gently pushed his mate slightly behind him as he took Raphael's offered wrist.
"Have you had any contact with the king and/or queen of the Kingdom of Chaos?" Talbot asked the demon. "No." "Have you had any recent dealings with Azure, the former king of the Kingdom of Venom?" "No." "Do you plan to have dealings with him?" "Yes," Talbot hissed. Raphael lifted his chin, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "I plan to kill him, or applaud the one who does." Xena sucked in a sharp breath, but said nothing. She simply stared at Raphael. The Venom King tilted his head, his slitted eyes narrowing. "Why do you want him dead? Why does a demon care for the affairs of the Damarians?" Raphael slipped his free hand into the pocket of his slacks. Not exactly Bayou attire, Katy noted, and he lifted his chin as he looked at Talbot. "It is well known that Azure acquired dancers for his clubs, and in the beginning, how he acquired them was through honest dealings, and the females had a choice. But he got greedy, and since incubi tend to be greedy as well, he began working with some of my kind. They, of course, could easily coerce females to work for Azure. Women become addicted to us." Katy bit her bottom lip as her hands curled into fists. She did not like where this story was going. "I helped him briefly," Raphael shrugged, "but I never cared for Azure's personality. Sorry, Xena, but he's a dick." Xena pursed her lips as she folded her arms across her chest.
"I wish I could disagree with you."
"But," Raphael continued, "before I got out completely, I met a female."
"Oh, snap,"
Lola muttered.
"I concur,"
Katy whispered, her eyes still focused on the demon.
"I realize that you Damarians like to think yourselves experts on all things demon." Raphael gave them a sharp smile. "But you are far from the experts you claim to be. Demons, too, can have mates. It is very rare, but it happens. And considering our nature, you can imagine how possessive we are of one that is ours and ours alone."
Nico rested a hand on the incubus's shoulder and gave it a visible squeeze. His handsome features seemed severe as he frowned while watching Raphael.
I told Azure this woman was mine, a female that he'd decided would become an animi by the power of his voodoo priestess and her dark magic. He told me I could have her when I found a replacement. Raphael bit out through sharp teeth. When I returned with the female that would take my mate's place, I found the Kingdom of Venom mansion burned.
Oh no.
Katy shook her head as her stomach twisted, her hand coming up to cover her mouth. Talbot's face contorted in pain as he continued to hold Raphael's wrist, making Katy wonder if he actually felt what the demon had.
My mate was one of the women who died in the fire. If he'd given her to me when I'd asked, she wouldn't have been there. At first, I blamed Gage. He turned and looked at Katy's mate, but Nico reminded me of who was truly to blame.
Lola spoke up. Why didn't you go after him on your own? Raphael cut his eyes to Nico before answering.
Because I am not an ancient royal shifter. Azure may be a complete jackass, but he's a powerful jackass, and I am not a fool.
Katy almost pointed out that working for Azure would totally refute that statement, but the pain he must have felt when he realized his mate was dead was still heavy on his shoulders, so she kept her sharp tongue in place.
He tells the truth. Talbot released the demon's wrist.
Xena inclined her head to the Venom King.
I accept your findings, and Raphael, she looked at the demon, I am very sorry for your loss.
Katy saw the pain in Raphael's eyes, and she wondered if it was wrong to feel bad for a demon.
Not to intrude on the moment,
a gruff-looking man said from beside the rickety boat.
But daylight's wastin', folks. We shovin' off or what?
That spurred everyone into motion. Their odd company filed onto the boat. Otto had settled himself regally at the bow, his head swiveling and his eyes taking in everything. As the dock fell away, Katy moved to stand beside Gage at the railing. Silently, they watched the bayou drift by, tangled trees leaning close as if to snatch unwary travelers. She shivered.
This place feels alive,
Katy murmured uneasily. Lola stood on her other side and shook her head. I was getting the exact opposite feeling. The deeper we go, the more this place oozes death vibes. Chapter 17. Don't do anything stupid and don't die. We often think back and realize certain people came into our lives for certain specific reasons. Then one day we look up and they've somehow drifted out of our lives and we never see them again. What we don't think about, though, is whether we drifted into their lives for a certain purpose. Were we needed for something? What effect were we supposed to have? Should we have helped more? Did we leave their lives better than when we found them? Katy.
A little to the right, Jack.
Raphael narrowed his eyes and stared into the woods beyond. So Jack isn't the guide? Katy was tired again and leaned even more into Gage. He, not missing anything when it came to her, noticed immediately and scooped her up. He sat on one of the benches that lined the boat, holding her in his lap. Lola sat beside them, and Callan stood beside her, his hand wrapped around the back of her neck, under her hair. Nico said Raphael can track shadows. Lola looked at Katy and frowned. I don't know what that means, but suffice it to say he has some way of finding Azure. Now, you, she pointed at Katy, why do you suddenly look like you haven't slept in days? You looked as healthy as the rest of us a half hour ago. Lola's question made Katy glance around at their companions crowded on the weathered deck. Across from where she sat with Gage, the royal pair, Talbot and Rose, looked as if they could be holding court, even amidst the ramshackle surroundings. Rose's moonlit hair cascaded around her, luminous in the gathering dusk. Everything about the young woman was ethereal grace, from her delicate features to the fluid way she moved. Beside her sat Talbot, elegant power personified. Though relaxed, his large frame radiated coiled strength. His movements were sinuous as a snake as he shifted closer to Rose, one muscular arm coming up to rest casually on the rail behind her. The gesture was subtle, but proprietary. Together, the two exuded an air of royalty, almost seeming to glow with their own inner light. Katy found herself captivated by the striking couple, but then Gage's arm tightened around her waist, and she remembered her best friend had asked her a question.
"It's Azure's spell, or his voodoo chick," she said quietly. "Tying my life to the captive women drains me. It's getting worse."
Lola's eyes sparked with anger, her marbled skin taking on various shades of red. Callan shifted next to her, and Katy noticed the hand not on her neck clenched into a fist, no doubt a response to his mate's distress. Gage's arms banded around Katy comfortingly.
"Her strength wanes bit by bit each day those females are bound. My blood gives her some strength back, but it's not lasting as long as it did the first time. We need to end this."
From his perch on the bow, Otto suddenly spoke up.
"Otto will fix it."
He scampered over and pressed two small clawed hands to Katy's forehead, face scrunched in concentration.
"I make it right, mistress."
"Thank you, my friend," Katy said sincerely. Rousing herself, Katy sat up straighter. "I'll be okay once the spell is broken. We all just need to stay focused on the task ahead." She spared a grateful smile for her mate and loyal friend. Lola's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was hurting for Katy.
"I'm going to be fine," Katy reassured her.
"Oh, I know you're going to be fine," Lola said sharply, "because no other outcome is acceptable."
"Agreed,"
Gage said gruffly, though his eyes softened as he looked down at her. But any reply was forestalled as Raphael called out,
"We are near the witch's territory. Be on guard."
The demon's gaze constantly roamed their surroundings. The trees had taken on an ominous bend, gnarled branches clawing at the hole as they passed. Katy shivered, exhaustion creeping back over her.
"It's getting worse,"
she whispered. Her chest tightened, and breathing was becoming a struggle. Gage smoothed a hand down her back.
"I can give you more blood."
His body was taut, and she hated seeing fear in his steadfast gaze.
"No blood offerings."
Raphael came to stand near them. His eyes roamed over Katy, but not in a flirty way. It was as if he was assessing her.
"Marissa can draw energy from any blood, especially freely given. This is her domain, and that of the souls that serve her."
Katy's legs trembled uncontrollably as the boat crept through the foreboding bayou. The thick, oppressive air was saturated with malevolent magic that weighed down on her like a lead blanket. Gage held her tightly, practically carrying her weight as she struggled to stay upright. His jaw was clenched so tightly it looked ready to shatter, his eyes dark and filled with concern beneath furrowed brows.
"I'll be okay,"
she whispered, trying to reassure not only him, but herself as well.
"I haven't gotten to drive you crazy long enough yet. I should at least get a decade."
Gage shook his head.
"You get eternity,"
he said sternly, as if his tone could somehow keep her here with him. Katy heard a sniffle, and she turned her head to see tears in Lola's eyes. Katy reached out a hand to her, and Lola practically lunged at her to grab it. She pulled it to her chest and pressed a kiss to the top of Katy's knuckles. "No crying aloud during an eerie boat ride through a dark magic-infested bayou." Katy's voice was rough. "Shut your pie hole," Lola huffed. "I'll cry if I want to." Katy's lips turned up in a smile. She loved her friend, and damn, she didn't want to die. The thought pierced through her, and she had to clench her jaw to keep her own tears at bay. This was not the time to lose her crap.
"Mistress."
Otto was suddenly there, standing in his baggy clothes, his head reaching her knee. He placed a clawed hand on her leg, and the pain in his eyes nearly broke her.
"Otto, make it right.
He paused, and the scales on his face changed color several times before going back to the green she was used to. His eyes closed briefly and then opened, staring straight into hers. "I love you." Then, in a streak of green, he turned and lunged from the boat. "Otto!" Katy tried to reach for him.
"Damn it," Gage cursed. "Bane, can you follow him?"
Katy looked over at the panther. He gave a sharp nod, then looked at Taras. The Prime inclined his head.
"Go. Watch yourself."
In a flash, Bane went from man to sleek panther and jumped from the boat just as it came to a halt, bumping up against the shore. Katy's heart felt weak in her chest. Though Otto's little stunt had definitely made it beat faster, she was going to strangle him. Her body felt so heavy, and she suddenly just wanted to sleep. So she'd strangle him after she took a nap. "You can't go to sleep," Lola patted her cheek. "All hell is about to break loose, and I need you present and accounted for, Katy Dire."
"Gage," Talbot said, "I came to bear witness to what happens here tonight. My mate and I will have to give testimony to the shaman and our kingdom, but this is not my battle. I will keep her safe. And Callan, I will keep your mate safe as well."
Gage looked down at Katy and then helped her sit up.
"I don't care what that demon said. You need my blood."
He bit into his wrist and held it up to her mouth. The look he gave her made it clear that there would be no arguing with him. As she took his wrist in her mouth, her mate looked back at the Snake King. Katy didn't think there was any chance that Gage would allow someone else to guard her, so she was shocked to hear what he said next.
"If anything happens to her, I will kill you and leave your mate to live a life broken and alone, and I will destroy your kingdom until all that is left is dust."
His voice was flat as he spoke, but the look in her mate's eyes made her shiver. He wasn't bluffing.
"I understand."
Talbot's words came through clenched teeth. He was a good diplomat, she'd give him that. As her mate's blood filled her, energy renewed Katy's lungs and muscles. Nothing like it had before, but she could sit up and even stand on her own. She released his wrist and took a deep breath, filling her lungs with, well, not fresh air. It was putrid, but at least she was breathing. Xena moved suddenly, jumping to her feet, and everyone else who had been sitting stood as well. Katy looked at the former queen, her eyes focused on the dark clearing in front of them. "I can feel him. He's coming." Taras leapt off first, his wild mane of hair flying behind him like a banner of war. Lyra followed close behind, with a look of determination across her delicate features. Nico followed, whistling a happy tune like he wasn't about to fight some fallen Snake King and an evil witch. Callan looked at Lola and took her face in his hands. He pressed a quick, firm kiss to her lips. Katy probably should have looked away, but damn it, they might all be dead soon. She wasn't going to miss a second of what might be the last of her life.
"Stay close to Talbot," Callan told her. "Shift if you need to."
Lola nodded and patted his cheek. "Don't die. I will be beyond pissed." He grinned, and his sharp teeth gleamed.
"I love you too, Sassy."
Then he turned and sprang over the edge of the boat with the grace and ease of his beast. Gage turned to Katy, and she held up a hand. "I know. Stay with Talbot, don't do anything stupid, and don't die. I've got the rules memorized." He pressed his forehead to hers and took a deep breath.
"You're the best thing that has ever happened to me, Katy Dire."
His voice was gruff as he spoke, his hands resting on either side of her neck.
"Whatever happens tonight, it's going to be okay. We're going to be okay."
She frowned, not really understanding this version of pep talk. She'd totally thought he'd be giving her the "don't do something stupid" speech. Then she realized why he was saying this to her. "Otto," she breathed out as if the air had been punched from her lungs. "What's he gonna do, Gage?" When he didn't answer her, Katy stepped away from him and headed for the edge of the boat. Screw being safe. She was going to move while her legs still worked. She was going to stop her reckless little shadow from getting himself killed. As she tried to put her leg over the boat, it bumped up against something solid, only there was nothing there. She tried again and was repelled by an invisible force field. Why the hell can't I get off this boat? Raphael stood only a couple feet away and had been about to jump off the boat. He stopped and looked at her, his brow drawing down over his violet eyes. He walked over to her and grabbed the wrist that had the bracelets on them. Gage was beside him in a second, growling, of course. The demon chuckled.
The little lizard is sneaky. He put a spell on the bracelets, a boundary spell, and then he made the boat the boundary.
What? Lola walked over to where they stood. She reached out her hand and tried to shove it outside the edge of the boat. It came up against an invisible wall, too. So we're stuck on this boat? Damn it! Katy stomped her foot. That sneaky little scaly bastard!
Looks that way.
Raphael turned to the captain, who looked rather calm for the circumstances. Katy wondered what sort of glamour they'd managed to use on him.
Jack, once the 3 ladies and the gentlemen are the only ones left on the boat, could you back it away from the shore?
I can do that.
He nodded as he took his hat off and scratched his head.
I'd appreciate that you do your business quickly. The bayou, well, it ain't right. I mean, it's worse than usual.
Raphael's eyes glowed as he smiled, showing sharp teeth.
Don't worry, we will be quick.
Then he jumped over the side of the boat in his dress shirt and slacks, somehow looking just as deadly as Callan had. Have I mentioned that I'm going to strangle that little bug-eyed, baggy-clothes-wearing lizard when I get my hands on him? Katy attempted to untie the bracelets. Whatever magic he'd used on them, they weren't budging. Lola, too, tried her best to remove the bracelets. She pulled at them with her teeth, but had no more success than Katy. Gage cupped her cheek, regaining her attention. He started to say something, but there was a loud crashing sound, and they all turned to see what caused it. Moonlight illuminated a clump of nearby shaking trees. Suddenly, an enormous emerald snake burst from the foliage, venom dripping from its foot-long fangs as it let out a menacing hiss. Azure had arrived, madness radiating from his reptilian eyes.
"Keep them safe, Talbot,"
Gage said, and then the man was gone, and in his place was a massive wolf. He let out an ear-splitting howl as he launched himself toward Azure. Lola's eyes widened in shock as Azure, the massive serpent, crashed through the dense canopy of trees. The sound was deafening as branches snapped and leaves rustled in its wake. Before she could even process what was happening, her companions sprang into action with supernatural grace and agility. Callan let out an earth-shaking roar, his muscles bulging with power as he transformed into a golden lion. He launched himself at the snake, his large paws pounding the ground with each stride. Taras, already in his sleek, tawny lion form, joined the attack with ferocious speed and grace. Gage, with his swift movements and lightning-fast reflexes, darted forward to distract the serpent while the others attacked. The bayou erupted into a violent battlefield. The air was filled with snarls, howls, and furious hisses as fangs and claws clashed in a deadly dance. Trees splintered, and the ground trembled underfoot as the creatures fought with savage ferocity. Lola couldn't tear her eyes away from Callan's form, every swipe of his powerful paws sending her heart racing. Even Azure, with all his formidable strength and size, struggled against the relentless onslaught of attacks. For every strike he landed on his opponents, they countered with fierce determination. Sharp claws and teeth found purchase in his scaly hide until it was stained black with ichor. In the midst of the chaos, a shrill laugh cut through the cacophony like a knife. Lola's head snapped toward the sound, just in time to see a woman, who must be Marissa, the voodoo priestess, emerge from the shadows. Her skeletal hands were already twisting in dark spells. Before Lola could even cry out a warning, the witch's magic flew from her fingers straight toward Lyra's unprotected back. But Raphael was quicker than lightning. using his own impressive powers to knock the Prima out of harm's way before turning to face off against Marissa. Nico's chanting rose above the madness, his shamanic abilities, whatever the hell those were, adding to the chaos as he fought against the witch's dark magic with his own light. The battle raged on, a symphony of magic and mayhem, and Lola was stuck on the boat, unable to help. The beast inside of her flexed, frustrated that she wasn't being let out to assist their mate. But what the hell could a lion do from a boat? She heard a gasp and turned to see Rose, the new KOV queen, covering her mouth as she watched in wide-eyed horror the bloodbath that was happening 50 yards away. However, Lola noticed the boat had moved and was still moving farther from the shore, as Raphael had asked.
"Talbot." Rose's voice was stronger than Lola expected it to be. "You've got to go help. He's going to kill them."
"I won't leave you unprotected," Talbot told his mate. Scales covered his skin as he watched the fight. "And I spoke the truth when I told Gage this wasn't my fight. This is not my kill."
"Do you really think you can defeat me?"
Azure's voice came from the snake's mouth, and it was as loud as Callan's roar.
"You pathetic, weak fools, who don't even know what is best for our kind."
"Oh, great," Katy huffed. "This is the part where the evil ass gives us a monologue about why he can't be killed. Seen it in every action movie ever. Didn't like it the first time, definitely won't like it this time. Would somebody shut him up? And where the hell is the panther with my lizard?" Rose's eyes widened as she looked at Katy and then at Lola. Lola winced. "Not a sentence you thought you'd ever hear in your life, right? I would say that she's usually saner than this, but that would be a lie, and I'd rather not start our relationship off on the wrong foot."
"I appreciate that."
Rose stood a little straighter, as if Lola's joking made her less fearful. Lola tried to pay attention to what was going on with Nico, the voodoo chick, her mate, and Azure all at the same time. Her eyes were bouncing back and forth like a ping-pong ball. Couldn't they fight closer together? Would that be too much to ask? Okay, now Katy's attitude was totally rubbing off on her. "What's that?" Katy pointed at Azure. "Really?" Lola asked dryly. "Is your brain shutting down now because of this voodoo spell, Katy? That's Azure, the bad guy in his snake form?" "Not him, you dip," Katy bit out. "Past him and past all the trees his massive scaly body smashed. There's light." She squinted her eyes. Lola rolled her eyes. "Use your wolf's eyes, Katy," she huffed. "Amateur." "You've been a lion like a whole 50 minutes longer than I've been a wolf. Don't act like you've got it figured out, princess. How exactly do I use my wolf's eyes?" Lola simply envisioned herself with her lion's eyes, and suddenly she was able to see a whole heck of a lot better. She assumed the same would work for Katy. Just picture yourself with your wolf's eyes.
"Whoa."
Katy braced herself on the side of the boat. "He has really torn this place up. I mean, it looks like a tornado has come through here." "The light you see is a house," Lola pointed out. Lola made a hissing sound as Azure got a little too close for comfort to her mate. "Callan, I wasn't joking when I said I'd be pissed," she yelled out to her mate. Suddenly, another lion joined the fight, this one without the huge mane. "Lyra," Lola said absently as she watched the lioness move with beautiful agility. "If Bane would get back here with Otto, he could help them finish this," Katy sighed. Her eyes were focused on the house. "He must have gone there. That's probably where the women are. Oh, he's gonna free them. Then Bane could bring them to us." Lola thought about what the little lizard had said to Katy. He said he would make it right. Nico had pointed out on multiple occasions that killing the 2 human females would solve the Katy dilemma. Oh, snap. Lola stared at the house. She didn't think Otto had any intention of freeing the women. All he was thinking about was how to save his mistress. Otto was no nonsense and all business. He would take the easiest path to the resolution he needed, which was Katy alive and healthy.
Lola's stomach dropped as her beast spoke to her. He's going to bite them.
Chapter 18. This is the only way. There can be no love without sacrifice. Xena.
Otto darted through the darkness, his feet pounding against the cold, wet ground. The scent of earth and fear filled his nose as he navigated the treacherous terrain. His body was partially shifted, the protective scales of his beast providing a barrier between him and the aggressive creatures of the Earth realm. In the distance, he could see the faint glimmer of lights from the house. He had been there occasionally in the past when he had still been Azure's unwilling punching bag. Marissa had surprised him with her cunning abilities, and she'd also taught him a few things, like the binding spell he'd put on the bracelets. He would give a quick bite to the human females bound to his mistress, painless and swift. It was almost a kindness, in a twisted way. As Otto reached the final few stairs leading up to the porch, he paused to catch his breath and scan his surroundings. His keen eyes caught movement in the grass nearby. Otto turned just in time to see a sleek black panther emerge from its hiding spot. Bane, always one for dramatic flair, had allowed Otto to hear him approaching. But this panther knew how to be truly silent when it hunted. He wasn't after Otto. Not yet, at least.
"Why you here?"
Bane glanced over his shoulder at the battle waging, then looked back at him.
"You not stop me,"
Otto warned and then walked up to the door. He scurried up to the latch and pushed down. It clicked and then swung open. A slight breeze blew in and unsettled the dust, causing Otto to scratch his nose. He jumped back down to the ground and stood still, listening. As soon as he heard their voices, he took off running.
"Otto!"
Bane's voice bellowed from behind him. The panther had shifted back to his human form. The lizard's heart raced as he heard the heavy footsteps of his pursuer behind him. Ignoring the thudding fear in his chest, Otto pushed through the door with all his might, bursting into the room where two human females sat huddled together on the floor. He could feel their fear radiating off them like heat waves, their wide eyes fixed on him in shock and surprise. Even the dimly lit room didn't hide their trembling forms or tear-stained faces.
"Otto, you don't have to do this."
Bane stepped into the room. He glanced at the females, then looked back at the lizard.
"My mistress dies,"
Otto said as he looked up at the panther. Bane slowly knelt down.
"I know."
"Are you going to save us?" one of the females asked, but Otto didn't look her way. He knew there was only one being in the room that might be able to stop him.
"They alive, she not,"
Otto said, as if Bane didn't understand the first time.
"There's another way,"
Bane said gently.
Otto shook his head. "Otto, think and think. This is only sure way."
"Don't let him kill us, please," one of the females pleaded. Bane did not look away from Otto. Smart panther. Otto watched as Bane pulled out his phone and pressed the screen. There was a ringing, and then his mistress's voice filled the room.
"Bane, how on earth did you carry a cell phone while in your cat form, and where the hell is my lizard?"
"Magic,"
Bane answered simply.
"He is here, with two females drawing from your life force."
"Why? Why are you there, Otto, and not on this boat with me where you trapped me?" Tears welled up in Otto's eyes.
"I told my Katy, I make this right."
His voice shook as he stared at the phone, wishing it were her face he could see. Even mad at him, there would be kindness in her eyes.
"Biting them is not the answer,"
Bane's deep voice rumbled.
Katy gasped.
"Otto, no! They're innocent victims!"
"No one is innocent,"
Otto grumbled.
"I old. I know things."
"But they don't deserve death," Katy argued, her voice tight. "You don't get to decide when they die."
"I not let you die,"
Otto bellowed, and his shoulders shook.
Mistress may hate me, but you be live. That enough for me."
He moved toward the females as they tried to push farther against the wall.
"I won't hurt,"
he told them. They were looking at him as if he were crazy, probably because they'd never encountered a talking lizard, or one that planned on killing them.
"It will be fast."
"Otto, stop right this instant!" Katy's voice came through the phone. Otto could hear the battle still being waged between Azure and the other shifters. He heard Marissa's voice, and beyond that, Nico, who even laughed. Crazy shaman.
"Would Visada want you to do this?" his mistress asked.
Otto dropped his eyes to the floor. How many things had he done for Azure that Visada would not have approved of?
"I fall from grace long time ago, mistress."
Otto noticed his shaking hands and clenched them into fists, the claws pressing deep into his palms.
"You can't fall from grace, Otto," Katy said softly. "Grace is what catches you when you fall."
"Think of who is actually deserving of your bite, Otto."
Bane's eyes narrowed.
"Who created the tie between Katy and these females?"
Otto's eyes drifted to the window in the room. The dark curtains that hung in front of it were parted, so he could see out to where Azure's scales shimmered in the moonlight. The huge snake darted forward, striking at one of the beasts fighting him. Otto didn't know if the 3 lions and wolf could defeat Azure. He was powerful, especially with his tie to Marissa. Her dark magic helped fuel Azure's own power.
"The witch,"
he said softly as the pain and fear in his mind began to clear. He'd been so focused on the tie between the human females and Katy that he hadn't considered taking out Marissa. Otto's bite was one of the most poisonous of the Damarians. She might wield dark magic, but she was still just a human.
"Otto, come back to me, please,"
Katy pleaded with him. Suddenly, the noise from outside stopped. Otto's head snapped back up.
"Katy, what's happening?"
Bane asked.
"Zena,"
Katy breathed out. Bane tapped the phone and shoved it back in his pocket as Otto looked up at him.
"Let's go. Marissa's evil ends tonight, and you will be the weapon that takes her out."
Bane reached over to the women and untied them.
"I'll be back for you both. You're going to be fine. Do not leave, understand?"
Both females nodded as they stared up at him with wide eyes.
"Get on,"
he told Otto as he shifted into his panther form. Otto scuttled up the feline's hindquarters onto his back and then ducked his head as Bane lunged through the window, glass shattering around them. His paws hit the ground with a soft thud, and then they were running back toward the boat, toward the sudden silence.
"Close enough to jump,"
Otto told Bane. He wanted to bite her on her neck, in the largest artery, so the poison would travel fast. Otto dreaded the idea of tasting the witch's blood, but it was a necessary evil. He'd need to make sure he injected enough venom to kill her. Her dark magic might help her fight off his poison. Once Marissa was dead, the link between the females and Katy would be broken.
"Stop this."
Zena's voice was rough with emotion as she watched her mate be ripped to shreds by the cats and wolf. Every slice tore through her soul. Despite the raging animals, Azure heard her immediately and pulled back, his hood flaring wide. Thanks to the voodoo priestess, he could speak in his serpent form. Zena had never particularly liked Marissa, but she'd never felt threatened by her either. Azure was her bonded mate. Their souls were practically one.
"How long have we been together, Azure?"
She stalked toward her mate, unafraid, confident he wouldn't harm her.
"How many millennia have I stood beside you?"
His tongue flicked out, and she knew he'd smell her scent, one that was as familiar to him as his own. He would taste her skin from the sweat that surfaced on her flesh.
"Where have you been, mate?"
Azure's eyes focused on her.
"I feel the bond now, but it had been gone."
She shook her head.
"Not gone, just muted for a bit."
She glanced at Marissa.
"I needed a break from certain parts of your life."
The priestess cackled like a fool.
I told you she wasn't as resilient as you, Azure.
Marissa's voice grated along Xena's scales. In the blink of an eye, Azure was a man again, though scales covered his skin.
"Shut up, witch," he spat at the priestess. "Do not speak of my mate in such a way."
Xena wondered where this possessiveness was coming from. It had been so long since he'd shown her real focus and desire. He took a step toward her, but she shook her head and took a step back.
"We have matters to discuss."
Her heart was breaking all over again. She couldn't believe the man he had become, and she couldn't believe she had supported him. What had gone wrong? She'd asked herself over and over, but she had no answer. All she could see was a man who'd started out wanting the best for their people, who had now turned into someone who craved power, unable to get enough of it. Azure's scales rippled as he watched her.
"Don't turn our bond off again, mate."
His voice was more gentle than it had been in as long as she could remember.
"It was,"
he struggled to find a word,
"unsettling."
"I imagine so. With our bond shut down, you surely noticed the presence that shouldn't be there."
Xena hadn't noticed it until Marissa began using her power on Nico. Then she had begun scrutinizing her own mind. That's when Xena had seen the link the priestess had on her mate. A tear streamed down her cheek. She hated to cry, especially in front of the one who'd broken her heart.
"Even now she's using your power,"
Xena motioned to Marissa,
"and you're letting her."
Xena would not become hysterical, no matter how crazy she felt at watching the connection between her mate and another female. It wasn't a lover's connection, but that didn't matter. There should be no bond besides theirs.
"What have you done?"
Azure hissed at Marissa.
"What I had to."
The priestess's form was outlined in dark magic. She was strong here in her territory. Who knows how many bodies littered the bayou to power her dark magic, both human and animal alike.
"You wanted animi for your people. I created the spell for it. I told you I would need someone with powerful magic."
Marissa laughed, a condescending sound.
"You never even thought to offer your own power, but it was easy enough to take." She winked at him. "A blood bond doesn't take much of the red stuff. Just a prick. The dire wolf's mate was just a distraction. I didn't really need her. But she is a bonus. I know how much that wolf drives you crazy. Her death will drive him to his own."
Xena thought she might vomit. The witch had tied herself to Azure with his blood, and he was powerful. He was old, a Damarian from their former world. Her mate was speechless as he listened to what Marissa had done. Disgust and hate distorted his handsome face, making him look like the monster he'd become. Suddenly, the grass rustled behind Marissa. There was no battle cry, but a large lizard flew through the air. Otto landed on the back of Marissa's neck. His mouth opened wide. As he struck, Xena screamed, "Otto, no!" But it was too late. His teeth and claws were buried deep. Xena heard Katy screaming from the boat, terrified, berating the little lizard. And Katy had reason to be terrified.
"Bane, get him off her,"
Xena ordered. She might not be a queen anymore, but her ability to take command when she needed hadn't left her. The panther shifted to his human form, fully dressed. He looked at her, questions in his eyes.
"He will be infected with dark magic."
Bane frowned. Damn it, what wasn't he getting?
"It will make him sick, possibly kill him, especially since we are in her territory surrounded by her victims."
That finally made the panther jump into action. He grabbed Otto and ripped him away from the priestess. Otto's poison was already taking hold, but with her life tied to Azure, it likely wouldn't be enough to kill her. Marissa stumbled as her hand came up to her neck.
"What have you done?"
She sneered at Otto, who who sat on Bane's shoulder, his blood-covered teeth bared at her. He wobbled, and his eyes rolled back. Bane caught him before he could hit the ground.
"I told you to stop him,"
Xena yelled at Bane, even though it wasn't the Panther's fault. She was just angry and scared.
"Otto,"
Katy's voice carried through the night.
"bring him to me. Gage?"
The girl was hysterical, and rightfully so. Otto would not live, not if Marissa did. Xena slipped her hand into her pocket, wrapping around the hilt of the short blade that Azure had given to her as a mating bond present over 1,000 years ago. It was infused with the magic of their home and blessed by Visada himself, known as a righteous blade. She imagined Azure had forgotten about it. Not her. She'd kept it safe, worried that she might actually have to use it one day. Today was that day.
"If we kill her, Otto will be fine, and Azure will die with her."
Nico approached with the demon by his side.
"Right?" "Xena."
Gage's voice boomed across the trampled area. He jogged in his human form, his trademark trench coat flapping open with his movements. His eyes blazed with anger as he looked at her.
"He will live if she dies."
It wasn't a question. Her eyes fell upon Marissa, whose pale complexion bore a sickly hue. The once smooth surface of her skin was now marred with grotesque black splotches, evidence of Otto's deadly poison coursing through her veins. Each passing moment brought about new waves of pain and agony as the poison slowly worked its way through her body, leaving behind a trail of destruction. But it wouldn't be enough.
"She tied herself to you."
Xena focused on her mate and prepared her mind for what she would have to do. She couldn't let him see it in her eyes. He couldn't be allowed to stop her.
"I have loved you."
Her lips trembled as more tears formed in her eyes.
"I have been by your side for centuries, your most loyal follower. And instead of standing beside you, I remained one step behind you so you could have the attention that you seemed to need. I was okay to simply glow from the reflection of you shining."
"Xena."
Azure reached out his hand toward her.
"I didn't realize."
"How could you? Your eyes were only ever focused on what you wanted. How could you possibly notice that I was slowly withering away? So much so that I was able to shut down a 1,000-year-old bond. How long did it take you to notice?"
She didn't want an answer. Xena was already ripped to shreds emotionally, and her mate hadn't even said more than a sentence. She didn't want to hear his lies.
"Over time, I grew so bitter and so angry, and I took it out on everyone around us until I had no one. My bitterness at you made me a prisoner of my own making. I tried to convince myself that you would go back to being the male that I bonded to so long ago, the one who looked at me the way Gage looks at Katy, and Callan looks at Lola, the way that Taras still looks at Lyra."
She slammed a fist against her chest.
"I should still have that with you."
She could hear Katy's tears, her pleas for Gage to bring Otto to her. She needed to get this done quickly. Her time had come.
"Love takes sacrifice, Xena."
Azure's voice was resolute.
"I was making sacrifices for our people."
Xena looked at Gage.
"The bond has become a triad. All must die. Then he will live, and so will your mate."
She looked back at Azure as she pulled the righteous blade from the pocket of her dress, lifting it out smoothly in front of her.
"You're right, my mate. Love does take sacrifice."
Azure reached for her, but Xena struck with the strength and quickness of her own serpent. She plunged the knife into her chest, straight into her heart.
"What the hell?"
Katy yelled as she beat the side of the boat with her hand. "What?" She pointed at Xena, whose body lay on the ground. Then there were 2 thuds in rapid succession, and Azure and Marissa's bodies both fell to the ground.
Lola!"
Katy paced to her friend, then away from her, looking for Gage.
"What the hell is happening?"
She was the sacrifice. Xena said Marissa had to die, but the priestess had bound herself to Azure. She told Gage it was a triad. The only way for Marissa and Azure to die was for Xena to die too. Tears streamed down Lola's face. They'd both heard everything using their beast's hearing. "Otto?" Katy took deep breaths. Her palms were sweating and she rubbed them down her thighs. She watched the field while the others seemed frozen in shock. Who could have predicted this? She focused on Bane, who still held Otto's body. Slowly, the little lizard moved his head, giving it a shake. Then he pushed up until he sat in Bane's hands.
"My mistress?"
Bane nodded toward the boat. Otto turned his big yellow eyes and met hers. His reptilian face turned up in a huge smile. Katy laughed, even as tears ran down her cheeks. She covered her mouth to keep from shouting out something, anything. There was just so much emotion in her, and she was stuck on this boat. Her mind froze, and she looked at the bracelets on her hand, then back to Marissa's dead body.
"Otto, the witch is dead. Do something about these freaking bracelets."
She watched the lizard's lips move, and then he gave her the equivalent to a thumbs up. Katy's lips turned up into a smile that probably looked a little psycho. She jumped over the side of the boat, her feet hitting the wet ground, and she ran straight for the panther who held her friend. Katy snatched him and held him close as she turned and ran straight into Gage's bare chest. His arms wrapped around her and she breathed him in. "We're okay. We're okay," she said over and over, as if that would just make it stay true. Gage's hand came up to the back of her neck, and he held her to him, his lips coming down by her ear.
"We're more than okay. Breathe with me, my mate."
She did. She let herself focus on him, and he calmed her breathing, her heart slowing to meet his.
"Thank you."
She pulled back to look up at him and then looked at Otto.
"I'm so mad at you I could spit nails. But I know you just wanted to save me, so thank you, Otto." "I told you I make it right,"
Otto said, a little too smugly, but she'd let him have it for now. "What now?" Lola's voice came from behind her. Katy turned in her mate's arms so she could see everyone else.
"I will get the females."
Bane motioned toward the house.
"I can help if they're hysterical."
There was no flirtation in Raphael's tone. Apparently, he was just offering his ability. Bane shook his head.
"They're strong females."
"I'll help," Nico said. He and Bane jogged toward the house.
"Xena deserves the burial of a royal,"
Talbot said as he and Rose glided across the swampy grass toward them.
"She would want her mate with her. We will honor what she deserves, even if he doesn't."
"What about her?"
Rose pointed to Marissa.
"Her body will need to be burned here."
Raphael looked around.
"It may not entirely cleanse this land, but it will help."
"Good thing I like fire," Nico said as he and Bane returned with the two wide-eyed women who looked a lot worse for wear. Though they had no injuries, both bore tattoos on their arms. Taras and Lyra stepped forward and smiled at the girls. Lyra, so gentle and kind, reached out a hand and shook both of theirs. "We will have those tattoos removed." She motioned to their arms. "And you will be returned to your lives. Nico, this green-haired cutie, will assist you." Nico wiggled his fingers at them.
"Don't worry, ladies. You won't remember a thing."
He placed his hands on their foreheads, and both girls collapsed. Bane caught one, and Raphael the other. They carried them to the boat as Nico picked up Marissa's body.
"I'm going to take out the trash and burn it. I'll meet you guys on the boat."
He saluted them and then jogged off with the priestess. They loaded Azure and Xena onto the boat and waited. When Nico returned, he worked some sort of magic on Jack. Katy was ready to collapse, but this was from sheer exhaustion, not from having her life force taken from her body. She sat in Gage's lap with Otto sitting in hers and tried to process everything that had happened. Katy didn't know what she'd expected when they'd started on this journey, but never in a million years had she thought they'd be heading home with a lifeless Xena. Katy lay her head back against Gage's shoulder and listened to his breathing. Her eyes drifted closed. She could see Xena and that knife. "She deserved better," she whispered, knowing her mate would hear her.
"She did."
"It's scary what people will do for love," Katy told him, as Otto patted her hand and made a happy trilling sound in his throat. "But life isn't worth living without it." Epilogue. Feeling you up with my face.
My favorite definition of chaos is this: the inherent unpredictability in the behavior of a complex natural system. Inherent unpredictability. That just sounds fun.
Nico.
You're just going to walk into the council meeting and tell all the shaman that Wolfgang and Tallulah were in bed with Azure with no proof?
Raphael looked at Nico.
The words of a dead woman won't go very far.
Nico lounged in his chair with nonchalant ease, a grin playing across his lips as he watched the incubus demon pace back and forth in agitation.
We will have the testimony of the direwolf and his mate. Even so, proof is overrated, my friend,
he drawled, leaning forward to rest his chin on steepled fingers.
All we need is suspicion. The council will do the digging if we create enough doubt in their minds. And what happens when King Wolfgang finds out you're the one who threw them under the bus?
Raphael looked at him with raised brows.
What then?
By then I'll have found the next in line to be king. Nico blew out a breath as he stood up. He tilted his head from side to side, trying to work out the kinks in his neck.
Wolfgang thinks he's untouchable because there is no known heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Chaos. He thinks even if his treachery is found out, the council won't be able to do anything about it. I'm going to be the rock that hits his glass house.
Nico had been thinking about how to handle the information Gage and Katy had given him. With the Kingdom of Venom dealing with the death of their former king and queen and adjusting to a new pair, he knew the council wouldn't want to rock any boats. But Nico couldn't let this stand.
I'm sorry, Nico, Raphael said sincerely. I know how much chaos means to you. You of all people know why it means so much to me, he reminded his longtime friend. The demon who chooses not to use his power. You're different from the rest of your kind. Kingdom of Chaos is for those who don't fit anywhere else. They deserve just rulers who care about them, not power. Wolfgang used to be a man of good character. I don't understand what happened. Well, Raphael held out his hand, and they clasped forearms. For what it's worth, I'm with you.
I didn't realize it would be so sticky, or that it would spray so far. How on earth did he spray me across the room?
Maddie tried to wiggle her arms, but they were wrapped up tightly.
Could you please stop moving?
Roan said through clenched teeth. He knew this wasn't Maddie's fault, but his anger at their situation, at letting a spider shifter get the drop on him, was testing the last of his patience.
How are we supposed to get free if we don't move?
Roan sighed, trying to rein in his frustration. Getting angry wouldn't help them break free of this predicament.
Just hold still for a minute.
He attempted to twist his wrist, which was trapped on the side of their bodies. If he could just get a little range of motion. Maddie huffed but stopped squirming, allowing Roan to concentrate. He slowly flexed his fingers, feeling along the sticky bindings. There had to be a weak point somewhere. He jerked in surprise when Maddie's forehead bumped his chin.
Oops, sorry, she muttered. My neck was getting a cramp.
Roan clenched his jaw, willing himself to be patient.
It's fine, just try not to headbutt me anymore.
No promises. I can't really see anything with my face smushed into your chest. It's a nice chest, or at least it feels like a nice chest. Not that I'm feeling you up with my face or anything. Okay, that's a lie. I'm totally feeling you up with my face, but to be fair, I deserve it after the couple of days we've had.
Despite their dire situation, Roan felt his lips twitch. Trust Maddie to find humor even while they were both trapped and weaponless. Focusing back on the task, Roan continued searching for any slack in the webbing. "How's it coming? Not that I'm rushing you. Feel free to take your time. Or you could find a paperclip, rubber band, and bubblegum and use it to bust us free."
"How would any of that help us get free?"
She shrugged. "I don't know, but it worked for a dude on TV."
"Working on it," Roan gritted out. "But it would go faster if you would please stop talking."
"Sheesh, someone got up on the wrong side of the web today," Maddie muttered. However, she fell blessedly silent, letting Roan concentrate on finding a way out of this sticky mess. He tried not to get distracted by Maddie's proximity, her soft curves pressed against him. He needed to focus on finding a way out, not how nice she smelled even while covered in spiderwebs. Flexing his fingers, he felt along the sticky bindings, searching for any tiny give in the material, but the webs cocooning them were thick and stubbornly unyielding. Maddie continued to stay quiet, though he could feel her breath against his neck as she waited patiently. He had to give her credit for holding still despite their cramped position. Her lithe frame came up to his chin. After all the chest talk, she tilted it back at an awkward angle to avoid her nose being smashed. She had one arm pinned between their bodies, the other wrapped around his back as far as the webbing would allow. Roan shrugged his shoulders experimentally, trying to see if that would loosen the strands. But it was futile. The webs locking them in an embrace that allowed barely any movement. Frustrated, he twisted his neck, straining to see if he could make out any weaknesses in their prison. But with Maddie's head blocking his view, all he got was a face full of her hair. It smelled like coconuts and something uniquely her. He exhaled heavily. "I can't see anything at this angle. We need to figure out a way to shift positions." "Up, down, left, or right?" Maddie quipped. Then she tensed, eyes widening. "Wait, don't actually move. I was kidding." But her warning came too late. Roan had already tried to rear back in an attempt to gain space. The result was instant chaos as their cocoon lost balance and toppled over, sending them crashing to the floor in a tangle of limbs. Maddie's muffled voice sounded from where her face was pressed into his shoulder. "Next time, warn me before you rock the web."
"How many web jokes can I expect before we get out of this?" Roan asked dryly.
"Are they annoying you?"
Her voice was full of mischief. Roan sent up a thanks to Visada that she was as good-natured as she was. He knew warriors that would panic or whine incessantly in the same situation.
"Not yet."
"Well, I'm not a woman who gives up easily, so if I'm quiet, it's because I'm trying to think up more."
Roan wondered how long it would actually keep her quiet.
"Do you think the Silkies use regular cameras in their dungeons, or, wait for it, webcams?"
Apparently not that long. He rolled his eyes.
"Why aren't you freaking out?"
Maddie's shoulders shrugged slightly, as much movement as she was able.
"It wouldn't help anything, and I'm with you. I know you'll fix this somehow."
"I'm the one who got us into this mess," Roan pointed out.
"No, you trusted the wrong person. This is on them. I mean, not technically, obviously, since we're the ones wrapped up, but you get my drift."
"Do you always ramble when you're nervous?"
She sighed.
"No, that seems to be the Roan effect. It's a recent development in my life."
Roan chuckled and then grunted when she somehow managed to shove her fist into his stomach.
"Be nice," he growled.
"Or what?"
Maddie challenged. Roan glanced down at Maddie's indignant face, still partially mushed into his shoulder. Even trussed up in spiderwebs, she managed to look adorably fierce. It made him want to tease her more just to see that fiery reaction.
"Or I'll have to punish you," he replied, pitching his voice low.
Maddie sucked in a sharp breath, those mesmerizing blue eyes going wide. A pretty blush stained her cheeks. "You wouldn't dare," she managed after a moment, but her bravado had cracked. Roan could have laughed at how flustered his empty threat made her. She tried so hard to appear tough and unflappable. He enjoyed knocking down those walls and seeing glimpses of the soft woman underneath. Unable to resist, he leaned in closer. "Wouldn't I?" he all but purred. Maddie's throat bobbed as she swallowed. This close, he could see flecks of silver in her soft blue eyes. They really were exquisite, even wide with alarm. When she stayed silent, Roan took pity and backed off. "Relax, Maddie. I'm not going to punish you." He wouldn't mind exploring that scenario under better circumstances, but he kept that thought to himself. Maddie's shoulders sagged in relief and exasperation. "You're incorrigible." But there was no real heat to her words. Roan chuckled again. "And you're very entertaining when riled up. Though we should probably focus on escaping, as much as I enjoy being wrapped up with you." "Roan?" she asked a minute later, her voice lacking the playful banter it held before. He thought he even heard a slight tremble.
"Yeah?"
"What are they going to do with us?" She paused. "I mean, if we don't get out."
Roan's memory was long. He remembered how the Kingdom of Silk handled their prisoners back in the Damarian realm. He wasn't about to share that with her.
"Look at me," he told her sternly.
She tilted her head back, and he did too, so he could look down at her.
"We're going to get out of here. I promise you that."
She dropped her eyes with a small nod. Roan didn't like the defeat in her eyes. He pressed a kiss to her soft, pale hair and whispered vehemently,
"I don't break my promises."
Katy stood with her back pressed against the bathroom door. She'd gone in to brush her teeth, but 20 minutes had passed and she hadn't emerged.
"You okay in there?"
Her skin flushed. Just from hearing Gage's voice. She had no idea what the hell had happened to her since they arrived home a week ago, but every day got harder. This desire that she had for him was bordering on psycho. Like she might need an evaluation, a straitjacket, and a padded room psycho. Katy found herself avoiding him, which was difficult to do considering the cabin was only 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and an open floor plan living space. She was pretty sure he thought she had a bladder infection or irritable bowel syndrome by the number of times she used the bathroom a day. She rubbed her hands over her face and blew out a breath. "Get it together, Katy Dire," she told herself as she looked in the mirror. Gage had been nothing but a gentleman, though at night he did wrap himself around her like a boa constrictor. But he hadn't pushed for anything more. Why not? She groaned at her reflection. All he would have to do is wiggle his finger at her and Katy would assault him, like full-blown rip the clothes off and have her way with him.
"Why don't you quit thinking about it and come out here and follow through, mate?"
Katy jumped, and a ridiculous squeal emerged from her mouth. His voice was right against the door. "Don't do that," she snapped.
"What, talk to my female through the door?" He chuckled. "I'd much rather talk to you face to face, but you keep hiding from me."
Katy took a deep breath and nodded her head. He was right. This was ridiculous. He was her mate, essentially her husband. She had every right to lust after him. Right?
"I'm opening the door,"
Gage warned before the knob turned. The lock broke as if it was nothing, and he pushed it slowly open. His green eyes practically glowed as he stared at her. His dark, wavy hair fell around and framed his face. He was shirtless, as usual, so really this was all his fault.
"I can smell you," Gage growled.
"Okay, that's just rude," Katy huffed, folding her arms across her chest.
"And you smell delicious."
She shifted on her feet as she tried to look unaffected by his words.
"I want my mate," Gage told her as he stepped toward her. "And you want me, so what's the problem?"
Katy's mouth dropped open, then shut, then open again. Great, she was doing an impression of a fish.
I've never done this.
Gage reached for her. Excellent. Fewer people I have to kill.
As Gage approached her, Katy's heart raced in her chest. She couldn't tear her gaze away from his powerful stride or the way muscles rippled beneath his tanned skin. His emerald eyes blazed with hunger as he closed the distance between them.
I don't know what I'm doing,
she admitted, nerves still fluttering in her stomach. What if I disappoint you? Gage's response was a primal growl.
Never.
He took control, closing the space between them with a predator's grace. With rough hands, he framed her face and gazed down at her with an intensity that made her knees go weak.
You were made for me,
he declared in a gravelly voice.
My mate, my perfect match.
Katy's breath caught at his words, heat spreading through her body despite any remaining doubts. This beautiful man wanted her and only her. In a moment of surrender, she turned her head and brushed her lips over his palm. Gage sucked in a sharp breath, his grip on her face tightening.
Show me,
she pleaded, meeting his fiery stare with determination.
Teach me how to be yours.
Without hesitation, Gage answered by claiming her mouth with his own in a fierce, dominating kiss. Katy melted into him, feeling every inch of their bodies pressed together. His tongue commanded entrance to the softness of her lips, and she eagerly yielded, letting him explore every corner of her mouth. His arms caged her in against the hard wall of his chest, every point of contact sending sparks of desire through Katy's veins. She forgot all hesitation in the heat of the moment, lost in the taste of him and the ferocity of their passion. When they finally pulled apart to catch their breath, Gage's intense gaze burned into hers.
Ready for me to show you what it means to be mine?
He said in a husky voice, promising so much more. In response, Katy fisted her hands in his hair and pulled him back to her with a sense of urgency. She was beyond ready to embrace her true nature and join with her mate in every possible way. It was time for her to take her rightful place by his side. Katy gasped as Gage's hands roamed her body, leaving trails of fire in their wake, even through her clothing. His lips trailed hot, open-mouthed kisses down the slender column of her throat, nipping and sucking until she was mindless with need.
Gage,
she keened, giving his hair a slight tug. His answering growl vibrated against her racing pulse.
Minx,
Gage rasped, fingers flexing and bunching the material of her shirt.
Do you have any idea what you do to me? What you've been doing to me for days?
In response, Katy pressed herself more tightly against him while trailing her lips along his stubbled jaw. Gage cursed, a delicious tremor running through his powerful frame. His hands slid lower to grip her backside, keeping her locked in place.
I need you, Gage,
she whispered against his ear. Whatever fear had been there was gone. Now she wanted him to make good on his words.
Make me yours, completely.
With a snarl, he lifted her effortlessly until her legs wrapped around his lean waist. Bracing her against the wall, Gage captured her mouth in a searing kiss. Katy could feel his restraint hanging by a thread, his desire a palpable force surrounding them, and she wanted nothing more than to shatter that restraint completely. Dragging her nails down his chest, she breathed his name like a plea.
Show me everything, my mate.
Gage's eyes blazed, and his voice dropped an octave.
As my female commands, no more hiding.
Anticipation swirled hot and low in Katy's belly at the sensual promise. She couldn't wait to drown in the all-consuming inferno about to ignite between them, to be consumed by the wolf that had claimed her so utterly.
No more hiding,
she agreed as he carried her into their room and pressed her into their bed.
Wait,
she stopped him.
Where's Otto?
Gage's eyes flashed with his wolf as he bared his teeth at her.
First lesson about making love, my name is the only one you say.
Katy felt her face blush, but narrowed her eyes at him. I don't want him walking in.
It's a good thing I sent him to visit his new king and queen, then.
So you planned tonight? She grinned. Gage started to lift her shirt, his rough hands rubbing along the sides of her ribcage.
I knew you were ready. Second lesson of making love. Once the clothes start coming off, the talking stops.
The smoldering look in his eyes as he took in her flesh rendered her speechless anyway. He covered her body, pressed his forehead to hers, then gave a deep rumbling sound of contentment.
I love you, Katy Dire.
I thought talking stopped when the clothes came off, she whispered, loving how his larger frame enveloped hers.
The rules are only for you, baby. Now hush and let me show you how much I love you.
This concludes Kingdom of Venom by Quinn Loftis. Narrated by Darcy Rhodes. Copyright 2024 by Quinn Loftis. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Quinn Loftis Books, LLC, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.